Meet Choi Kang-hyuk, a beast of a man, ex-special forces, turned top fitness trainer, and owner of 5 gyms in Seoul. COVID wipes out his business, and while trying to keep things afloat with YouTube mukbangs, he ends up burned out, stressed, and even warned by doctors about hair loss. One night, he relaxes by reading a martial arts web novel, something he loved as a kid, but when he wakes up, he's not in Seoul anymore. He's inside the story itself, living as the young monk Mujin. At Shaolin Temple, training is brutal, outdated, and downright dangerous for the knees. But Kang-hyuk isn't just any kid. He's a professional trainer with years of military and gym science behind him. Instead of blindly following tradition, he calls out the monks' flawed methods, sparks chaos, and ends up challenged to prove himself in a duel. His opponent? The strongest novice monk in Shaolin, Mugong. Now he's stuck in a week-long countdown, teaching stretches, squats, and even protein hacks with beans and mushrooms, while secretly preparing modern-day combat techniques to crush Mugong. What started as a dream is quickly becoming all too real, and if he wants to survive, he'll need to bring gym rat science into the world of ancient martial arts.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
A bustling fitness center in Gangnam, Seoul. In a quiet corner of the staff office, the camera light blinked on. Nice to meet you, fallen members. This is Choi Kang-hyuk from Strongest Muscle TV, and today's content is a mukbang. Choi Kang-hyuk, a towering man with muscles sculpted from years of training, grinned at the lens. Yes, thanks to all your amazing support, I'm back with another mukbang. And today, the menu most of you requested, crispy chicken with cheese balls. And of course, what's chicken without beer? The camera tilted down, capturing the golden chicken, steaming cheese balls, and cold beer. Choi dug in with visible delight. Damn it, muscle loss for me. Oh, but it's so good. Two conflicting thoughts tore through his mind. That was the irony of his life. A fitness fanatic, but not one by choice. Years ago, while serving in special forces, his body had been pushed past its limits and left damaged. Rehabilitation forced him to explore yoga, Pilates, and weight training. He studied nutrition, learned to manage his body, and rebuilt himself, slowly, obsessively. His grit from 7 years in the military carried him through, until he rose to become a top trainer and the proud owner of 5 strongest fitness branches across Seoul. So why was a man like him worrying about losing muscle over fried chicken? Freaking COVID-19. The pandemic had forced his gyms to close. To stay afloat, he turned to YouTube, first posting home workout content and old army stories. But one night, frustrated and stressed, he streamed himself drinking and eating greasy food. That video, titled Fallen Gym Bro, blew up. Soon, mukbang became a recurring part of his channel. The income never came close to covering 5 gyms' costs, but it bought him time, enough to endure the worst of the lockdown. Even in 2021, with vaccines rolling out and restrictions easing, he kept uploading mukbangs. Membership numbers, however, had never recovered. All right, Fallen Squad, I'll be back with another video tomorrow. Don't forget to like and subscribe. After signing off, he slumped back in his chair with a sigh. The beer sat heavy in his system, and though his trainer's instincts screamed to burn it off, he knew better than to exercise after drinking. Well, I'll just rest. The doctor told me to take it easy anyway, because mukbang wasn't the only gift COVID had left him. Stress-induced hair loss. Those words from his doctor hit harder than any workout. Stress? But I'm perfectly healthy. He exercised daily, ate clean, and showed no signs of illness. But the doctor shook his head. You look healthy, but your body is cracking under stress. The hair loss is just a symptom. Choi asked about medication, but the doctor's real prescription was clear: cut back on his 90-hour work weeks. Otherwise, the doctor warned, otherwise, you'll lose all your hair. The rest of the lecture blurred. All Choi could think was 37 years old, finally ready to pursue marriage, and suddenly facing the specter of baldness. If I go bald, I'll be single forever. For the first time, he felt real fear. That night, he returned home restless. He had lived for work and exercise for 10 years, but how exactly did one relax? After hours of staring at his phone, he remembered an old childhood escape, martial arts novels. Back in the day, he'd rent them for 701 at a neighborhood bookstore. Curious, he searched for his favorite author, G.A. Jian. The results lit up his screen. Record of the Demon Sovereign's Return. Legend of the Evil Emperor. And something new. Astor's Chronicles of the Shaolin Saint Monk Star. Intrigued, he tapped on it. Nostalgia washed over him as he began reading. The familiar rhythm of martial arts prose lulled him, and for the first time in a decade, his mind relaxed. Not 10 minutes later, he drifted into sleep. Mu-jin, wake up! Choi groaned and rolled over. The voice sounded close, too close. Morning training, Mu-jin. At the word training, his eyes snapped open out of habit, only to see a bald little boy staring back at him. Kid, how did you get into my house? But the boy frowned. What are you talking about? You're Mu-jin. You're smaller than me, so why call me a kid? Choi froze. Mu-jin, the protagonist from Chronicles of the Shaolin Saint Monk? As he looked around at the traditional Hanok-style room, realization dawned. This is a dream. A grin spread across his face. For the first time in years, he felt genuinely excited. Guess I'll play along. And with that, Choi Kang-hyuk, no, Mu-jin, followed the boy into the courtyard, stepping into a dream that felt far too real. Hey, you fools. You don't even know the basics of exercise. The moment Mu-jin's voice rang out, the training grounds froze. Mu-jin, what's wrong? The young monk who had woken him earlier called out nervously. But Mu-jin ignored him. The Shaolin disciples glared, their faces twisted. You insolent brat. How dare you insult Shaolin's training? Making excuses because the stance is hard. Are you even a disciple? Straighten up immediately. Their shouts carried force, the kind that could crush weaker men. But Mu-jin had endured 7 years of military drills and 10 years of demanding clients. Words weren't going to scare him. Is it a crime to point out what's wrong? His calm defiance stunned even the disciples. One of them finally stepped forward. As a Shaolin disciple, are you saying Shaolin's training is flawed? Mu-jin chuckled. This dream is really going all out. If you keep this up, you'll wreck your knees and live in pain when you're older. That's just weakness speaking. Funny, isn't martial arts supposed to discipline the weak? Yet you say the weak can't learn it? That's a contradiction. The disciple faltered and another jumped in. Our martial arts aren't about strength. They're for self-cultivation and enlightenment. Then are you saying the frail have no right to seek enlightenment? That's not it. Through hardship, we cultivate spirit. Spirit, huh? So if you grind your knees into dust, does that mean you'll reach enlightenment faster? Mu-jin smirked, pointing at the senior monk presiding over training, the first-generation disciple Haijong. By that logic, shouldn't Master over there already be enlightened? The courtyard fell silent. Novices and disciples alike gaped. No one dared to mock a first-generation disciple like that. At last, Haijong's voice boomed. Enough. He strode forward. Our Shaolin martial arts are not merely for self-cultivation. They exist to protect all beings from demons and evildoers. And you need knee-destroying exercises for that. Yes. Haijong's eyes hardened. Mu-jin sighed. Classic Kandi move. When logic fails, crush with force. Fine. How do you want me to prove it? If our methods are wrong, then defeat one who trained in them. Mu-gung stepped forward. The so-called fair match was a joke. Mu-gung was the senior among novices, bigger, stronger, a full head taller. Wow, even monks can be this petty. Mu-jin laughed dryly, but backing down wasn't his style. Let's do it now. Not yet, Haijong replied smoothly. Train as you wish for 7 days and nights. Then face Mu-gung. That will prove your words. It was the classic trap. Give him rope, then hang him with it. Mu-jin shrugged. Fine. Haijong turned back to his seat, the novices glaring at Mu Jin with open hostility. Only the boy, Mu Yul, whispered, "Please, just apologize," before being silenced. Resume training. Yes. The disciples sank back into their horse stances, legs trembling. Mu Jin bent his knees too, then straightened. Once, twice, breathing in rhythm. What's he doing? It wasn't horse stance. It was squats. Controlled, precise, stimulating glutes, quads, spinal erectors. Real exercise. Laughter broke out. He can't even hold the stance. But Mu Jin ignored them, exhaling sharply after each rep. 15 squats. A pause. Then lunges, posture perfect, muscles engaged. The courtyard grew unsettled. Even Haijong's eyes narrowed. "You scoundrel, what are you doing during sacred training?" a senior disciple barked. Mu Jin pointed lazily at Haijong. "Didn't Master say I had 7 days to train my way? Or are you outtranking him now?" The disciple flushed red, silenced by Mu Jin's logic. Haijong exhaled, hiding his irritation. A promise is a promise. Let him be. And so, while the other novices suffered in silence, knees burning in endless horse stance, Mu Jin trained with steady breaths, squats, lunges, controlled movements. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. The rhythm drew eyes despite the disciples' orders not to look. Whispers rippled. "That's not exercise. He's ruining his joints." Pathetic. But Mu Jin's mutters under his breath were the sharpest blades. "TSK. That's not training. That's torture." Every word reached Haijong's ears like thunder. The old monk clenched his teeth, reciting a strained Namo Amida. "Phew. This, too, must be a trial from Buddha. If I stay like this, I might fall into delusion." When the patience of the monk, who had been cultivating himself for 35 years, was nearing its limit, fortunately, the sound of a bell signaling the end of the early morning training echoed throughout the Shaolin Temple. Since mealtime is approaching, we will end today's early morning training here. "Yes, understood, Master Uncle." Leaving behind the replies of the other novice monks, Haijong glanced at Mu Jin briefly before swiftly turning away. In 7 days and nights, he will be punished. However, whether Haijong thought such things or not, Mu Jin had already lost interest in Haijong. "Oof, my muscles are really sore." Originally, with his previous body, he would have needed to repeat far heavier weights for many more sets to feel this kind of muscle pain and tautness. Perhaps because it was a child body not yet used to exercise, the effects were showing immediately. Mu Jin, who was feeling a peculiar pleasure from the rewarding sensation of muscle soreness, was a genuine gym enthusiast who thought about muscle growth even in his dreams. It would have been better if this wasn't a dream. As Mu Jin muttered to himself, he noticed something strange. But if this is a dream, why does it hurt? It was only after finishing his workout that Mu Jin began to feel that something was off. The argument with the middle-aged senior monk and the focus on exercise and muscles had prevented him from thinking deeply about the problem. No way. Could it be that I've really entered a novel? The thought was absurd, but on the other hand, considering his current physical condition, it was entirely possible. Especially when he recalled the conversations he'd had until now, it seemed even more so. Without thinking much, he had been conversing, but upon reflection, he realized he hadn't been speaking in Korean. He had assumed it was a dream, but when he considered it wasn't, it became a very peculiar matter. While Mu Jin was deep in confusion. "Mu Jin, what kind of weird muttering have you been doing since earlier? Are you really out of your mind?" The novice monk Mu Yul, who had woken him up earlier in the morning, once again woke him up to reality. He wore a look that seemed to say, "Is it possible to ask if you're crazy with such an innocent face? Your name was Mu Yul, right? Now you've even forgotten my name? Are you really sick, Mu Jin?" "No, never mind that. Could you hit me just once here?" Mu Jin said this to confirm whether it was a dream or not, but Mu Yul just looked at him with a truly pitiful expression. "If you're not going to hit me, forget it." Mu Jin looked away from that expression and slapped his own cheek with his hand. As Mu Yul, who had been watching this scene with a downcast look, muttered, "Humph. Mom told me not to hang out with crazy people." "I'm not crazy, okay?" Mu Jin responded, rubbing his cheek that was starting to sting. Damn it, is this really not a dream? Even without the need to slap his cheek, the muscle soreness he felt all over his body was evidence enough. He only attempted a mental rebellion because he found it hard to accept this reality. All right, Mujin, we have to go eat now. The novice monk who had been watching Mujin with a worried expression suddenly exclaimed as if he had just remembered. Even though he treated Mujin like a crazy person, he still took care of him, leaving Mujin uncertain whether this child was kind or strange. Sigh. Yes, we need to eat. If this wasn't a dream, he needed to eat even more. Having exhausted his muscles for 2 hours since dawn, he needed to replenish nutrients. As the famous saying goes, eating is part of the exercise. However, since he was deeply preoccupied with whether this was a dream or reality, he only noticed a crucial fact too late. This place was Shaolin Temple. That is a temple. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The novice monk taking care of Mujin. Shaolin Temple's dining hall, following Muyul. Inside the meal room. Is something wrong with my eyes? Why? All he could see on the table was green or yellow. The yellow was whole barley rice, and the green was vegetables. That's right, the diet offered at Shaolin Temple. It was, of course, a temple diet, and a temple diet meant vegetarianism. Sure, what's so wrong about eating temple food at a temple? But, from Choi Kang-hyuk's perspective, this was extremely wrong. He had woken up at dawn and tortured his muscles for 1 SIG. And the other kids, who had exercised inefficiently compared to him, were also physically exhausted. And now, they're supposed to eat this kind of food, which doesn't have a single gram of protein. This is child abuse by any measure. Hey, who dares to shout during a meal? As soon as Mujin shouted, everyone in the dining hall, novices and monks alike, turned their heads towards him. Of course, Mujin wasn't someone who would get intimidated or fail to say what he needed to say just because people were looking at him. After doing such intense exercise in the morning, isn't it too much to ask us to endure with just these vegetables and barley rice? When Mujin yelled, unable to contain his anger, a cold silence enveloped the area. Those who had been with him during the morning training looked at him with expressions that said, "It's him again," while others glanced at him with expressions saying, "What's up with this crazy guy?" As the second and first generation disciples who were preparing the meal stood up, ready to admonish him, the silence was broken first by Hyun-mun, the manager of the meal room, with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha! It seems our disciple was very hungry after the morning exercise." Hyun-mun, who was already over 60 and ahead of one of the groups in Shaolin Temple, merely thought of the novice monk's actions as youthful whining. No matter how strict the Shaolin Temple's laws were, it would be ridiculous for an elder like him to scold and grapple with a young novice monk. I, too, went through a time like yours, so how can I not understand your feelings? All right, if you want to eat more, I'll make sure you have more. But shouting like this is against the rules. Do you understand? Hyun-mun intended to let it pass with gentle advice, but that was only if it weren't for Mujin's next words. The rice is sufficient. Then what is the problem? Protein supplement. No, isn't there any chicken breast? What was this? Was he crazy? Not only had Hyun-mun never heard of protein supplements, but what was this talk of chicken breast in a temple? Luckily for Hyun-mun, there was a child who expressed his feelings for him. Mujin, what's wrong with you since this morning? Have you really gone crazy? Muyul, who was sitting next to Mujin, asked him that. While Mujin, who had been spouting nonsense, stared blankly at Muyul, who was tugging at his sleeve. To be precise, he was staring at himself reflected in Muyul's clear, innocent eyes. A small frame, at the age when puberty was just starting, with a freshly shaven head, and a yellow and orange monk robe reminiscent of those seen in old martial arts movies. The perfect image of a Shaolin novice monk was reflected in Muyul's eyes. Sigh. Yeah, this is Shaolin Temple. Only now fully accepting that this situation wasn't a dream, Mujin decided to apologize to Hyun-mun. I apologize. I was so hungry that I spoke nonsense. Eating only vegetables in Shaolin Temple would be, at least from their perspective, a given. However, Hyun-mun's suspicion only grew stronger due to Mujin's sudden apology. There's no doubt he's crazy. A mad novice monk entering Shaolin Temple? Hyunmun's heart was heavy with worry about Shaolin's future. As Hyunmun was worrying about the future of Shaolin, Mujin spoke again to Hyunmun. Excuse me, then if there's no chicken breast, do you have beans or mushrooms? He was sorry, but he needed protein. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After a turbulent breakfast, the first task of the morning was studying Buddhist scriptures. It was a fitting routine for the Shaolin Temple, but whose idea was this ridiculous schedule? From Mujin's perspective, it was not ideal. Getting up at dawn for intense exercise, followed by studying immediately after breakfast, it was closer to a battle against sleep than actual study. Thwack! Hey! Whenever the novice monks dozed off, the second-class disciples, who were always on standby, would wake them by tapping their shoulders with bamboo sticks. However, despite entertaining such complaints, Mujin had never been hit with a bamboo stick even once. It wasn't because he fell asleep unnoticed. Conversely, he wasn't diligently listening to the scripture class either. Had he been listening to such a tedious class, he would have dozed off right away. The reason he hadn't fallen asleep so far was, all right, assuming I've entered the novel somehow, what should I do now? It was because he was organizing what he needed to do from now on in his mind. Why had he entered the novel? Why had such an extraordinary thing happened to him? Now that the event had occurred, those questions were unimportant. Before worrying about such things, it was more important to understand and respond to the current situation, something Mujin understood very well. If I've entered the novel, wouldn't I have to conclude the story to get out? It wasn't certain, but that seemed the most likely. From that perspective, the current situation wasn't entirely bleak. The body of this novice monk, Mujin, was the protagonist of the novel, so the body was likely endowed with exceptional talent. Moreover, the current location was the Shaolin Temple, which appeared in most martial arts novels as the pinnacle of the martial world. If he mastered the protagonist's talents and the unparalleled martial arts of the Shaolin Temple, returning to the original world wouldn't be impossible. However, there was a problem. Have I gotten myself into trouble? Only then did Mujin realize that he had caused an enormous incident at dawn. However, well, nothing can be done about it. Did he regret what he had done at dawn? Not at all. For someone who had experienced his body breaking down before, the Shaolin Temple's exercise methods were something he could never accept. Given this, there was only one choice left. At the promised duel in a week, his only option was to knock down his opponent and get his training method acknowledged. It was the perfect solution that fit Mujin's character. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At the time, when Mujin was half-heartedly listening to the Buddhist scriptures while analyzing the current situation, Hyunmun, the person in charge of the Bandang, and Haijong, who was responsible for the basic training of the novice monks who joined Shaolin this year, were discussing Mujin. What on earth is with that child? By that child, do you mean Mujin, Master Uncle Hyunmun? Yes, I mean that child, Mujin. Could it be that Mujin caused some trouble, even during mealtime? Even during mealtime, you say? Does that mean he caused trouble during the morning training as well? Well, Haijong cautiously conveyed to Master Uncle Hyunmun what had happened during the morning training. Huh, ha ha, ha ha ha. After hearing everything, Hyunmun laughed awkwardly. Though he had sensed it when Mujin asked for chicken breast, hearing that he denied the millennium-old training methods of Shaolin after joining the temple was beyond belief. To think he was really a crazy kid. The suspicion had turned into certainty. So, did you decide to just leave the child alone? I told him to prove his words by sparring with Mu Gung after giving him 7 days and nights. As expected of you, Haijong. That's a very wise solution. Hyunmun nodded in satisfaction at Haijong's words. As a disciple of Buddha, it wouldn't do to persecute someone just because they seemed crazy. However, since the child dared to deny the millennium-old Shaolin, he must prove his words. Given that they provided 7 days and nights as respite for the proof, it could be considered a mercy of Buddha. Moreover, Hyunmun was even more pleased with the fact that the child selected as the sparring opponent was Mu Gung. He was said to be the most outstanding among the newcomers this year. Whenever it's time for Shaolin to select new third-class disciples. Dozens to hundreds of children join every year. Among the novice monks, some couldn't endure the harsh training of Shaolin and dropped out, while others learned just a few basic martial arts before leaving as secular disciples. In the end, only 1 or 2 out of 10 novice monks became genuine disciples. Therefore, the number of novice monks who were known by first-class disciples or elders was few. Mugung was one of those few children. The Fist of Shaolin. After what felt like a battle against sleep, the scripture class ended. Wow, Mujin, how did you not fall asleep even once? Muyol, who sat next to him and had been smacked on the bamboo slip at least 20 times, asked with bright eyes. Muyol, who had a clear head, found the scripture class, filled with difficult Chinese characters, the hardest. As a result, he often got smacked on the bamboo slip, but today he got twice the usual. This was because the second-class disciples were already set on scolding Mujin, who had caused a scene during the early morning training and breakfast. However, Mujin, who had been analyzing the current situation and planning for the future, didn't fall asleep even once during the scripture class. Sadly, Muyol, who was sitting next to him, ended up monopolizing the loving punishment meant for Mujin. Naive Muyol, unaware of these circumstances, merely looked admiringly at Mujin, who hadn't nodded off while he himself was struck more than 20 times. How did I not fall asleep? Yeah, I get scolded every time. No matter how much I listen to the scripture, it's too boring. I think it's even sleepier than the lullabies my mom sang to me when I was little. Hee. Seeing Muyol laughing innocently even after being smacked on the bamboo slip, Mujin let out a slight chuckle. Even though he was single until 37, obsessed with work, he thought that if he had married early and had a child, it would have been like this. How did you not fall asleep? Yeah. It's simple. You just listen with one ear and let it out the other. Huh? Both ears are open. So how do I listen with one ear only? Should I block one? To Mujin's playful answer, Muyol, with a serious expression, blocked his right ear and muttered to himself. Namo Amiba. Is it only coming through the left ear? No, I can hear it from the right too. Watching the scene for a moment, Mujin decided to change his thoughts about Muyol. Not a son, but a nephew. Surely, his future son wouldn't be this dumb. Hey Muyol, after the scripture class, what's next? Next is, of course, the morning training. It's already been 3 days, and you've forgotten the schedule again? Hee. It seems like Mujin's not too bright either. Thinking to himself that he would have smacked him if he were not his nephew, Mujin sighed once and said, Then, let's head to the martial arts training ground. There's still a little time left. There's something I need to do beforehand. Something to do beforehand. Instead of answering Muyol's question, Mujin strode off towards the training grounds. What's there to do beforehand? Muyol, with a bright smile, followed Mujin. Upon arriving at the training grounds, exchanging light chat with Muyol, they saw a few novice monks moving their bodies around. Although they were beginner disciples of Shaolin, most were young kids who hadn't even reached puberty yet, so they naturally wanted to play whenever they had free time. Even during their free time, only a handful of kids came out to the training grounds for practice. Among those few exemplary novice monks, some were engaging in the strenuous training they had done earlier in the morning, while the rest were in horse stance, practicing straight punches. TSK Tisk. Watching the scene, Mujin clicked his tongue with a sympathetic expression and plopped down on the stone floor. In that position, he slowly spread his legs to the sides and leaned his upper body toward his left leg. Oh, is it because this body is young? It's really flexible. Mujin had felt it when he stretched his legs, but as his body stretched easily without any pain, he internally let out a small exclamation. The reason Mujin went to the training grounds beforehand was to stretch. Stretching before and after exercise was a basic necessity. It was important to prevent future hardships due to aging and to avoid damaging his body through excessive exercise. SSS. Boo. While he was breathing deeply and stretching his leg muscles, Muyol, awkwardly standing and looking down at him, caught Mujin's eye. Yola, want to join me? Huh? What you're doing, Mujin? Yeah, you should do it in advance too. Otherwise, You might suffer from chronic illnesses later on. After pondering for a moment, Mu Yol made up his mind and plopped down on the ground like Mu Jin. Do I just stretch my legs like this? Oh, that's right. You're good at this. Want to try this one too? As Mu Jin stretched forward with his legs spread, exhaling slowly, Mu Yol naturally imitated the stretching movement. This kid also finds stretching easy, maybe because he's young? Mu Jin thought to himself that maybe exercise should be learned from an early age. TSK. As soon as the time for chanting the Buddhist scriptures ended, Mu Gung, who was training in the martial arts training hall, clucked his tongue inwardly and glanced at the two. Phew! After catching his breath, Mu Gung focused on himself, disregarding Mu Jin and Mu Yol. In fact, Mu Gung wasn't particularly interested in Mu Jin. Although he found Mu Jin, who made flimsy excuses to skip training, to be pitiful, he didn't intend to mock him like the other novice monks did. This was because he understood that swinging his fist even once more would benefit him more than mocking the two. Though he was only 13 years old, Mu Gung was physically more mature than his peers, and his mind had also matured accordingly. Instead of concerning himself with squabbles among children, it was more important to focus on training and strive to gain recognition from his teacher. This was because his dream was to become a named disciple of Shaolin and make a name for himself in the martial arts world. In other words, to Mu Gung, Mu Jin was nothing more than a stepping stone he had to step over to achieve his dream. Hap! To be acknowledged by the second-class disciples and Master Uncle Haijong as a named disciple, Mu Gung shouted a big yell and repeatedly punched the air. This was the Shaolin introductory martial art that Mu Gung had learned over the past 3 months, the basics of the revolving fist. Oh my, quite the voice. Upon hearing Mu Gung's resounding yell, Mu Jin, who was stretching with Mu Yol, couldn't help but express his admiration. Hee, isn't senior brother Mu Gung amazing? His voice is loud, and his punch is super strong. His punch even makes a whooshing sound. Mu Yol, who was stretching along with Mu Jin, added in a bright tone. It seemed Mu Yol had already forgotten that Mu Jin was supposed to spar with Mu Gung in a week, as his voice was carefree. Senior brother Mu Gung? Yeah, of course. He entered 2 months earlier than me. Oh, and since you entered a month later than me, you should call me senior brother too. Forget that. So, you're saying that Mu Gung has been training for over 3 months? Yeah, he probably came in the earliest, and he's doing much better than the other senior brothers who joined around the same time. Master Uncles and Master Uncle Haiguang praise him every day. They say senior brother Mu Gung's revolving fist is the best. Oh, really? After hearing Mu Yol's explanation, Mu Jin laughed sarcastically inwardly. That monk is only as big as a soy sauce bowl. He thought they matched him with someone decently built, but it seemed they paired him with the most outstanding of his peers. To give him such an opponent, and only a week to prepare. Even though it's just a children's fight, I won't lose. Boom! Mu Gung created an explosive sound in the air with each punch, causing Mu Jin to visualize the scene a week later in his mind. Winning wouldn't be a big problem, but the process was concerning. The physical difference is too great. Even if he won, Mu Jin had a strong feeling it would look unseemly. After all, he was now 12-year-old Mu Jin, not Choi Kang-hyuk, who was in his prime. It's embarrassing to fight tooth and nail against a kid more than 20 years younger. Sigh. As Mu Jin was thinking about this, the martial arts training hall gradually became noisy. During the break between the scripture chanting and morning training, the novice monks who had been playing began to gather at the training hall. As they approached, the bell rang, signaling the beginning of the 5th hour, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., and soon, Master Uncle Haijong and the second-class disciples appeared in the training hall. For the morning training, as usual, we will practice revolving fist, the introductory martial art of our 1,000-year-old Shaolin. Master Uncle Haijong, who had glanced at Mu Jin upon arrival, shouted in a solemn tone. For some reason, hearing Haijong shout made Mu Jin's eyes sparkle. The opportunity to learn Shaolin's introductory martial art. As someone who once loved martial arts novels, this was nothing short of a dream come true. He had resisted the physical training conducted in the morning since it was a field he was already well versed in, But martial arts were a different story. If it was a field he knew well, he might have pretended to be knowledgeable, but in an unfamiliar field, he was more inclined to actively learn. Moreover, the revolving fist was the technique that Mu Gung was using earlier, right? The martial art used by the opponent he was to spar with in a week. The ancient sages left a famous saying, "Know thyself, know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated." Learning the revolving fist would be beneficial for Mu Jin, especially if he wanted to beat that bulky kid easily. First form, heart center punch. Hap, hap. Following Haijong's shout from the elevated seat, the novice monks executed each form in order, and the second-class disciples assisting Haijong moved around the training hall, correcting the children's postures. Fourth form, while shouting from the elevated seat with a commanding presence, Haijong's brow began to furrow. Why is that kid training so obediently? The reason was Mu Jin. The one who caused trouble during dawn training and breakfast was now diligently training, as if he had repented, which was baffling. Is fighting that guy with this really the most foolish thing in the world? The revolving fist technique had fairly simple movements. Conversely, due to its low technical complexity, it was a martial art whose power heavily depended on the physical capabilities of the user. In other words, fighting Mu Gung with a revolving fist technique when he was physically superior was tantamount to imposing a penalty on oneself. So, how could he cleanly defeat that bulky kid who was over 20 years younger? During training, he briefly observed Mu Gung's punching technique. That's what I should use. An idea to overpower Mu Gung with a single move popped into Mu Jin's head. Choi Kang-hyuk demonstrated the close-range spear technique during the time from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., and after completing all his daily routines, it was evening. In front of the accommodations given to the novice monks, Mu Yol tilted his head and spoke. "Mu Jin, what are you doing?" "Phew." After repeating something for a while, Mu Jin took a break, caught his breath, stood up, and answered Mu Yol's question. "I'm practicing to defeat Mu Gung in one go." "To defeat senior brother Mu Gung?" "Yeah." Senior brother Mu Gung's punches make a whooshing sound like the wind. And he's a whole chiak, about 30 centimeters taller than us. Come on, he's not a full chiak taller. More like 20 centimeters. No, let's see. One chi is 3 centimeters. So, he's about 7 chi taller. Mu Yol, puzzled by the talk about centimeters, again asked with a confused expression. Senior brother Mu Gung is 7 chi taller, and his punches make a whooshing sound. TSDS. Mu Yol, in fights, it's not always the bigger person who wins. Gasp. It's a fight? I thought it was sparring. No. I mean, that's just a manner of speaking. At Mu Yol's innocent reaction, Mu Jin let out a light sigh. I can't say anything in front of this kid. The advice from adults to be cautious with their words in front of kids wasn't wrong. Anyway, sparring isn't necessarily won by the bigger person. So, Mu Yol, even if someone bigger than you picks a fight, don't be scared, okay? Mu Jin, who left Mu Yol with a life lesson, resumed the movements he had been practicing. Phew, since it's been a while, I need to practice. Although he had spent the last 10 years focusing on exercises for building and maintaining his body, he was once a human weapon who served in a special forces unit for 7 years. Well, he did struggle with injuries in the last 2 years. At any rate, during the 5 years before getting injured, he practiced and experienced enough hand-to-hand combat to become sick of it. And most real combat techniques are full of moves that could cripple or kill someone if mishandled. The reason he was now practicing so intensely wasn't to defeat Mu Gung, but to subdue him without injuring him. Not only had it been over 10 years since he had used them, but his current body was also that of Mu Jin, not his original body of Choi Kang-hyuk, and it still felt unfamiliar. Mu Jin judged that if he didn't practice to some extent, it would be dangerous in many ways. And while Mu Jin was focused on training to spare Mu Gung, is Mu Jin an idiot? Mu Yol tilted his head again. He needs to defeat senior brother Mu Gung. So why is he rubbing his body against a tree? To Mu Yol, the training Mu Jin was doing seemed too profound. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After practicing techniques before sparring with Mugung during their free time. It was time to sleep. Hey, if you sleep like that, you'll ruin your health. When Mu Yol was about to lie down on his blanket, Mu Jin suddenly yanked the blanket away. Why would resting and sleeping ruin my health? When Mu Yol asked with an innocent face, Mu Jin clicked his tongue and said, "Your muscles are strained from moving since early morning. If you don't relieve those tense and tired muscles, they'll stiffen up while contracted. You don't understand, do you?" "Nope." If you don't understand, just do as I say. I'm only saying this for your own good. I'm the senior disciple, you know." Ignoring Mu Yol's whining, Mu Jin sat Mu Yol cross-legged, placed his right arm on his left knee, and stretched his left arm over his head to the right. It was a stretching exercise for the quadratus lumborum, a muscle located at the side of the body connecting the pelvis and the rib cage. How does it feel? Does it feel good? Huh? What do you mean by feeling good? Will this make my body cool down? No. Having your uncomfortable muscles relax. Oh, yes. They feel so much better. Seeing how Mu Yol took everything literally, Mu Jin chuckled. Afterwards, Mu Jin showed various stretching movements to relax his own body and also taught the same stretches to Mu Yol. He's an interesting guy. He seems a bit clueless, but he's pretty good at following physical movements. Mu Jin marveled at Mu Yol, who followed the stretches well. Asterisk. Next dawn, Mu Jin, who had gotten up early for morning training as usual, shook Mu Yol, who was still asleep, to wake him up. "Ugh, huh? Why did you get up so early?" There was still time before the bell rang for the dawn training. Stretching should be done before exercise. Yesterday, he had overslept after being abruptly dragged into a novel. Originally, Mu Jin was a man who lived so busily that he was called a workaholic. He forcibly woke Mu Yol, who was dragging his feet, and began to loosen up with stretching, just like last night. "But what is the stretching you keep talking about?" When Mu Yol, who was loosening up with a sleepy face, asked while yawning, Mu Jin thought for a moment. Well, it's not like I can use English in a martial arts world. If he kept using it, people around him would definitely look at him strangely. Kinetic thaumaturgy is what it means. From now on, that's what I'll call it. You understand what kinetic thaumaturgy means, right? Yes. It means stretching muscles. Good. If you understand, then it's a good word. Huh? What do you mean by that? It was just me talking to myself. Don't worry about it. Mu Jin, you seem to like talking to yourself. By the time Mu Jin and Mu Yol had finished stretching adequately, the bell signaling the dawn at Shaolin echoed through the temple. After getting ready, they moved toward the training ground. As soon as the children arrived at the training ground, Haijong, who appeared again, looked at Mu Jin briefly before turning away. Since he showed signs of reflection yesterday, I guess he'll participate in training today. TSK. But I've already arranged a sparring session, so what to do now? Bothering a child who was reflecting was against the nature of Shaolin. But Haijong's concern was utterly pointless. Why? Because Mu Jin didn't have the slightest intention of reflecting. Take the horse stance. At Haijong's shout, the other novice monks began to torture their knees again. Sniff. Mu Jin assumed a posture completely unrelated to the horse stance and regulated his breathing. I destroyed my lower body yesterday, so I can't do lower body again today. Yeah. In modern exercise science, the method of building muscle is based on the theory of supercompensation. According to this theory, when the human body is injured, it reinforces the injured area during the recovery process. And what was really important here was recovery. Inflicting an unrecoverable injury on a muscle or continuously piling up injuries without time to recover. That wasn't exercise, it was self-torture. However, just because of recovery, you couldn't exercise for 1 day and rest for 2 or 3 days. That's why the weekly routine was developed. If you spent 1 day destroying your lower body, during the period when your lower body was recovering, you would destroy other parts like your arms, chest, or back instead of the lower body. Then, while you were destroying other parts, if your legs recovered, you would destroy your legs again. Through such a regular routine, each part would rest in turn, but no exercise day would be skipped, creating a beautiful schedule. Today, the area Mu Jin, who destroyed his lower body yesterday, Cho's was the chest and back. Mujin placed both hands on the ground and assumed a push-up position. Sniff! Mujin inhaled and focused on the movement of the pectoralis major, chest muscle, and the shoulder blades as he slowly bent his arms. Phew! Exhaling, he straightened his arms again, lifting his upper body. This action was commonly known as push-ups or press-ups, while Mujin, a 10-year veteran trainer, was repeating push-ups with a form that could be called exemplary. This brat dares. The veins on Haijong's forehead popped out as he was watching the novice monk's horse stance. Did the act he showed yesterday mean that he was mocking me? One of the greatest teachings of Buddhism was compassion, so Haijong's heart softened a little when he saw Mujin actively participating in the revolving fist technique practice. He's even worse today than he was yesterday. At least yesterday, he had assumed postures somewhat similar to the horse stance, like squats or lunges, lower body exercises. But today, why was he doing push-ups here all by himself? If this act wasn't intended to mock him, what else could it be? Tree crack. Amitabha Buddha. Naturally, from the lips of Master Uncle Haijong, the sound of chanting grew louder than the day before, along with the sound of this thinning. Swallow. Sigh. Busy concentrating on his muscles, Mujin didn't even bother to pay attention. Asterisk. During the morning training session, Mujin, who had exerted his utmost in tormenting the muscles of his back and chest, was greeted by breakfast time. I would appreciate just a little more beans and mushrooms. Mujin, who had already filled his bowl with beans and mushrooms, called out as if he could not be satisfied with just that. A disciple of Buddhism is picky with food. The second-class disciple, who was serving the food, also already knew of Mujin's notorious reputation and admonished him sternly. Anyway, don't all the other kids avoid the beans and mushrooms, leaving so much behind? Would it not be a true mistake to waste the food that farmers and herbalists toiled to grow and gather? I shall eat the remaining beans and mushrooms to dissipate them, thus bestowing Buddha's mercy. The second-class disciple, who seemed only in his mid-20s and had not really lived social life properly due to over 10 years of training, had no way of verbally outmaneuvering Mujin. Having effortlessly handled the second-class disciple, Mujin made a mountain that looked like it could overflow with beans and mushrooms and then sat down next to Muyol. Here, you eat some too. Why should I? And Mujin also showed compassion by passing on some of the plenty of beans and mushrooms he had gathered to Muyol. The foundation of kinematics was in super recovery, so in order to heal the lost parts of the body, it was necessary to intake the nutrients needed for that area. This meant that a lot of protein was necessary. And in this damn Shaolin Temple, there are no protein supplements or even meat. In the end, to make up for the lack of protein, one had to force down at least beans and mushrooms. Of course, among the novice monks of the Shaolin Temple, who had no such scientific knowledge, there were some children who, true to their young nature, avoided beans and mushrooms. Muyol was one of those children. Do you remember the close-range spear technique I taught you yesterday? Yes. Didn't your body feel much more comfortable after doing it? Yes. It's the same thing. Just trust me and eat for now. Wine. Hesitating under Mujin's persuasion, Muyol started to reluctantly eat the beans and mushrooms passed to him with a sullen face. That brat. He'll probably want to bow in gratitude later on. Watching his charming nephew, Mujin also began to reluctantly chew and swallow the copious amount of beans and mushrooms in his bowl. The harsh training methods of Shaolin, which he had rejected, were too cruel for a child. In modern times, it would be highlighted in the news for child abuse. Mujin, who wanted to guide the training himself, but hadn't yet received recognition, at least wanted to take care of stretching and eating. And why doesn't he take care of the other novice monks? Why should I care for those brats when they lack manners? Among the dozens of novice monks that could be seen as his motivation, the only one who did not scoff at Mujin was Muyol. Goodness for goodness. Greater malice for malice. That was the motto of Mujin, who had been through all sorts of trials. Asterisk. In the early morning training, I beat the muscles, and in a morning training session, I practiced the revolving fist technique, contemplating counter techniques. During my evening free time, I physically trained the counter techniques myself. During mealtime, I forced down beans and mushrooms like rice to recover my body, and whenever there was spare time, I would stretch. Thus, the time known as 7 days and 7 nights flew by like an arrow. And finally, today, the day of the sparring match with Mugung has dawned. It's been completely shattered, hasn't it? Mugung and Mujin, come forward. It was the morning of the sparring day. With a resonant voice that indicated no need for further discussion, Haijong called out. Haijong glanced at Mujin with a complex expression. For the past week, Mujin had been practicing on his own each dawn, but during the morning martial arts training session, he always practiced the revolving fist technique with utmost effort. After observing this behavior for 7 consecutive nights, even Haijong started to feel somewhat perplexed. At least, it doesn't seem like he is making excuses to avoid training. The young lad seemed to have his own unique method of training. But even so, it was not something that could be completely forgiven. Even if he had his own training method, how could he dare compare it to that of the 1,000-year Shaolin? I hope that through this opportunity, you will come to recognize that Shaolin's methods are superior to any training methods you know. As a martial artist of the Buddhist sect, it was also his role to correct the misguided path of a young disciple. Having concluded his thoughts, Haijong then turned to look at Mugung. With Mugung, correcting the child's erroneous thoughts should be more than achievable. He was the one who had shown the most remarkable progress among the 70 or so newcomers. Despite being just basic martial arts, the young child had an exceptional understanding of the complex revolving fist technique. Every day, he participated diligently in training and took the initiative to practice whenever he had the time. Added to that, his natural physical strength was far superior to the other children, making him a truly promising talent for Shaolin. Feeling Haijong's expectant gaze, Mugung's heart was racing. Master Uncle Haijong is watching me. His dream was to become renowned in the martial world as a Shaolin disciple. At this moment, he intuitively felt that he was taking a step closer to that dream. I'm sorry for you, but I must step over you to rise. Seeing an opportunity to make a strong impression on Master Uncle Haijong, Mugung emitted a fighting aura and stared down Mujin. Yucha. Regardless of what Haijong and Mugung were thinking to themselves, Mujin was casually stretching his legs, alternating between them to loosen his muscles. Once he felt his muscles were sufficiently relaxed, Mujin asked Haijong in an easygoing tone, "Are we ready to start now?" Mugung's forehead vein bulged at the calm demeanor. He's just putting on a front. Even though that was what he was thinking, the still young Mugung was unwittingly becoming more tense. Begin. Was it due to his anger? Mugung's judgment was somewhat clouded, and as the ever-relaxed Mujin rushed in at the start of the sparring, Mugung's body moved before he had fully thought it through. The first form of the revolving fist technique, which he had been training relentlessly for the past 3 months, sprang out reflexively. As expected, and to Haijong's hope, the revolving fist technique performed by Mugung boasted a level of completion that was incomparable to his peers. His punch, which shot out in a straight line like a drawing, was incredibly swift and even produced a sound-breaking effect that was uncommon for his age. However, for Mujin, who had been observing and practicing the revolving fist technique for 7 nights and days and understood Mugung's movements, the attack was predictable to the point that he could dodge it without even looking. Right before Mugung's fist could make impact with his face, Mujin dodged at the last second by swiftly bending his upper body. Startled, Mugung tried to transition to a different form at the moment he saw his punch miss. But Mujin did not miss the split second when Mugung's balance was off. He used a shoulder to press down on Mugung's abdomen and simultaneously pulled at Mugung's legs with both arms. It was a perfect tackling move. The action that Muyol had been practicing by rubbing against trees was, in fact, practice for this tackle. Well, what's going on? As everyone who had expected Mugung to win the sparring match was left in shock by the sudden turn of events, Mujin carefully laid Mugung down, making sure the young boy's head did not hit the ground as he fell from the tackle. Then, with a lightning-fast move, he slipped to the side and simultaneously applied an armbar. The entire confrontation, from the start of the sparring to Mugung being subdued, took barely more than a second. With the battle decided in such a short span, some were left with dumbfounded expressions, unable to grasp what had happened, while others gaped in amazement. Get up and free yourself. A Shaolin disciple cannot even withstand that much. After the situation had concluded, some of the second-class disciples, who had regained their senses, threw out their unsolicited advice, though they knew it amounted to nothing. However, they understood in their minds. Even though they were unfamiliar with the technique of the armbar, as individuals who had practiced martial arts for at least a decade, they knew the position could cause immense pain to the arm. It was just that they found it difficult to accept the situation when the disciple they had faith in was defeated so easily, and their words were merely an expression of their struggle to come to terms with it. Grrrgh. And Mugung, who was caught in the technique, was in agony. A terrible pain shot through his arm, while the second-class disciples he wanted to impress kept shouting at him to free himself and stand up. Adding to this, the kid Mujin, who had overpowered his arm, was now saying, "Hey, if you resist, your arm might break. Why not just give up?" Creak. He pressed just enough on the arm, adding a subtle threat to his words. Mujin had no intention of actually breaking the arm of the child who was much younger than him. His words were merely meant to encourage the child to surrender before getting hurt. The only issue was the current predicament Mugung found himself in. "Oh, come on, get up. You haven't even trained properly. With your strength, Mugung, you should be able to break free." On one side, the second-class disciples that Mugung wanted to impress were yelling at him to stand up. Creak. Hey, if you apply more force, your arm will dislocate. You get the feeling? If you push any harder, you might end up crippled for life, kid. Just surrender already. On the other side was Mujin, still holding onto his arm and adding pressure with his words. Unable to withstand the pain and the tremendous pressure coming from both sides, Mugung finally, grrrgh sob, sniff, wah, burst into tears. This was the same kid who stood a head taller than other children and who tried to act like an adult. As Mugung, who had been notably larger than his peers, lay on the ground crying his heart out, a hush fell over the practice area. I let go. I'm sorry, okay? It was my fault." As Mugung began to cry, Mujin quickly released the armbar and soothed Mugung, gently massaging the arm that must have been under strain. "TCH, this is why you shouldn't make an adult fight with a child." Even though it was a fair sparring match, Mujin muttered to himself, feeling as though he had bullied a much younger child. Naturally, everyone's gaze turned toward Haijong, who had arranged this sparring match. Ahem. One of the second-class disciples, who had quickly regained composure, coughed awkwardly, and everyone else turned away their gaze. Grrrgh sob. It's so unfair. Then, amidst his crying, Mugung shouted out with a voice filled with sorrow. "Unfair? You just rushed in at the start, and you didn't use the revolving fist technique. You used some strange technique to attack. It's unfair. If we fought properly, I could win." Mugung, who had been trying to act mature, started wailing like a child once he began crying. "Oh dear, that's right. I'm sorry. Our Mugung Hua is exceptionally good at the revolving fist technique, isn't he? It's Mugung, not Mugung Hua. Oh dear, my mistake." As Mujin was consoling the whimpering Mugung lying on the ground. It seems there is some merit to what Mugung is saying. One of the second-class disciples stepped forward, having observed the situation. If it is a sparring match between Shaolin disciples, it is natural to use Shaolin martial arts. You have broken that rule. The second-class disciple spoke triumphantly, as if he had caught Mujin in a fault, but Mujin merely snorted in response. "Didn't you say just a few days ago? The focus of Shaolin martial arts is to subdue the opponent." "That's correct. I have clearly subdued Mugung. More cleanly than if I had used the revolving fist technique." "What? If I had used the revolving fist technique, we would have continued to exchange blows, which could have led to more serious injuries than now." "But how is it now? Although Mugung has burst into tears, isn't it true that he is not injured in the slightest?" While Mujin did threaten to break his arm, he did not actually do it. Moreover, he was careful even when tackling Mu Gung to the ground to avoid any mishap like hitting the head. In essence, he had managed to subdue Mu Gung without leaving any injury or harm to the body. But that's preposterous. How can you not use Shaolin martial arts in a Shaolin sparring match? The second-class disciples, who outwardly appeared much older, started to argue unreasonably against Mu Jin's logical rebuttal. Watching this unfold, Haizhong quickly realized that the atmosphere was turning sour and stepped forward. Mu Jin, yes, Master Uncle Haizhong. Are you saying that you deliberately used that technique to subdue Mu Gung without injuring him? That's correct. Then, the technique you used could be seen as somewhat aligning with the spirit of our Shaolin. After all, the essence is to subdue without harm. Therefore, today's sparring victory rightfully belongs to you, Mu Jin. The second-class disciples looked at Haizhong in surprise at his unexpected support for Mu Jin. Even Mu Jin, who had thought of Haizhong as rather old-fashioned, was visibly stunned. However, Haizhong had more to say. However, there is one important issue that has been overlooked. The technique you used could indeed be more efficient than the revolving fist technique in subduing an opponent. But that is only when the opponent is a mere street thug. The reason why we at Shaolin learn martial arts is to subdue vile demons and wicked bandits who have mastered martial arts for evil. Haizhong had interrupted the second-class disciples' objections and validated Mu Jin's victory for a reason. It was because of the subtle current that had begun to flow among the novice disciples who had witnessed the sparring. The revolving fist technique, which they had struggled to learn over the past few months, had been so easily countered. To make matters worse, the second-class disciples, who had been teaching them this martial art and tormenting them for months, were now resorting to petty arguments. It was natural for the novice disciples to start wondering, why am I enduring such hardship to learn this when it seems so ineffective? While the second-class disciples, inexperienced in societal interactions due to their focus on training, failed to read the mood, Haizhong, a first-class disciple with considerable experience in the martial world, had picked up on the sentiment. If left unaddressed, all these disciples might leave Shaolin. It would be fortunate if they merely left, but if the departing disciples spread word of this incident, it would bring unparalleled disgrace to Shaolin. Therefore, Haizhong decided to acknowledge Mu Jin's victory as a way to shift the atmosphere, and then. So, this time I will personally demonstrate the essence of our Shaolin martial arts. The power of martial arts meant to oppose the vile demons who misuse their skills. Haizhong intended to show the disappointed novice disciples what Shaolin martial arts truly were, aiming to transform their disappointment into anticipation. Bring me a rock. At Haizhong's command, two of the quicker-witted second-class disciples understood his intent and rushed out. A short while later, the two second-class disciples returned, carrying a rock that was much larger than an average person. Ooh. Approaching the rock, Haizhong steadied his deep breath and assumed the starting stance of the revolving fist technique. Watch carefully. This is the true power of the revolving fist technique that you have all been learning. His powerful internal energy, which had been coiled in his dantian, spread through the 100 meridians of his limbs, and the moment the prepared Haizhong threw his punch. Boom! The massive rock was shattered into countless pieces. Wow! Thanks to Mu Jin's earlier performance, the young novice monks who had momentarily doubted Shaolin's martial arts now burst out with exclamations of awe without exception. Mixed into their exclamations was the anticipation that if they could endure their current hardships a little longer, they too could obtain such divine power. Haizhong, looking pleased at this scene, turned his gaze towards Mu Jin, the one who had initiated this event. Oh, and Mu Jin too let out an exclamation of admiration while looking at the shattered rock. Yes, this is martial arts. Before him was a scene he had imagined while reading martial arts novels in his youth, or martial arts as described in those novels. With a single sweep of a blade, a mountain would be cleaved. With one swing of a sword, hundreds of enemies would be utterly destroyed. With one punch thrown, the bodies of foes would explode. While expressing his admiration like the other children, Mujin suddenly made a curious face, then pointed at the shattered rock and looked towards Haijong. Didn't you say the technique was for subduing? That's what I said, yes. It's been shattered to pieces, hasn't it? A peculiar silence once again descended upon the practice ground. Biab Gang 1. In the morning hours, when the novice monks were deeply immersed in their sutra studies. Master Uncle Haijong, how did the sparring between Mu Jin and Mu Gung go? Hyun Sung, the leader of the Arhut party responsible for the education of disciples and Master Uncle Haijong's teacher, queried in a low tone. Choi Kang-hyuk, who had become possessed by Mu Jin, had caused his first incident 7 days and nights ago. By this time, Hyun Sung had already received reports about Mu Jin from Master Uncle Haijong, or Bandonju Hyunmun. Upon receiving Hyun Sung's question, Master Uncle Haijong, while internally chanting prayers to maintain calm, recounted the events of that dawn. So you're saying, this boy named Mu Jin subdued Mu Gung in just a single exchange? Yes, Master. Huh. It seems he was not just a mad child, after all. In my view as well. Though the boy acts willfully during morning training, when it comes to practicing the revolving fist technique, he trains harder than anyone else. It's just, you're worried that his training in the revolving fist technique might have been to figure out how to counter it. Aren't you? Yes, Master. Hyun Sung appeared to ponder for a moment before shaking his head. It's unlikely that's the case. Logically, if he were a spy from an evil sect or the demon cult, he wouldn't draw attention to himself with such conspicuous actions. Could it not be a deliberate ploy to attract our attention? What if it is? The revolving fist technique is merely a beginner's martial art. It wouldn't be worth it for the demon cult to research a counter for a beginner's technique. Unless it were one of the Shaolin's 72 secret arts, that might be a different story. Frankly, anyone with a considerable level of martial arts mastery could devise dozens of ways to counter a simple martial art like the revolving fist technique just by watching it once. There's no need to worry. That child hasn't even officially become a third-class disciple yet. By observing him over time, we'll determine whether he truly is a spy or just a slightly unusual child. Yes, Master. Master Uncle Haijong's concerns were appeased by Hyun Sung, who paused to stroke his beard. A curious tone of interest flowed from his mouth. If we assume that child is not a spy for the evil sect, perhaps he might be from some martial family. I also thought that might be the case. It doesn't seem likely that a young child would come up with such bizarre training methods on their own, so perhaps they are techniques practiced by his household. Bandongju Hyunmun had reported about strange items like protein supplements, which, they speculated, could perhaps be special foods consumed during training in that family. The greatest person to a child is their father. It seems that the child wanted to prove that his father's training methods were superior to those of our 1,000-year Shaolin. After stating his hypothesis, Hyun Sung added with regret, "It's truly a shame. If the child could defeat Mu Gung with such foolish training methods, then his talent might be beyond imagination. It's a pity that such a child is wasting time on ineffective training methods. TSK. It's truly regrettable, Master. It would have been an utterly shocking misconception and nonsense to Mu Jin, especially since he has even defeated Mu Gung now. He must have gained confidence in his useless training methods. What should we do about this? How about we force the child to practice Shaolin's training methods and let him experience their effectiveness for himself?" Considering Haijong's suggestion for a moment, Hyun Sung shook his head. "That is not advisable. Taking into account the stories from both you and novice monk Hyunmun, it seems the child has a resolute character. He would break before bending, so we cannot force him. He must come to realize it on his own." Despite the pressure of many peers and even second-class disciples who had reached far greater heights, including Haijong, the child had confidently expressed his own beliefs. It wasn't difficult for Hyun Sung, an elder of Shaolin, to deduce that a child with such courage would not easily be swayed by force. Thinking about it this way, it's even more regrettable. The child had extraordinary martial talent and a steadfast character that upheld his beliefs in any situation. If properly nurtured, Hyun Sung was convinced that he could become a pillar of Shaolin. Continue to observe the child. not only to verify that he's not a spy from the evil sect, but also to look for an opportunity to prove that Shaolin's training methods are superior to his. We must somehow start him on Shaolin's training methods. We cannot let him waste any more time on such useless training. Do you understand? Yes, master. Mu Jin, if he had heard, would have grabbed the back of his neck at the conversation they were having. It was about how to entice Mu Jin. Then, as Hyun-sung was deep in thought, he suddenly spoke as if a good idea had come to him. How about entrusting the matter to Biob Gang? Is Biob Gang not currently with the jurisdiction department? Surely you don't intend to send Mu Jin to the jurisdiction department. Do not worry. Biob Gang is scheduled to move to the Arhut faction tomorrow. With Hyun-sung's explanation, Haijong looked at his master with a face full of admiration. As the master says, Biob Gang should indeed be able to lead Mu Jin onto a good path. Both disciples thought of Biob Gang, a smile of satisfaction forming on their lips. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That evening, after finishing their daily duties at Shaolin, the second-class disciples were moving in groups. Sigh, it's not law-crazed, it's Biob Gang, brother. At that moment, one of the second-class disciples, who was heading towards the dormitories, murmured in surprise, causing the others headed in the same direction to change course without any discussion. Phew, it's unusual for Biob Gang, brother, who usually trains late into the night at the training grounds, to be over there. Did the junior run away without even looking properly? He was in the middle of horse stance training. Why would he leave a perfectly good training ground and go there instead? It's obvious, isn't it? It means don't go back to your quarters, but to the training grounds to practice. Ugh, he's really harsh. So harsh. One second-class disciple shook his head, and another let out a laugh. Biob Gang, brother, has been harsh for more than just a day or two. What's new for a disciple who's not even a beginner? Indeed, he's rightly not called law-crazed for nothing. TSK. I think Law Dog suits him better than law-crazed. One second-class disciple who had recently been harshly treated by Biob Gang grumbled. He really joined the right place. The jurisdiction department's Law Dog. Ha! TSK, TSK. You're late with the news, Junior. I heard that, as of tomorrow, Biob Gang, brother, will be moving to the Arhut faction. The average age of the current Shaolin second-class disciples was in their mid to late 20s. Though they were adults capable of holding their own, this age was still considered young in the martial sects. Therefore, during their time as second-class disciples, they would rotate through various factions and departments periodically to gain experience, before finally settling in one place. In other words, it was not unusual for a second-class disciple to move to another faction or department, except when that individual was Biob Gang. Wasn't it decided that Biob Gang, brother, would be in the jurisdiction department? Since his third-class disciple days, he was expected to be the next head of the jurisdiction department. Biob Gang was highly regarded among the second-class disciples, and since his days as a third-class disciple, he had been notorious for toughening up the juniors and straightening out Shaolin's discipline. Everyone felt it strange why Biob Gang would move from the jurisdiction department to the Arhut faction, but they all nodded understandingly after hearing the senior brother's explanation. In order to uphold the laws of Shaolin, he proposed to the head of the jurisdiction department to experience all factions and departments according to the rules before returning to the jurisdiction department. As expected of Biob Gang, brother, a man who lives by the law and dies by the law. Well, that's why he's frightening, but also admirable. After relaying the news of Biob Gang's transfer to the Arhut faction, the second-class disciple spoke with a serious expression, and the others, despite initially speaking ill of Biob Gang, ended up nodding in agreement. They all feared and avoided him since they had been troubled by him since their third-class disciple days. He was indeed a remarkable person in more ways than one. And just by revealing himself, the man who sent all the priests to the training ground with a single appearance, Biob Gang was currently drenched in sweat as if it was raining, repeatedly training. This was not only because he was training without using any internal energy, but also because of the immense pain. It wasn't just normal sweat, but cold sweat flowing. The guardian of the law, Biob Gang, who became an object of fear among numerous priests. Ever since he took on the role of the guardian of the law, he always tried to lead by example before the priests. It was because he thought it was not right to reprimand others for something he himself did not adhere to. Such was Biob Gang. Naturally, he had invested more than twice the time in basic training compared to other priests. Whether it snowed or rained, every day from evening till dawn after the day's work was done, repeatedly. Thus, without taking a single day of rest, his knees that had been continuously tempered were now completely broken. Without using internal energy, even just walking would make him feel pain. But he did not care. Basic training was training, but at the same time, it was asceticism. He thought it was too natural for pain to accompany it. Sigh. And having endured that terrible pain for more than half an hour, he stretched his creaking knees and took a deep breath. Was it Mujin, the problematic and promising child of the Arhut faction, as he heard from Master Uncle Hyunsung, a child with exceptional talent, but refusing the training of Shaolin? I will definitely teach that child what the spirit of Shaolin is. With a firm vow to himself, he started the horse stance again, bending his knees, considering the terrible screams of his knees merely as part of asceticism. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The following dawn, Mujin, who woke up early for morning training as usual, loosened up his body with the close-range spear technique alongside Muyul before heading to the training ground. And with the sound of the morning bell, Master Uncle Haijong and the second-class disciples began to appear one by one at the training ground. Mujin noticed that a few of the second-class disciples showing up at the training ground had changed. And among them, there was one man in particular who caught Mujin's eye. Is he just a perfect soldier? In modern times, anyone would have asked if the man with such a military demeanor was a soldier. And strangely enough, Mujin wasn't the only one who felt puzzled by the military-like second-class disciple. But Brother Biob Gang? The second-class disciples, who had suffered terribly during their third-class period, called out his Dharma name with shocked expressions upon the sudden appearance of Biob Gang. Why? What brings you here, brother? From today, I have transferred to the Arhut faction, and I will be together with you all. I ask for your good cooperation. Why was it? Although Biob Gang greeted them with a blunt tone, the disciples all looked as if they had received a death sentence upon hearing his answer. Ho-ho! And Mujin, who had been watching the scene from beginning to end, was able to quickly grasp the situation. The new arrival is the discipline leader for the second-class disciples. As the saying goes, it takes one to know one. And Mujin, who had spent 7 years in the military, immediately realized the role Biob Gang was playing among the second-class disciples. Begin the morning training. Whether Mujin was contemplating this internally or not, Master Uncle Haijong announced the start of training with a resounding roar. Well, it's none of my business. Whether a discipline leader had come or not, Mujin had one thing to do. He had to train his body to see the end of this novel. Having turned his attention away from Biob Gang, Mujin focused on his breathing and concentrated on his exercise. As days passed, and today's training had come full circle, it was time to train the lower body muscles again. Like the other novice monks, he began squats by bending his knees, then straightened them on his own. Sup? Who? While Mujin was focused on his own exercise routine. Before long, Biob Gang approached Mujin's side and began to examine his posture. Biob Gang thought to himself, to scold someone, one needs to understand exactly what they are doing. Knowing oneself and the enemy means you will not be endangered in 100 battles, and understanding the opponent's actions allows for more accurate and logical chastisement. Is this how it's done? To personally experience how futile the training method was, Biob Gang willingly began to imitate Mujin's posture. Sup? Who? He even briefly mimicked the breathing technique for accurate understanding. It's indeed futile as I thought. After repeating the squats a few times, Biob Gang soon stood up because he felt a sharp pain in his knees, no different from standing in a horse stance. Ultimately, as he was about to speak, having concluded that it was a trick to avoid the arduous Shaolin training. You shouldn't do it that way. Instead, Mujin, with a stern expression, pointed out Biob Gang's posture. Biob Gang, too. From Mujin's perspective, it was an unavoidable situation. With a scrape of joints every time he bent and straightened his knee beside him, saying, "My knee's busted," how could he, as a trainer, just overlook it? Moreover, if I could get the squad leader on my side, wouldn't that be a huge gain? The thought of an easier training session, if he could entice the real power among the second-class disciples, crossed his mind. He started as a novice trainer at a local gym and rose to the position of owner of 5 stores. He had a knack for leading someone into the world of personal training. Looking at it now, your knee seems to be in bad shape, and exercising like this when your knee hurts is self-harm. Self-harm. Please straighten your leg. With a look of pity, Mujin began to massage Biob Gang's knee area gently. TSKS. As expected, Shaolin's training is flawed. The massage revealed how badly damaged the knee was. This squad leader in front of him was evidence of what becomes of someone after 15, 20 years of Shaolin training methods. And surprise registered on Biob Gang's face as he received Mujin's massage. At first, he felt pain as if he was being attacked, but after the pain subsided, a strange sense of refreshment enveloped his knee. When your knee is in poor condition, you should exercise like this. After loosening the knee moderately, Mujin began to demonstrate, as if conducting a personal training session for Biob Gang members with a military-like appearance. Contrary to their tough exterior, were very susceptible to kind people. Mujin meticulously explained each posture, guiding Biob Gang into the world of personal training. Like this, you only need to bend your knees halfway, as if you were about to sit on a chair, before they fully bend. During the descent, don't put any strength into your knees. Rather, concentrate the force in your thighs and buttocks, slowly going down. The same applies when coming up. Use the strength of your thighs and buttocks. Mujin showed the so-called chair squat stance, and then reached out his hand. Now, let's start. I'll hold your hand, just go down as if you're sitting on a chair, and then come back up. Confused by the sudden turn of events, Biob Gang found himself unwittingly adopting the posture Mujin had instructed. For some reason he could not fathom, the child standing before him exuded the presence of an expert who had reached a high level of mastery. Yes, stop right there. Don't put strength in your knees. You'll hurt them. I'm holding you, so don't worry and just focus on powering through your thighs and hips. And be mindful of your breathing. As if under a spell, he bent and straightened his knees several times as Mujin directed. The pain is definitely less. Not only had his knee pain lessened, but as he followed Mujin's commands to put strength into his thighs and hips, he could clearly feel the stimulation. Let's take a short break, and then we'll repeat it 15 times. Your knees are in bad shape, so you mustn't overdo it. After 3 sets, or rather, the 3rd round, let's move on to the calves. Steady your breathing for a moment. Having felt the relief in his knees, Biob Gang began to mindlessly follow the exercises one by one as Mujin instructed. What the hell is he doing over there? Master Uncle Haijong, who is overseeing the training of the novice disciples, watched the scene with a face that read, "This is ridiculous." The second-class disciple, standing beside him, responded in a hesitant tone to what could have been a rhetorical question or a direct one from Master Uncle Haijong. Well, I suppose. The scene was so absurd that he inadvertently responded in a tone that was inappropriate for the law. A man obsessed with the law, the dog of the law, together called the Mad Dog. If Biob Gang had seen this scene, he would have surely issued a stern command. But isn't that Mad Dog right there doing just that? Mad Dog, and now has he truly gone mad? The second-class disciple, who had been relentlessly drilled by Biob Gang since his youth, was now seriously worried about his own head. Good. As expected of someone who has exercised before, you've quickly mastered the posture. Haha, isn't that a given? It has already been 18 years since I enrolled in Shaolin. Regardless, Mujin and Biob Gang were continuing their PT in a warm and friendly atmosphere. At Babuda, feeling a throbbing headache coming on, Master Uncle Haijong ultimately had no choice but to turn away from the two of them. Having promised to acknowledge Mujin's training, he could not complain about Biob Gang joining in. Whether it was a faction from the pugilistic world or a local martial arts clan, a second-class disciple of the prestigious Shaolin could not engage in such petty behavior. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After the dawn training, it was time for breakfast. As the novice disciples all headed to the banquet hall for their morning meal, Mu Jin was wrapping up his first PT session at Shaolin. Just like he had shown Mu Yul, he shared several movements of the close-range spear technique that were beneficial before and after lower body exercises. Please sit down and straighten your legs. As a finale, he massaged the clustered muscles around the knees to loosen them up. Biob Gang, who had been watching the entire process calmly, looked at Mu Jin with a strange expression. He might have followed along as if under a spell at first, but that didn't mean he had lost his wits the entire time. Having come this far, he decided to fully experience the effectiveness of the exercise methods Mu Jin was teaching before making a decision. And after an hour-long session of PT and close-range spear technique, including a massage, Biob Gang's judgment was as follows. These are excellent techniques. He couldn't deny the effectiveness of the exercise methods, and the subsequent techniques of close-range spear technique and acupressure were also outstanding. The knee pain that used to throb every time after training was almost non-existent today. On the contrary, the muscles in his thighs and calves were definitely feeling tightened. The reason he was called a mad dog was simply because he had drilled too harshly and too often when something was wrong, not because he made up non-existent faults or forced issues. Is this the technique passed down in your family? Taken aback by Biob Gang's sudden question, Mu Jin concealed his "what nonsense is this?" inner thoughts and responded. Unaware of Mu Jin's internal reaction, Biob Gang shared some of the stories he had heard from Hyunsung the previous evening. He relayed their assumption that Mu Jin was adhering to his family's training methods. Oh, so they were all under that misconception. It was natural for Mu Jin to have an idea spring to mind upon hearing Biob Gang's story. He had been worried about how to package the knowledge he possessed, but this seemed to be the perfect solution. In the world within martial arts novels, there are countless clans and martial families. Even Shaolin couldn't possibly know all the clans and martial families located throughout the Central Plains. Good. It was indeed a wise decision to help. As the effects of winning the disciplinary monitor over to his side became apparent, a satisfied smile naturally appeared on Mu Jin's lips. Yes, these are techniques I've learned from my family. Haha, indeed, they are excellent skills. Pleased with Mu Jin's response, Biob Gang soon put on a stern expression and added, "One thing, though, my praise is for the therapy aspect. No matter what, the training for martial arts is best left to our 1,000-year Shaolin. I understand your intentions, but still, I would like you to follow Shaolin's training methods at least once." Mu Jin gave a non-committal response. "I'll keep it in mind," as he did not wish to seem obstinate. "Mu Jin, are you done?" As Mu Jin finished his conversation with Biob Gang, Mu Yul, who had been waiting impatiently beside him, asked with an expression akin to a puppy that needed to go out. "Yeah, let's go eat." "Okay." No sooner had Mu Jin mentioned going to eat than Mu Yul's face lit up with joy. He must have been quite hungry from the wait. "Why didn't you go eat if you were hungry?" Hee. I wanted to wait for you." At Mu Jin's light teasing, Mu Yul just smiled brightly without a care in the world. Mu Jin chuckled at his innocence and led Mu Yul towards the banquet hall. During this brief exchange, Biob Gang watched them with a content smile. Ahem. Suddenly, Master Uncle Haijong approached Biob Gang and cleared his throat loudly. Master Uncle Haijong, I have made a fool of myself." Ho, did you do it knowingly?" Master Uncle Haijong couldn't help but laugh with disbelief, while Biob Gang remained unashamed. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. I thought it best to experience it firsthand. And how was that experience? Swallowing the retort, "You talk a good game," Master Uncle Haijong asked with curiosity. "From what I've observed, the boy named Mu Jin doesn't seem to hail from a martial family, but rather from a family of healers." "A family of healers? What makes you think so?" Prompted by Master Uncle Haijong's question, Biob Gang looked around cautiously before answering in a hushed tone. The truth is, my knees have been in poor condition due to overexertion and training. Oh, this is troubling. Master Uncle Haijong showed genuine concern, having been unaware of the situation. Why have you hidden this from us? I did not want to worry the elders of the sect, nor could I show weakness in front of my disciples. He felt he had to set a strong example for his disciples and could not afford to show any frailty. But, astonishingly, none of my disciples, who have been with me for decades, noticed the condition of my knees. On the other hand, Mujin identified the problem immediately. Could it be? Yes. The movements that I was practicing with Mujin earlier, they were all exercises he suggested that wouldn't strain my knees. Now that I hear it, it does make me wonder if he truly might come from a family of healers. Yes, and when I casually asked Mujin, he told me that all the exercises and techniques he shared with me today were learned from his family home. Thus, through Biob Gang's mouth, Mujin's lies were conveyed to Haijong as if they were the truth. Furthermore, the two of them began to fabricate Mujin's non-existent past on their own. Then perhaps his family home might be a medical household that deals with martial artists. Yes, it must be a family that realized how to enhance muscles during the process of healing the injuries of martial artists. And this child, having seen too many injured martial artists since a young age, must undoubtedly be wary of our Shaolin training methods. You truly are a master, Uncle. Even I, who conversed with Mujin, could not read into it that deeply. How can this be? Such a talented child is hesitant about our Shaolin training due to such reasons. Do not worry, Master Uncle. I will guide the child to the right path. Will you now? Yes. Young children often listen well to adults they are friendly with. Instead of forcing him, I will first become friends with the child and then gradually integrate him into the Shaolin training methods. Biob Gang, oblivious to the fact that he had been duped by Mujin into receiving PT, showed an unfounded confidence. Right. You speak the truth. We should not rush this and take it slowly. And Haijong believed it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As always, after sweeping clean the leftover beans and mushrooms in the banquet hall and fighting the battle of drowsiness during the morning Buddhist prayer time, Mujin was once again met by the morning martial arts training time. However, for some reason, today's atmosphere was peculiarly different. It's not because of Biob Gang, the discipline officer. If it were because of him, this atmosphere would have been present since dawn. Wondering what the difference was, Mujin tilted his head in curiosity when Haijong's resonant voice, filled with internal power, spread from the upper stage of the training field. Now that you all seem to have perfected the form of the revolving fist technique, we will move on to the next training starting today. So that was it. They were finally moving on to the next stage. Martial arts truly come into their own when internal and external energies harmonize. Starting today, we will begin preparations to learn that internal energy. As Haijong explained, the two second-class disciples, who were positioned to his left and right, seated themselves in the lotus position right there in the training field. You two follow Biop Jiang and Beep Gong and sit in the lotus position. Hearing Haijong's voice, Mujin mimicked the two disciples and seated himself in the lotus position. Close your eyes and focus on your breath. Breathe in slowly through your nose, as deeply as possible. The breath you inhale should pass through your nose and throat and reach the danjian located at the center of your body. Focusing on Haijong's voice and taking several deep breaths in and out, a question popped into Mujin's mind. Internal energy, 1. The question he had was simple. What about internal energy cultivation methods, like the ones in martial arts novels? Are they not going to teach us those? It was a question about the cultivation methods often seen in martial arts novels. You know, the ones that talk about the principles of the universe, the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams, and then suddenly the protagonist reaches a high level of internal energy. I guess there must be a reason for it. But since Mujin didn't know anything about internal energy cultivation, he just focused on following Master Uncle Haijong's instructions and concentrated on his breathing. This was the time to learn internal energy, the foundation of martial arts. What martial arts enthusiast wouldn't want to obtain internal energy? When you breathe out, imagine that all the evil energy inside your body is leaving through your mouth, and gather all the bad energy inside your body and exhale deeply. Hugh, Mujin, who didn't know anything about internal energy, simply followed Master Uncle Haijong's instructions and practiced the internal energy cultivation method of the Shaolin Temple. Meanwhile, the second-class disciples who were watching the training corrected the novice monks who were not concentrating or had the wrong posture. After about half an hour had passed, everyone, open your eyes. When the novice monks seemed to have gotten used to the breathing and sitting posture, Master Uncle Haijong stood them up. What you've learned is the breath control technique, the most basic breathing method to feel and store energy in your body. Mujin felt a sense of disappointment upon hearing Master Uncle Haijong's words, realizing that he had only learned a simple breathing method, not internal energy cultivation. But this was unavoidable. To operate internal energy, you must first feel the energy. So, from today on, you must practice the breath control technique every day to feel the energy. To learn internal energy cultivation, Mujin had to follow Master Uncle Haijong's words and feel the energy. Next, he had to make the felt energy flow through his blood vessels according to the meridians. From now on, the second-class disciples will give you a book that marks the human meridians. As soon as Master Uncle Haijong finished speaking, the second-class disciples handed out thin books with the meridians marked to the novice monks. You don't need to memorize all the meridians, but you must memorize the important ones. There are meridians you must pass through when operating internal energy, and many meridians that are good to know when suppressing an opponent. Master Uncle Haijong pointed to the second-class disciple's body, naming each meridian one by one. Oh, meridians. Mujin, who had seen meridians often in martial arts novels, anxiously checked Master Uncle Haijong's teachings and the contents of the book, trying to memorize them quickly. After another half hour had passed, Master Uncle Haijong's serious voice flowed out, finishing the meridian education. Now that you've learned the meridians and can feel energy through the breath control technique, you'll learn our Shaolin Temple's introductory internal energy method, the Balsam Gong. Do you understand? Yes, Mujin replied with all his might, his heart pounding with excitement. I'll memorize everything today. He felt like his body was burning with the desire to learn internal energy cultivation right away. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That evening, after finishing his day, Mujin cheerfully made his way to his quarters. His heart was pounding with excitement at the thought of memorizing all the acupressure points during the evening free time and even practicing the supplementary breath control technique. But his cheerful mood plummeted in an instant due to the sight of Master Uncle Biab-gang practicing alone in the Arhut faction training hall. Master Uncle Biab-gang, what are you doing right now? Haha. Thanks to the exercise method that Mujin taught me today, my knees hurt less, so I was trying to train a bit more. As Biab-gang replied with a bright voice, Mujin could not hold back and sighed deeply. The purpose of the exercise was to make your knees hurt less, not for you to overdo it. The training from Dawn was already enough. Here he was, a trainer, and his charge was harming himself with unsanctioned exercises. It would be different if you were training a muscle-building athlete preparing for a competition. But in reality, the person in question was a patient. Iron becomes stronger the more it's forged, and the same is true for the human body. Look at these muscles, the muscles I've trained in Shaolin for 18 years. Biab-gang proudly rolled up his sleeve to show off his biceps, which to Mujin, of course, seemed incredibly inadequate. Muscles grown not through proper exercise, but through what was closer to self-harm, were nothing compared to the muscles that Choi Kang-hyuk used to have. They were merely skin and flesh. Iron must be forged moderately to become stronger. If it's overdone, it breaks. The same applies to the human body, Master Uncle. With a sigh, Mujin forcibly stopped Biab-gang's training and began acupressure on his knees. Having entered Shaolin 18 years ago, this was the first time Biab-gang had been forced to stop training because it was important to rest, and he looked awkwardly at Mujin. This may hurt a bit. Mujin started more serious acupressure than the dawn to relieve the overstrained knees and muscles around them. True to his reputation as the incarnation of patience, Master Uncle Biob Gang bore the immense pain transmitting through his knee without changing his expression, enduring the agony. You can say it hurts if it does. But who is Mujin? Even through the fingertips performing the acupressure, he could keenly feel the extent of damage to Biob Gang's knee and the surrounding muscles. Naturally, he had a clear understanding of the level of pain that would come from there. Sigh. Who exercises to the point of breaking themselves? If you ruin your body, you're the one who suffers. No one else will take responsibility for you. So please take care of your own body, Master Uncle Biob Gang. Mujin offered his heartfelt advice to Biob Gang. As he was treating his knee, Mujin couldn't help but be reminded of his days serving in the Special Forces. The last years in the Special Forces when, despite being injured, he stubbornly pursued training until his body was completely destroyed. Despite all that hardship, he ended up failing to serve a longer term and was forcefully discharged. Perhaps it was because Biob Gang's appearance and personality were too reminiscent of a soldier. Watching him ruining his body with excessive training reminded Mujin painfully of his own past. After silently observing Mujin's face filled with genuine concern, Biob Gang spoke with a tone of certainty after a moment. Mujin, I do not know what you went through while you were in the secular world, but there's one thing I would like you to believe. Shaolin does not abandon its disciples just because their bodies are a bit broken. No, Shaolin is a place that never abandons its disciples, no matter what happens. For a moment, silently peering into the eyes of the young man who reminded him of his own youth, Mujin replied with an uncharacteristic smile for a child. Well, if that's the case, then it must be so. Whether Biob Gang's words were right or wrong, only time and circumstance would tell. Mujin decided it was unnecessary to argue over such a topic. Misinterpreting Mujin's smile as agreement, Biob Gang laughed heartily and began to ramble. Wahaha, that's why from tomorrow, you should trust me and our Shaolin's training methods. Ugh. Caught off guard by Mujin's sudden and intense massage, Biob Gang couldn't help but groan out loud. It was the first groan he had let out in the 18 years since he joined Shaolin. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After completing the close-range spear technique and acupressure spanning about 2 hours, Mujin dusted off his hands and stood up. You did well to endure. Master Uncle. This is nothing to me. Biob Gang, dripping with cold sweat, continued to bluster, even though he was clearly embarrassed by his own words. He hastily changed the subject. Ahem. Sorry for taking up your time. It seemed like you were in a hurry. Where were you headed? I was thinking of going back to my quarters to practice the breath control technique I learned this morning. Breath control technique? Yes. In order to master the Buddha mind technique, one must first feel the qi. At Mujin's response, Biob Gang cocked his head, puzzled. Didn't you already feel qi through your family's internal energy cultivation technique? If Mujin had been an ordinary child, it would be one thing, but coming from a medical family that dealt with martial artists, it was likely he had learned his family's internal energy technique. Faced with Biob Gang's question, Mujin managed his expression and laid out a lie. Due to family circumstances, I have not yet learned it. Is that so? Yes. Believing that Mujin had no reason to lie to him, Biob Gang pondered for a moment on how to help him. The simplest method would be to transmit qi directly through direct body transmission. If qi was flowing through one's body due to someone else's doing, anyone with even a slightly developed sense of qi should be able to feel it easily. The only issue was, that would be a violation of our Shaolin's rules. Why else would they have only taught the breath control technique in the morning training and not performed the direct body transmission? Feeling qi was also a kind of trial, a trial to select the true disciples. Without assistance from others, only those who could feel qi through the breath control technique alone were eligible to be chosen as true disciples. True to his dedication to the rules, Biob Gang could not defy such regulations. Instead, he came up with an alternative idea. In that case, How about you try practicing the breath control technique here instead of at your quarters? Here, you mean? I was about to perform chi circulation myself. Who knows? If I'm circulating chi next to you, it might be easier for you to sense it. While it wasn't a direct infusion of chi into the body, the flow of chi created artificially by someone else was much easier to detect than natural chi flows. Mujin quickly grasped Biob Gang's intention and willingly sat cross-legged on the floor of the training hall. I'm ready, Master Uncle. Aha! Then I must begin my chi circulation. Focus your mind. Biob Gang also sat down in a cross-legged position and began to recall the intricacies of the internal energy technique as he inhaled the chi from the air through his nose. Following the Shaolin internal energy technique, the chi circulated through his body. Some of the chi transformed into the majestic energy characteristic of the Buddha's work through the technique, while the rest was exhaled with his breath back into the atmosphere. However, Mujin, who had yet to feel chi, simply closed his eyes and focused on the basic breathing of the breath control technique. As his body began to mechanically repeat the breathing pattern, Mujin started to concentrate his mind elsewhere. Master Uncle Biob Gang is currently circulating chi. There should be chi flowing around him. I have to feel that chi. Naturally, it was not an easy task, especially since he didn't even know what chi felt like in the first place. With that realization, he thought deeply. I must feel the difference. There has to be something unique around Master Uncle Biob Gang's mouth and nose that I can sense. Instead of aimlessly trying to sense it, Mujin sought to discover the difference by comparing it to other areas. As Mujin concentrated on Biob Gang's breathing for a while, from a certain moment, the majestic Buddhist internal energy began to flow out from around Biob Gang, deeply immersed in chi circulation. Is this it? Mujin, who was deeply focused, could easily feel that energy. Feeling that energy, he realized that his own breathing also contained such energy. Inhale as deeply as possible, drawing it to the Danjian at the center of the body. Recalling Master Uncle Haijong's words from the morning training, Mujin drew in the chi through his nose, visualizing the energy being stored in the Danjian, a vessel within him. As he exhaled the air deep from his lungs, he tried to retain the drawn-in chi. Of course, it wasn't going to go well right from start. The frustration of the chi, drawn in through the nose, escaping entirely through the mouth, was indescribable. However, Mujin was not the kind of man to give up over such a minor setback. He continued to practice the breath control technique, drawing in and exhaling chi. After much repetition, out of the chi he inhaled a minuscule fraction. If he drew in chi 100 times, he managed to retain about 0.0001 of it. It might have been less than a speck of dust, but a broad smile formed on Mujin's lips. Even if it's just 0.0000001%. If it contains truffle, it's considered a truffle-infused snack, right? Yes. Mujin reminisced about the truffle snacks he had eaten during his days of watching food vlogs on YouTube. Mujin, who had succeeded in storing energy in his body, albeit very minutely, began to put more effort into his breath control technique. As he continued to repeat his inhalation and exhalation, he began to gather a little more energy with each repetition, and the amount of energy he absorbed seemed to increase ever so slightly each time. If it started at the 5th decimal place, it seemed to have climbed up to the 4th decimal place before long. And before he knew it, Biob Gang, who had finished his chi conducting technique, was watching Mujin, who was deeply immersed in the state of Muaji Kyung. A Sijin had already passed since Mujin had started the breath control technique. Biob Gang, too, had circulated his internal energy for several cycles, and a considerable amount of time had passed. So he stood up. But to think that this young child was still maintaining his concentration and repeating the breath control technique. On top of that, as if that wasn't enough, he felt the energy in just one day. He noticed that the amount of energy coming in and out through the child's nose and mouth had a very slight difference. Biob Gang was looking at Mujin with a face that seemed about to fall over in surprise, which was unlike him. This was truly an astonishing rate of development. Even for Biob Gang, the embodiment of effort, it took about 10 days to feel energy through the breath control technique. Honestly, even if he performed the chi conducting technique by his side, he thought it would be impossible to feel it in just one day. This was made possible not only because of the perseverance and concentration unique to Choi Kang-hyuk, which resided in Mujin's body, but also because the child Mujin himself was endowed with exceptional talent. These two factors caused a synergistic effect, and with the slight help of Biob Gang, such a miracle had unfolded. Looking at the child brimming with talent, Biob Gang thought to himself, 3:47 p.m. Master Uncle Hyunsung and Master Uncle Haijong were right. This child is going to be the main pillar of our 1,000-year Shaolin. Among his peers, who were second-class disciples, he was considered the most genius, even more talented than the senior brother Biob Song. Of course, since Biob Song was from a martial family and had already felt energy before entering Shaolin, a direct comparison was a bit of a stretch. Watching the outstanding performance of such a talented junior, Biob Gang made a resolve in his heart. Wait just a little longer, Mujin. I will shatter that fear of yours and definitely make you start the training of Shaolin, was a vow that would have startled Mujin had he heard it. And perhaps feeling the ominous aura within that vow, Mujin, who had been deeply concentrating, finally took his last breath and opened his eyes. It must have been just at dusk when he started the breath control technique, but now the surroundings were completely engulfed in darkness. I apologize, Master Uncle. I did not realize it had gotten so late. It's all right. More importantly, head back to your quarters. It will soon be time for the evening bell. I was worried you might be too late, but fortunately, you've woken up just in time. Yes, thank you for your help, Master Uncle. Mujin, now somewhat accustomed to the unique one-handed Shaolin salute, lifted it towards Biob Gang. Now that you've felt the chi, from tomorrow, you can start learning the Buddha mind technique, the introductory internal energy technique of Shaolin. Chi is one thing, but don't I also need to memorize all the acupoints? Wouldn't you, the son of a doctor, know all the acupoints? Yes, I do. Just a little joke. Quite the playful jest. It's late, so you should head inside. Yes, Master Uncle. Fearing that his lie would be discovered, Mujin quickly turned and ran towards the quarters. I must memorize all the acupoints by tonight, no matter what. If he fails to memorize the acupoints by tomorrow and cannot learn the Buddha mind technique, all his lies would be exposed. Unintentionally, Mujin was in for a night of studying. Asterisk. The next day, Mujin, who had risen early from dawn, forcibly woke up Muyul, who was still dreaming, and they warmed up together. During the morning training session, he did abdominal exercises with Biob Gang, ensuring not to strain his knees. Those who have felt the chi and memorized the acupoints stepped forward. It was finally time to learn the Buddha mind technique during the morning training session. Having felt the chi and memorized all the major acupoints through forced overnight studying within just one day, Mujin confidently stepped forward, but, to his surprise, there were several other kids stepping forward besides Mujin. Is feeling the chi easier than I thought? Mujin thought to himself. This is the foundation and core of our Shaolin internal energy technique. This booklet contains the essentials of the Buddha mind technique, announced Master Uncle Haijong, addressing the children who had stepped forward. He meticulously explained the contents of the booklet to the children. As the Buddha mind technique was an introductory martial arts technique, its content was not complex. It simply involved the sequence of circulating the chi inhaled through breathing. Being a basic internal energy technique, the Buddha mind technique only contained the safest and most robust acupoints necessary for containing the energy of Buddha's way in the correct order. As one progresses to higher levels, the number and sequence of acupoints become more complex, and touching the wrong acupoints could be dangerous. Conversely, as the number and sequence of acupoints become more complex, the rate at which internal energy increases also doubles. But it was natural to start with the safest, the Buddha mind technique, in the beginning. 4:34 p.m. Now, return to your places and begin practicing the Buddha mind technique. If you have any questions or do not understand something, raise your hand at your place and I or the second-class disciples will come to assist you. Master Uncle Haijong concluded his explanation on the Buddha mind technique. After the explanation, Mu Jin and the other children returned to their places. Mu Yol, who had been practicing the breath control technique at his place, welcomed Mu Jin back. Wow, Mu Jin, how did you manage to do all that in just one day? Born into an ordinary family and having inadvertently caught the eye of a second-class disciple during his casual venture into the world of martial arts, Mu Yol had yet to experience the sensation of qi. Seeing his friend advance ahead without any hint of jealousy, but rather with an innocent curiosity, Mu Jin responded with a light laugh. You'll be able to do it soon, too. Keep quiet or we might get scolded, so focus on your breathing for now. Mu Jin, while glancing around at the locations of the second-class disciples, put his index finger to his lips, signaling Shu. Mu Yol, seemingly pleased with something, smiled broadly, closed his eyes, and concentrated on his breathing. Maybe I should focus too. After finishing his chat with Mu Yol, Mu Jin, just to be safe, reviewed the Buddha mind technique booklet once more to fully engrave the acupoints and their sequence in his mind. Then, sitting cross-legged as he did during the breath control technique, he took a deep breath through his nose. Using the method he practiced the previous night, he circulated the qi mixed within the air according to the essentials of the Buddha mind technique along the acupoints. Oh, this is much more efficient than just holding onto it randomly. During the process of circulating through the acupoints, more natural qi seemed to adapt to his body and stayed in his danjian than the day before. Of course, it was only a small increase from 4 decimal places to 3, but even that was a significant improvement compared to the breath control technique. Internal energy. Internal energy. Elated by the fact that he was finally gaining internal energy, the essence of martial arts novels, Mu Jin lost track of time and immersed himself in practicing the Buddha mind technique. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 5 days had passed since Mu Jin started learning the Buddha mind technique. 4:37 p.m. In that time, his internal energy, which was once as small as a speck of dust, had grown to the size of a grain of rice. Having thoroughly enjoyed increasing the size of his internal energy, Mu Jin was diligently practicing the Buddha mind technique during the evening free time in his quarters. Beside him, Mu Yol was also sitting cross-legged, repetitively practicing the breath control technique. Mu Jin, based on his own experience of feeling qi with the help of Biob Gang, made Mu Yol sit with him forcibly every time and practice the Buddha mind technique together. Mu Yol, who was forced to repeatedly practice the breath control technique by Mu Jin, soon opened his eyes after a moment had passed. Noticing that Mu Jin was completely immersed in the qi conducting technique, Mu Yol carefully got up. For the still young Mu Yol, repeating the breath control technique for more than a moment was very strenuous. In truth, he wanted to wake up Mu Jin, who was deeply absorbed in the Buddha mind technique, and play together, but he dared not because of a story he had heard somewhere. It was a story that said it was dangerous to disturb someone who was circulating their qi. With the disappointment of not being able to play with his friend, Mu Yol reluctantly moved quietly and stealthily opened the door of the quarters. Phew! Having successfully slipped out of the quarters, Mu Yol let out a sigh and began his evening stroll with a cheerful expression. As a beginner disciple, the areas he was allowed to wander during free time were limited. The training grounds of the Arhut faction and the vicinity where the quarters of the beginner disciples were located were among the few areas. Mu Yol wandered here and there around the quarters of the beginner disciples as if embarking on an adventure. During his exploration, he came across a child lying on the ground, seemingly asleep, in a secluded place behind the quarters. Mom said your mouth will get crooked if you sleep on the ground. Not able to leave the child with the risk of getting a crooked mouth, Mu Yol approached him. As Mu Yol got closer, he realized that the child was not sleeping but lying on the ground. Oof, oof. The child was not asleep but had collapsed on the ground, with his clothes covered in dust and groaning. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Mu Jin, who was deeply immersed in the Buddha mind technique, only realized that Mu Yul had disappeared after finishing his Qi conducting technique. Ah shoot. Frustrated that his nephew had skipped training and run off, Mu Jin kicked open the door of the quarters and stepped out. Where have you been? Right at the door, there stood Mu Yul, who had just been about to return to the quarters. And what's with that body? Dragging along what seemed to be a body. It's not a body. It's my senior brother. Did you do your senior brother in? Looking at the nearly dead face and the trail on the ground where the body had been dragged, it almost seemed like a scene from It Was You Who Did It. No, it's Mu Jiang's senior brother. He's the one who entered the sect before me. But why are you dragging that senior brother like that? He was too heavy to carry, so I had to drag him here for now. The senior brother needs to sit up a bit so I can carry him, but he collapsed completely. He was already collapsed like this. Yeah. So, why was the senior brother collapsed? I'm not really sure. After hearing Mu Yul's response, Mu Jin bent down to take a closer look at Mu Jiang, who looked like a corpse. These look like mud stains from when Mu Yul dragged him. And these are footprints. It didn't take long for Mu Jin to complete his deduction. No matter how I look at it, these are marks from being hit. Hit marks? Yes. And looking at the footprints and lifting his clothes a bit, there are quite a few bruises all over his body. Huh? Why would Mu Jiang's senior brother get beaten up like this? Mu Yul asked with a puzzled look, but Mu Jin had no way of knowing the reason either. No. To begin with, Mu Jin had little interest in his peers except for Mu Yul. This Mu Jiang was only getting some attention because Mu Yul had dragged him here. 4:44 p.m. HM? But now that I think about it, why does the name sound familiar? Why indeed? Despite being a peer from the recent joint training, the face was unfamiliar, but the name strangely resonated with him. Even after pondering for a moment, nothing specific came to Mu Jin's mind, so he quickly dismissed the concern. Instead, what caught his eye was Mu Yul's sympathetic gaze upon Mu Jiang, and Mu Jin, slightly shaking his head at the innocent look, spoke up. Why? Want to know the reason? Yeah, but didn't you say you don't know, Mu Jin? I might not know, but... Trailing off, Mu Jin lifted his hand and pointed somewhere with his finger. There's someone who probably knows. Following the direction Mu Jin was pointing, Mu Yul turned his head and saw Mu Gung, who was intensely practicing alone. Mu Gung's senior brother? Yeah. Mu Gung's senior brother knows why? Did Mu Gung's senior brother beat him? Mu Yul innocently suspected the innocent Mu Gung as the culprit. That crybaby having the courage to beat someone up would be a relief. You said before, didn't you, Mu Yul? That Mu Gung was one of the first to enter the sect among the kids here. Yeah. So, he should know the situation before we arrived here better than us. Wow, Mu Jin is really smart. For some reason, despite Mu Yul's pure praise, Mu Jin couldn't quite feel happy about it. He wondered if there was anyone who, by Mu Yul's standards, wasn't smart. Anyway, since that guy might know, go ask him. Okay. Mu Yul cheerfully responded and turned around, dashing off towards Mu Gung, who was training alone. Thud. As he did so, he carelessly dumped the body named Mu Jiang onto the ground. Confirming the kill, Mu Jin watched Mu Yul for a moment with an incredulous expression. Whatever Mu Yul said, Mu Gung, who was interrupted in his training, began scowling and glaring at Mu Jin. Sigh. Feeling that things were getting unnecessarily complicated, Mu Jin walked over to where Mu Yul and Mu Gung were. Why are you out here? 1. Why should I, in the midst of precious training time, be bothered mingling with you guys? Mu Gung, who seemed not to have gotten over the grudge from the last sparring session, scowled at Mu Jin and Mu Yul with a face that was uncharacteristically childish for his age. At that pettiness, Mu Jin also glared at Mu Gung with a fierce expression. Hey, aren't you a senior brother? A disciple is in that state, and your training is more important? Aren't you also a disciple? Mu Gung asked with an incredulous look, to which Mu Jin responded with an open sneer. Then, if you prefer being a senior brother who got beaten by a disciple, I'll call you that. Mu Gung's senior brother. With the sass that comes from experience, Mu Gung trembled with his fists shaking. That That was because I let my guard down. Oh yes, of course. Squeak. Unable to contain his anger, Mugung eventually charged at Mujin. Mugung thought he had lost last time because he was caught off guard, because it was a surprise attack. Naturally, this time he aimed to deliver his best strike from the start. However, Tisk. Of course, it didn't reach Mujin, even though it was a destructive punch that would have made a whooshing sound, to use Mu Yol's words. And Mujin, who easily dodged that punch, went straight into Mugung's embrace. Having been caught off guard last time, Mugung immediately lowered his stance to block the tackle. But Mujin, who had anticipated that, straightened up from his lowered stance, circled to Mugung's side, and used his own limbs to bind Mugung's. The tackle was a feint from the start. Mujin twisted Mugung's body, which was bound by limbs, into a bizarre angle. It was the twister, a technique from modern combat sports. Hyukuk. Mugung, who thought he couldn't burst into tears like last time, tried to endure, but the pain from the abnormally twisted joint was beyond imagination. Don't you understand why you're losing? Mujin, having subdued Mugung, whispered into his ear. Tell me why that guy ended up like that, and I'll tell you why you're losing. So let's just stop the sparring here, okay? Not want to make the kid cry again. Mujin spoke just that much, and then casually released the twister. Freed from the twister, Mugung glared at Mujin for a moment while catching his breath, but he didn't charge again, seeking revenge. He was genuinely curious about why he was losing, and he also considered himself a disciple of the prestigious Orthodox sect of Shaolin. All right, you seem to have calmed down a bit, so now will you tell me why that Mujiang ended up in such a state? In response to Mujin's question, Mugung, massaging his aching joints, answered bluntly. Why else? He got on the bad side of the secular disciples. Got on the bad side of the secular disciples? Yeah, that's secular, as in the secular disciples you're talking about. Yeah, that's secular. Upon Mugung's answer, Mujin scowled and asked again. So, why did getting on the bad side of the secular lead to this? Isn't this Shaolin? It's about his background. His father works as a courier for a courier service started by secular disciples. Amidst the flimsy excuses of Mugung, a peculiar tale emerged, prompting Mujin to furrow his brow and ask, What do you mean by 3 people? You said Mutei's father is a secular courier service boss, right? There are 2 more guys who are sworn brothers with that courier boss from secular disciple clans. They were deliberately sent here at the same time. So what do you mean by even one is too much? According to this guy, you're the strongest here? Mujin gestured towards Mu Yul as he asked. Mu Yul had indeed said so before. Among the disciples currently training together, Mugung's revolving fist technique was the best. Mu Yul might see it that way. Those guys, they don't take training seriously. They don't take training seriously? Yeah, those guys are from secular disciple families here at Shaolin. With Mugung's succinct explanation, Mujin quickly grasped the situation. If they were from secular disciple families, their martial arts would naturally be based on Shaolin's techniques. Therefore, those guys would have already mastered both the revolving fist technique and the Buddha mind technique. Life is similar everywhere, it seems. In simple terms, they had already learned a lot through advanced study. Of course, there are those who would consider relearning what they've been taught as revision and work hard at it. If they were that kind of people, they wouldn't be causing this sort of trouble. Having finished his deduction, Mujin could now understand why there were so many like him who had mastered the Buddha mind technique in just one day. So, are you also from a secular family? No, I'm also from a martial family, but our house isn't one of Shaolin's secular families. That's why I'm learning Shaolin's martial arts and striving to become a true disciple. So, when a little more time has passed and those guys start learning techniques they haven't yet, they'll probably start taking it seriously? Probably not. They don't plan to learn it? Why? Because those guys don't intend to become true disciples anyway. They also have to succeed their families, and those who are living comfortably at home wouldn't want to suffer here needlessly. They've all been sent by their parents to just bide their time until the selection of the true disciples. And when that time comes, they will naturally withdraw to become secular disciples. So tormenting that Mujiang is just a way for them to kill time. That could be one reason. The more Mu-jin heard, the more outrageous the story became. Seemingly feeling unjustly hit on the back of the head, Mu-gung again added a flimsy excuse. I didn't like them acting out either. To think that disciples from the prestigious Orthodox Shaolin are bullying their own. If I could beat all three, I would have stepped in already. So, you didn't step in because you were afraid of losing. Yeah, that's right. I hate losing. With each of Mu-jin's prods, Mu-gung again cried out with the face of a child. TSK. What am I expecting from a kid? It was then that Mu-jin remembered that despite his size, he was still dealing with a child, and he clicked his tongue lightly. Seeing that expression from Mu-jin, Mu-gung felt looked down upon and burst out with a shout. And I can beat one of them. It's just that those sneaky guys always roam around in threes. That's why I couldn't touch them. Yeah. I know our Mu-gung's capabilities well. Sure. TCH. As Mu-gung sulked and Mu-jin grew tired of arguing with a child, they were about to engage in a pointless quarrel when Kyukuk, Mu-jiang, who had been sprawled on the ground, groaned as he regained consciousness. Naturally, Mu-jin, Mu-gung, and Mu-yul's eyes turned toward him. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw the three of them staring at him, Mu-jiang instinctively curled up on the ground. It was a defensive reflex ingrained in him from the experiences of the past 2 months. Mu-jin sighed at the pitiable sight and calmly walked over to Mu-jiang, followed by Mu-yul and Mu-gung, who, after a moment of hesitation, joined with a resigned expression. Approaching Mu-jiang, Mu-jin clicked his tongue lightly and spoke to him. Don't worry, I won't hit you. Okay. Despite nodding in acknowledgement, Mu-jiang's body was still trembling under the gaze of the three. As pitiful as he looked, Mu-jin spoke in the kindest tone he could muster. Also, I've heard about your situation from Mu-gung. Mu-jin gestured with his chin towards Mu-gung standing behind him, and Mu-jiang looked at him with a bewildered expression. After waiting for Mu-jiang to collect himself, Mu-jin spoke when Mu-jiang turned his head back to him. So, I've been thinking, and there might be a pretty simple solution. A solution? Yeah, want to hear it. After a moment's hesitation, Mu-jiang cautiously nodded, and with an it's no big deal demeanor, Mu-jin said, It's simple. You just have to report everything you've been through, being bullied and threatened over your father, to Master Uncle Haijong. Mu-jiang's face fell at Mu-jin's straightforward solution. It wasn't that Mu-jiang hadn't thought of that himself. Are you mocking me? Then those guys won't leave my father alone. That's simple too. If you can become a true disciple, all your problems will be solved. Mu-jiang wore a look of incomprehension, and not only him, but Mu-yul and Mu-gung also had faces of confusion. Sigh, that's kids for you. It was the same in modern Korea. During middle and high school, the majority of kids suffering from school violence or ostracism were too afraid of retaliation to report it. And as time goes on, they become trapped in negative thoughts like my future is doomed anyway, and their perspective narrows. Mu-jiang couldn't picture himself achieving anything. Such images simply didn't form in his mind. Instead, what unfolded in his thoughts was a different scene. His failure to become a true disciple. If I fail, father will have to continue working under Mu-tae. The image of his father, who had descended the mountain as a secular disciple, being tormented by Mu-tae, was all too vivid. Faced with this dreadful possibility that seemed all too likely to come true, Mu-jiang lifted his head with resolve. Fine, I'll give it a try. Pleased with the answer, Mu-jin clapped his hands and began with a cheerful tone. Good. Then let's discuss the first solution we talked about earlier. After snitching, let's talk about the second solution, shall we? The second solution? The first method might be enough to give those guys a hard time, but it won't settle the grudge you've suffered up until now, right? You have to at least pay them back for what they did to you. Pay them back? You don't mean we're going to beat them up, do you? What nonsense. It's not about beating them up. It's about beating them together. Me beat them? No, we will. It was a moment that could be considered moving, but Mu-gung, who was listening to Mu-jin and Mu-jiang's conversation from behind, exclaimed with a shocked expression. Don't tell me I'm included in that we too? You think you can sit this out? You didn't hear our conversation just now? Mu Jiang is going to become a true disciple of Shaolin, just like you. But that's... At just 13, Mu Gung had no chance of winning an argument with Mu Jin. Seeing Mu Gung flustered, Mu Jin drove his point home. Or are you scared you might lose? Oomph. With how hard I've trained over the past 100 days, I can easily take on such guys one-on-one. Great. That's settled then. Since there are 3 of them, I'll take one, Mu Gung will take another, and Mu Jiang and Mu Yul can take on the 3rd one together. With a clap of his hands, Mu Jin easily summarized the situation and then added with a slightly regretful expression. It would have been easier if Mu Yul could also sense Qi. Looks like Mu Gung and I will have to defeat 2 of them quicker. Huh? What are you talking about, Mu Jin? I can feel Qi too. Really? At Mu Yul's response, Mu Jin asked with a puzzled look. Then why have you been practicing only the breath control technique until now? Hee. I can feel the Qi, but I haven't memorized all the meridian points yet. Why are you out here? 2. Once again confirming that this bright-eyed fellow had built a wall between himself and the use of his head, Mu Jin deliberately ignored Mu Yul and opened his mouth. Since Mu Gung has decided to join us, let's continue the conversation we were having earlier. The conversation from earlier? You said you were curious why you keep losing to me, Mu Gung. Oh, that's right. I have to keep my promises. The guy who was so nonchalant about fighting together was surprisingly enthusiastic on this subject. Despite the unimpressed attitude, Mu Jin continued with his teaching, as it would also be helpful to Mu Yul and Mu Jiang. Your revolving fist technique, Mu Gung, is certainly fast and powerful. But on the flip side, that's all there is to it. If a martial technique is strong and fast, that should be enough. What else is there? To Mu Gung's answer that was close to a straightforward martial law, Mu Jin sighed and assumed the first stance of the revolving fist technique. Let's have you experience it with your body to understand. Now, I'm going to attack you with the first form of the revolving fist technique. Try to dodge it. As soon as Mu Jin threw his punch, Mu Gung dodged it effortlessly. Good. Now, I'll attack with the second form. So, try to dodge again. This time, Mu Jin pretended to assume the second form stance, and then suddenly swung his leg in a low kick, striking Mu Gung's thigh. Of course, Mu Gung, who had moved only his upper body to avoid the punch, was hit squarely by the low kick and limped. What the? Why are you lying? Mu Gung, feeling wronged, shouted out, and Mu Jin clicked his tongue once before replying. That's the point. Who would willingly get hit if they knew exactly what the opponent was going to do? You have to deceive like this to land a hit. Understand? Your punches are fast and powerful, but it's obvious what you're going to do just by looking at your stance before you even throw a punch. So I just need to attack fast and strong enough that even if you know, you can't stop it. Sounding irritated from taking a hit to the leg, Mu Gung came back with a nonsensical rebuttal. Yeah, well, your words aren't completely wrong. Maybe one far-off day when you become the unparalleled number 1 in the world, then what you say might be true. For instance, like the protagonist of Legend of the Evil Emperor, the second work of the author who wrote Chronicles of the Shaolin Saint Monk, which Mu Jin joined. The protagonist, known as the number 1 under the heavens or the supreme swordsman, was described in the novel as having an incomprehensible sword technique that could not be blocked even when known. Conversely, it meant that such ludicrous statements did not apply unless one was the number 1 under the heavens. That's why, until you become the number 1 under the heavens, you need to know how to do this. Understand, after contemplating Mu Jin's explanation for a moment, Mu Gung seemed to agree, nodding his head thoughtfully. Then he added a curious statement. Still, I've learned something good, so I'll give you one piece of advice. Advice? When you fight those guys, it'll be dangerous if you underestimate them thinking of me. Mu Jin tilted his head at Mu Gung's words. What nonsense is this guy spouting all of a sudden? Was he about to make some strange excuse that he had been holding back until now? So, you're saying you're stronger than them? If I were really fighting, I would be stronger since I would use my family's martial arts. Are you saying you're stronger when you use your family's martial arts? Yes. When I use my family's martial arts, I can use my internal energy. Only then did Mu Jin understand what Mu Gong was trying to say, but a question arose. Then why didn't you use your internal energy when you sparred with me? Because I've only learned the form of the revolving fist technique and the Buddha mind technique so far. I haven't learned how to infuse my internal energy into the revolving fist technique. Why not use your family's martial arts? What kind of crazy person would come to Shaolin to become a disciple and use their family's martial arts during sparring? You're implying I'm a crazy one, aren't you? As Mu Jin glared with half-closed eyes, Mu Gong discreetly turned his head away. After staring down Mu Gong for a moment, Mu Jin casually asked another question. So, don't tell me, are those guys also capable of breaking rocks and such, like Master Uncle Haijong showed us? That's something only Master Uncle Haijong can do because of his level. Considering the level and age of those guys' families, they might not be as good as me, but the difference probably won't be big. Upon hearing Mu Gong's response, Mu Jin contemplated for a while. He had initially thought that they were dealing with opponents at the level of a somewhat competent sixth grader or a first-year middle schooler, but they could be more skilled than he had anticipated. It wasn't just himself or Mu Gong. There was a risk that Mu Yol or Mu Jiang could get hurt. Telling Master Uncle Haijong and ending it might be one way to handle it. Mu Jin slightly turned his head and looked at Mu Jiang, who was squatting down in disarray. A child whose self-esteem had already been shattered by prolonged bullying. The reason why Mu Jin was willing to fight that gang wasn't just to correct the misguided entitlement of children believing in their parents' authority. It was more to help heal the child's trauma. He wanted to gift the experience of standing up to the bullies and overcoming them with his own two fists. Still holding on to that sentiment, Mu Jin, with a sense of maybe, asked Mu Gong, "Then, could you show me just once the level of those guys? I'm talking about that family martial art you mentioned." "What? We'll fight if it seems worth fighting after seeing it, or we'll just inform Master Uncle Haijong otherwise." After a brief moment of astonishment at Mu Jin's bold request, Mu Gong looked around discreetly and spoke cautiously. "Let's go over to that secluded spot then. If the Shaolin elders catch us using martial arts from another clan, we'll be marked." With a trivial excuse, Mu Gong headed towards a more secluded area. "Mu Yol, could you help Mu Jiang up for a moment?" "Sure." As Mu Yol helped Mu Jiang to stand, Mu Jin picked him up and followed in the direction Mu Gong had disappeared. Watching the three of them, Mu Yol smiled brightly and followed behind, apparently amused by something. As Mu Jin, Mu Jiang, and Mu Yol followed, Mu Gong assumed the ready stance to demonstrate his family's martial arts. They'll be surprised. In truth, the biggest reason why Mu Gong decided to show off his martial arts was to protect his own shattered pride. He wanted to show Mu Jin, who had beaten him twice, just how skilled he really was. Mu Gong concentrated his mind and manipulated one of the two small energies located at his danjian. It was the internal energy obtained through his family's internal energy secret techniques, which he had sealed away to learn the martial arts of Shaolin. Though the internal energy gained from the Buddha mind technique was intended to naturally absorb this internal energy once its realm was elevated, Mu Gong still had more of his family's internal energy than what he had obtained from the Buddha mind technique. Having completed his preparations, Mu Gong began to move his arms and legs while employing his internal energy. Boom! Bang! With every punch and kick he swung, there was a small sound of the air bursting. Wow! Watching the scene, Mu Jin let out a small exclamation of admiration. Indeed, compared to when he was only using the revolving fist technique, both the power and speed had increased noticeably. Of course, it wasn't an extraordinary power, perhaps akin to a professional MMA fighter in training or a high school boxing athlete. Considering the age, even that doesn't quite make sense. After all, a 13-year-old was exhibiting strength and speed greater than that of an average adult. But this level was certainly enough to warrant an attempt. Judging by Mu Gong's words and level, neither he nor those guys had reached the realm of freely manipulating internal energy. In simple terms, it meant that they could only use internal energy when swinging their fists according to specific forms and techniques. And if the martial arts they use are the revolving fist technique, then their movements will be predictable. Though they might be stronger and faster than Mu Gong, If the techniques they could use were the same, it would be manageable. The problem lies with Mu Yul and Mu Jiang. If Mu Jiang gets beaten up while he's taking down one of the opponents, this plan would be for naught. Even if they couldn't win, they needed at least to have the experience of standing up for themselves. All right, now that we know their level, let's start preparing. Therefore, Mu Jin intended to prepare Mu Jiang and Mu Yul to be able to face disciples who could use internal energy. Yul, try taking the first stance of the revolving fist technique. Okay. Without hesitation or question, Mu Yul smiled and took the first stance as instructed by Mu Jin. Now, swing your fist in rhythm with the form. Now, as you can see, the first form of the revolving fist technique requires spreading your legs shoulder-width apart, starting from the tips of your toes, twisting your waist, and swinging your fist. In other words, when you take the proper punch stance with your legs shoulder-width apart, it means you're using the first form. And so, Mu Jin began to go over the characteristics of each stance within the revolving fist technique one by one. At this time, the path of the punch flies straight towards the opponent's solar plexus. Now, the question is, which side will be exposed? Mu Jin didn't stop there. He explained the openings created by each stance as well. This was based on the analysis he had done a few days earlier in preparation for sparring with Mu Gong. For the fourth form, it's an initial form that counters while breaking the opponent's defense, but if you just induce it, it actually creates a bigger opening. After drawing out the fourth form with a feint, you can immediately dive inside. A peculiar scene unfolded at the Shaolin Temple. A Shaolin disciple teaching another Shaolin disciple how to counter Shaolin martial arts techniques. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 3 days later, during the evening's free time, in a secluded spot between the Arhut faction dormitory buildings, 3 novice monks were kicking the ground with their feet while having a conversation. Mute, he's coming today, right? Of course. I whispered to him earlier today. If he doesn't show up, I'll send word to his family. Haha. Mute replied with a sly smile to his friend's question. They were both from the same secular disciple clan at Shaolin and had grown up together. Tamba loosen up the hands after a while. Cook, what do you mean after a while? It's only been 2 days, man. If we do it every day and then take a 2-day break, it feels like a while. Does it work like that? Laughing at his friend's jest, Mute and the other friend burst in a hearty laughter. 3 days ago, they had beaten someone up more severely than usual, so they had no choice but to take the last couple of days off. They still had nearly a year and a half left to endure the tedious time before they could officially obtain the status of Shaolin's secular disciples. During that year and a half, if they wanted to use Mu Jiang as a punching bag without getting caught, they had to manage him just right, which is why they let the last 2 days slide. Hey, but lately, it seems that kid has been hanging out with some weirdos. You mean that crazy Mu Jin and the dumb Mu Yul? Yeah, and Mu Gong was mixed in with them too. Why is that braggart bear cub mingling with those weirdos? How would I know? Hey, you don't think Mu Jiang is going to bring those 3 with him today, do you? Yeah, so what if he does? It just means there are more guys we can beat up. At Mute's confident response, the other 2 also let out a small chuckle with a pft. Despite being only 13, the 3 of them overflowed with confidence in their ability to handle internal energy. It was understandable, given that nearly no one among the adults in their family could match them. Blissfully unaware, the young trio didn't realize that the adults in the family often lost to them on purpose due to the head of the family, their parents, coddling them excessively. I've been wanting to teach that crazy Mu Jin a lesson for a while now. It would be great if he came along. Right, that guy is way too presumptuous. He just doesn't get it. Then I'll take care of Mu Gong. I really can't stand his arrogant act. Remember how Mu Gong cried a few days ago? That was so funny. I thought I was going to die laughing. If that guy comes along too, I'll be the one to make him cry this time. So look forward to it. As the 3 novice monks unleashed small, sinister laughs with cunning smiles on their faces. Clop. Small footsteps began to approach from behind the building where they were seated. A moment later, as Mu Jiang turned the corner of the building, a cruel smile appeared on the lips of the 3 novice monks. Hey, did that brat really bring them? Following Mu Jiang, the figures of Mu Jin, Mu Yul, and Mu Gung appeared, and broad grins spread across their faces. Why are you here? 3. Hey, did he really bring that guy here? Upon hearing the words of one of the novice monks behind the humble hall, Mu Jin let out a slight chuckle. Wow, did you expect us to come? We've been hanging around together these past few days. How could we not know? You knew we were coming, but didn't run away. What were you thinking? In response to Mu Jin's question, the 3 novice monks tried to suppress their emerging laughter by covering their mouths with both hands. Even though it was a secluded place, they had to be careful not to laugh too loudly, since someone from the Shaolin Temple could come by. Kihehe, why should we run away? Wow, just because you beat that big oaf, you're overflowing with confidence. See, I told you that guy's crazy. The 3 managed to hold back their laughter, taking turns to speak. For some reason, Mu Jin also burst into laughter at their words. Kihei, hey, did you hear them? They called you a big oaf. Didn't you say you were sure to win? They were looking at me like that. Provoked by Mu Jin's taunt, Mu Gung stepped forward with veins bulging on his forehead. Anyone, come at me. I'll make sure you won't be able to spout such nonsense again. Oomph. As if someone would be scared by that. The novice monk, who had just boasted about beating Mu Gung in front of his friends, approached him. Then is that remaining guy mine? Since Jiang and Yul are taking care of Mu Te. And Mu Jin approached the novice monk standing beside Mu Te, as if he was going out for a casual stroll through the neighborhood. I've been waiting for this moment, you brat. I'll humble that arrogant nose of yours since you got cocky, beating Mu Gung. With each individual's opponent decided, the only ones left were Mu Jiang, Mu Yul, and Mu Te. Mu Te walked confidently towards Mu Yul and Mu Jiang. As Mu Te approached, Mu Jiang's hands began to tremble more and more. Over the past 2 months, due to repeated violence, the image of Mu Te that had taken root in Mu Jiang's heart had grown too large. Oh, is our little friend Mu Jiang, the son of our enemy, trying to hit me? As if knowing exactly what was in Mu Jiang's heart, Mu Te taunted him with ease. He even went as far as to approach Mu Jiang, sticking his face right in front of him as if daring him to throw a punch. Instead of fighting back, Mu Jiang's body shrank even more at that provocative attitude. Even though his opponent did not assume a stance to attack, Mu Jiang's body had instinctively curled up like a turtle. From the experiences of being hit and trampled on, Mu Jiang's body had become accustomed to try to minimize the pain as much as possible. A smirk appeared on Mu Te's lips at the sight of Mu Jiang looking like a turtle. Mu Te leaned in closer to Mu Jiang's ear and issued one last threat. If you hit me, do you know what will happen to your father? However, those words acted as a catalyst instead. The fear of Mu Te was overshadowed by concern for his father. As Mu Jin had said, enduring this bully would ultimately lead to his father being treated like a slave by this guy. There was only one way out, to stand up to this guy and become a true disciple. Don't you dare bully my father! In the moment when anger overcame fear, Mu Jiang, with a shout, swung his fist towards Mu Te, who had come right up to his nose. Whoops! However, Mu Jiang's punch, driven by anger, was too straightforward. This guy must be crazy. Mu Te easily dodged Mu Jiang's punch and counterattacked. His fist, filled with internal energy following the initial move of the revolving fist technique, flew towards Mu Jiang's abdomen. Just before Mu Te's punch could hit Mu Jiang, Mu Yul, who had leaped in with perfect timing, pushed Mu Jiang away. Mu Jiang's senior brother. Snap out of it. Perhaps it was his pride that was hurt when his punch hit nothing but air, for Mu Te immediately redirected his target and began swinging his fist toward Mu Yul. But to his surprise, despite the fist being charged with internal energy, Mu Yul was dodging all of his punches. This was thanks to the teachings of Mu Jin over the past 2 days. While young Mu Yul's eyes couldn't follow a fist filled with internal energy, he could recognize the preparatory movements well enough. Mu Yul was leaping here and there, narrowly avoiding the punches. However, because the speed was too fast, Mu Yul had no opportunity to counterattack. He was too busy scrambling like an acrobat to avoid being hit. While Mu Yul was buying time, Mu Jiang, who had been knocked to the ground and had regained his senses thanks to Mu Yul, lifted his head to observe Mu Tei's movements. I can see it. He couldn't see the fist properly, but the preparatory movements and trajectory were exactly aligned. I can do it. With newfound confidence, Mu Jiang cautiously approached Mu Tei. Revolving fist technique, the fifth form. Watching Mu Tei's stance, shoulders, and the position of his elbows, Mu Jiang predicted his next move and swung his fist toward Mu Tei's left side. The blind spot created when using the fifth form of the revolving fist technique. Naturally, Mu Tei couldn't notice Mu Jiang's approach. Take this! Thump! Mu Jiang's fist dug into Mu Tei's left side. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, Mu Jin was also engaged in a fierce battle with a novice monk from a secular background. Phew, that's fast. Indeed, experiencing a fist charged with internal energy right in front of him, the speed and power were beyond imagination. As Mu Jin still didn't know how to use internal energy, getting hit now would likely send him to his grave. Well, that's all there is to it. The fact that Mu Jin hadn't immediately subdued his opponent was to prepare for any eventuality. His opponent used attacks that were dangerous even with a mere brush. If there was some other move besides the revolving fist technique, diving in recklessly could lead to a quick defeat. So, for safety, he kept a careful distance and watched, but so far, there had been no sign of any other techniques beyond the revolving fist technique. There wasn't even a hint of using any fake or feint moves. Now it's done. As if there was nothing more to see, Mu Jin charged at his opponent. The opponent, seeing Mu Jin closing the gap, mistook it for an opportunity. As Mu Jin raised his fist, the opponent prepared a counterattack, but tisk tisk. Mu Jin, who had intended to induce that response, slipped past the hand that was swung for defense and drove his fist straight into the abdomen. Ugh! The novice monk, who only knew how to swing a fist, had not reached the level of using internal energy to bolster his body and let out a violent groan from that single blow. Putting aside internal energy, he had almost no experience getting hit due to being coddled as he grew up. And Mu Jin had no intention of waiting for his opponent to regain his senses. Thump! Thump! Mu Jin's rapid strikes hit the novice monk's face and abdomen in quick succession. Ugh! Ugh! Eventually, the novice monk, clutching his aching abdomen, burst into tears. Wow, this way it looks like I'm the bad guy, doesn't it? Or are you guys thinking, beating up the kid so mindlessly? Ugh. I'm going to tell my dad. Struck speechless by the novice monk's unabashed crying, Mu Jin let out a hollow sigh. At this point, it felt like it wasn't the kids who should be punished, but their parents. How had they raised their children? Whoops. Now's not the time for this. He wasn't alone in this fight. Having taken down one novice monk, Mu Jin scanned the area. First, Mu Gung seems to be doing fine. Maybe because he taught him how to counter the revolving fist technique. Mu Gung was also overwhelming his novice monk opponent with ease. And then, Mu Yul's urgent voice burst out. Mu Jin, hurry up and help. Startled, Mu Jin immediately turned his head towards the direction where the three were fighting. A puzzled expression naturally crossed his face. There was no need for help. Mu Tei was already on the ground, getting pummeled with glee. What does he need help with? Mu Jin wondered inwardly. Just then, Mu Yul shouted again, urgently. Help me hold back Mu Jiang's senior brother. Mu Yul cried out and rushed toward Mu Jiang, who shook off Mu Yul and climbed back on top of Mu Tei to swing his fist. As he mercilessly beat the already bloody-faced opponent, Mu Tei's face turned into a bloody mess. But Mu Jiang, who had completely lost his senses, continued to pound the bloodied face relentlessly. And the blood spattering from Mu Tei's face was now drenching Mu Jiang's fists and face in red. The sight of his blood-stained face and eyes shimmering with madness brought back a certain memory buried deep in Mu Jin's mind. The mad priest who loved blood more than anyone. The lunatic who claimed that all humans are evil and that he washes away their sins with blood. He was the most insane villain character from Record of the Demon Sovereign's Return. the first work by Jie Zhang, the author of the novel Chronicles of the Shaolin Saint Monk that Mu Jin had joined. Blood Monk Mu Jiang. Crazy. He was that guy. It was then that Mu Jin remembered why the name Mu Jiang sounded familiar and was horrified. No matter how much he liked the novel, it had been 18 years since he last read it. Moreover, it was a character he remembered not through pictures or images, but through text, so it was impossible to recall right away. In the novel, the scene of the blood monk bursting into maniacal laughter amidst bloodshed overlapped with the sight of Mu Jiang relentlessly throwing punches while covered in Mute's blood. At that moment, Mu Jin felt chills unwittingly creep up his spine. What have I awakened? A child whose self-esteem had been shattered by prolonged bullying. The very act intended to revive that child's self-esteem was now flowing in such an unexpected direction. However, now was not the time to be shocked. Mu Jin dashed towards Mu Jiang and shouted, "Hey, grab him quickly!" As Mu Jin and Mu Yul grasped his arms from both sides, Mu Jiang struggled violently, as if having a seizure. How can he be so strong? It was as if he was channeling some innate divine energy. Let go. He's the one. He was going to bully my dad. After a while of Mu Yul and Mu Jin desperately holding on. Hook. Perhaps his anger had subsided. Mu Jiang suddenly burst into tears. Mu Jin, then, let out a sigh of relief as he watched. He's not the blood monk yet, is he? He had worried whether this incident would become a catalyst for Mu Jiang to turn into a blood-crazed madman. But considering his current state, it didn't seem quite so. I'm not sure if my memory serves me right, but the blood monk just appeared as a madman. There was no story about why he became mad. Perhaps, as a child, he endured bullying like this, and, eventually, he crossed a line he should not have. Mu Jin was contemplating this when, halt! A deep, resonant shout from the Buddhist tradition burst out behind them. Only then did Mu Jin snap out of his reverie, and his eyes refocused on the situation at hand. The two novice monks, whom he and Mu Gung had beaten, were sprawled on the ground crying, and there was Mute, turned into a bloody mess. We're doomed. As he pondered how to resolve this situation, Mu Jin cautiously turned around, and what met his gaze was the figure of Master Uncle Biob Gang. Rather good one. Mu Jin had shared a spiritual connection with Biob Gang, but today's Biob Gang was different. What is going on here? You need to explain it to me in a way that I can understand. He was no longer acting as the opponent of Mu Jin, but had returned to his original role as the self-proclaimed guardian of the martial law. Noticing that a casual excuse wouldn't work, Mu Jin immediately approached the crying Mu Jiang and stripped off his clothes. What are you doing? Even Biob Gang, who was wearing a stern expression, was taken aback by the action and shouted in alarm. But Mu Jin was confident. Look at Mu Jiang's body, Master Uncle Biob Gang. Mu Jiang continued to cry even after his clothes were removed. Biob Gang's brows furrowed as he carefully examined Mu Jiang's body. As a second-class disciple of Shaolin and a warrior in the martial world, he could easily tell that the scars and bruises on the body were the results of someone's violence. And they weren't fresh wounds, but scars that had been there for quite some time. What has happened here? The ones lying on the ground are the ones who have been tormenting Mu Jiang for the past 2 months. Are your words true? Biob Gang looked sternly at the novice disciples seated around the area. His formidable presence made even Mu Gung shrink back, and 2 novice monks who had already been crying burst into even louder sobs. Hoawea! The only ones not intimidated by Biob Gang's presence were the confident Mu Jin and the indifferent Mu Yul. Due to the outcry of Biob Gang and the weeping of the novice monks, other second-class disciples began to appear behind Biob Gang. However, Biob Gang, as if uninterested in the second-class disciples who appear behind him, continued to shout with a stern face and an intimidating aura. Why does no one answer? Why move on? Did you truly torment Mu Jiang? Biob Gang questioned the other 2, excluding the beaten and unconscious Mute, but they were only pressed by his presence and burst into even louder cries. At that, Biob Gang turned his head towards Mu Jiang and asked in a stern voice, Mu Jiang, you must confess the truth. Have those two truly been tormenting you for the past 2 months? Naturally, Mu Jiang also shrank back at Biob Gang's fierce presence. It's okay. Just tell it as it is. Master Uncle Biob Gang is a fair person. Encouraged by Mu Jin's words as he stroked his head, Mu Jiang gradually stopped crying. Ick, Mu Jin is right. I've been hit by Mu Te and Mu Huan over the past 2 months. Mu Jiang, who had been crying violently, began to recount his experiences in a trembling voice. Although the story was disjointed due to the emotional state of the young child, the core of the tale was clearly conveyed to Biob Gang. If I resisted, they said they would harass my father. As Mu Jiang finished his explanation, a moment of silence fell over the area, and Mu Jin's voice pierced through the stillness. I stepped in because they were planning to call out Mu Jiang and beat him again today. Master Uncle Biob Gang, you said that Shaolin never abandons its disciples under any circumstances. I thought it was necessary to protect Mu Jiang, as he is also a disciple of Shaolin. With his confident proclamation, Biob Gang looked at Mu Jin as if engaging in a battle of wills. However, those children are also disciples of Shaolin. Are you saying that those who threaten a child over his father's livelihood are disciples of Shaolin? Is that truly the spirit of Shaolin? Speechless at Mu Jin's outburst, Biob Gang closed his mouth. That's right. Your words are just. Parting the crowd of second-class disciples, an old monk revealed himself. It was Hyun Song, the Bandangju of the Arhut faction, overseeing the entire faction. However, that is only if your and Mu Jiang's words are true. And whether those words are indeed true will be determined by an investigation that will commence now. If your words are found to be correct, those children will no longer be disciples of Shaolin. Disciple. I have no doubt that a just and fair investigation will be conducted. Upon hearing Hyun Song's words, Mu Jin spoke up with a sense of responsibility, and Hyun Song continued with a stern expression. However, even if those children are no longer Shaolin disciples, it does not erase all their sins. The essence of Shaolin martial arts lies in subduing, not in excessive violence, especially not against mere children. As Hyun Song pointed at the beaten and fallen Mu Te, Mu Jiang tried to stand up and speak. Or, he would have, if it weren't for the figure who stepped in front of him, blocking his way. I apologize. Rage got the better of me because of those who tormented Mu Jiang, and I failed to control my emotions. The owner of that back was none other than Mu Jin. Mu Jin. Mu Jiang called out to him with a perplexed expression, but Mu Jin, while still looking at Hyun Song, only waved his hand slightly backward. It was a gesture implying not to worry. It's my fault that it has come to this, after all. He hadn't expected things to turn out like this, but he knew he shared in the responsibility. However, he hadn't stepped forward solely because of that sense of responsibility. Above all, I can't just let that guy become a blood successor. If he were to betray Mu Jiang again at this moment and shift the blame, there's a chance that Mu Jiang, disappointed by that act, could become a blood successor in the future. On the contrary, if he prevents Mu Jiang from becoming a blood successor, that would make him the ultimate ally. The villain who made the protagonist suffer so much in the first part of the story was precisely a blood successor. If he could just get that guy to trust and follow him, then watching the novel's ending unfold would be so much easier. While it was a sense of responsibility that made him step forward, it was, in many ways, not a bad situation for Mu Jin. Observing Mu Jin voluntarily stepping forward, Hyun Song asked with a peculiar expression, "So you admit to your actions?" "Yes, I do." "Then you must also accept the punishment that fits the crime. Are you truly prepared to take responsibility for your actions? If the person who should receive punishment changes, then how can it be considered a punishment?" Hyun Song's eyes lit up at Mu Jin's confident response. Hyun Song, the elder monk in charge of Shaolin's Bandangju, had naturally noticed that it was Mu Jiang who had been beaten to that state by Mu Te. However, he inwardly admired Mu Jin's desire to protect Mu Jiang. Indeed, if he is raised properly, he will become a cornerstone of our Shaolin. And Hyun Song was not one to offer convenience simply because someone could become a cornerstone. In fact, He believed that the greater the potential of the individual, the more strictly they must be disciplined. Then, as the Bandonju of the Arhut faction, I will impose a suitable punishment for the novice disciple Mujin. Mujin, I command you to undergo 7 days and nights of wall-facing meditation. Disciple, I will accept the punishment with gratitude. As Mujin responded with a bow, Hyunsung nodded and then turned to speak to the gathered second-class disciples of the Arhut faction. Biob Gang, take charge of Mujin. And to the other second-class disciples, listen. We will now commence a thorough investigation of the novice disciples. We must clearly uncover whether Mu Tae, Mu Wai, and Mu Huan have indeed been tormenting Mu Jiang. We will follow the Bandonju's command. As soon as Hyunsung's order was given, the second-class disciples scattered in all directions throughout the temple. Biob Gang, who was in charge of escorting Mujin, approached him, and Mujin cautiously made a request. Master Uncle, may I have a little time before I receive my punishment? Very well. With Biob Gang's permission, Mujin turned back to look at Mu Jiang. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. After patting Mu Jiang's head reassuringly, Mujin looked at Mu Yul and Mu Jiang. Take good care of Mu Jiang, both of you. Okay. Me? Why should I? At the contrasting responses from Mu Yul and Mu Gong, Mujin frowned and glared at Mu Gong. Act a little more like a senior brother, would you? But Mu Yul is here too, right? You want Yul to take care of Mu Jiang all by himself. To that kind soul who is a bit dim, catching the meaning in Mujin's eyes, Mu Gong looked at Mu Jiang with a reluctant expression. And involuntarily, a hiccup burst forth from Mu Gong at the sight of the bloodstains on Mu Jiang's face. For the 13-year-old Mu Gong, the sight of Mu Jiang, who had beaten someone to a pulp, was nothing short of terrifying. Then I'm counting on you. Regardless of Mu Gong's fear, Mujin, having said his piece, simply turned and walked away. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Biob Gang led Mujin out of the Shaolin Temple. After leaving the temple and traveling a distance, they finally arrived at a cliff lined with strange rocks and trees, a place where ancient monks once practiced wall-facing meditation to enter the path of the Buddha. This place is where past monks performed wall-facing meditation to immerse themselves in the Buddha's way. Mujin, for the next 7 days and nights, you will be here, not allowed to speak with anyone. You must only face the wall and repeatedly engage in deep meditation. Biob Gang briefly explained the significance of the place. In truth, Shaolin had a separate prison for real criminals, known as the Cave of Repentance. It was a place in accordance with the spirit of Shaolin, where the martial arts of subdued enemies were sealed and they were imprisoned. Those who committed grave sins within Shaolin were also confined there. However, sending young disciples to such a place often resulted in them becoming corrupted by the cunning inmates, becoming even more wicked. This place was chosen as an alternative to avoid such outcomes. You must only face the wall, and you are never to look back, even when sleeping or eating. I will periodically bring you water and wall porridge, so from now on, begin your wall-facing meditation. Understood. After listening to all of Biob Gang's instructions, Mujin simply performed a respectful bow and entered the cave. And Biob Gang, having finished explaining, for some reason, remained in place, watching Mujin. He was on standby to monitor Mujin to ensure he didn't do anything other than what was required. Most young disciples made such mistakes when they first received the command for wall-facing meditation. Mistakes like lying down on the ground instead of facing the wall, or doodling on the floor with their fingers. That's why he was doing this. He watched in a way that didn't even hint at surveillance. Naturally, if Mujin were to become complacent and get caught doing something other than meditation, an additional punishment would follow. Although it's unlikely this child would do such a thing. Even as Biob Gang thought this, he continued to watch Mujin with a steady gaze for a long time. Even though Biob Gang was fond of the child called Mujin, the law was still the law. Just in case, he watched Mujin's back with vigilant eyes. Mujin stood straight, his gaze fixed on the wall in a disciplined posture. He observed Mujin's back for quite some time. As night fell, complete darkness enveloped the cave where they had arrived in the evening. Indeed, throughout the period known as this moment, Mu-jin was immovable. He simply continued to look silently at the wall. Since his back and neck were also straight, it was clear he wasn't asleep. Such focus and mindset at the mere age of 12. Biob Gang slightly nodded in approval, impressed even by Mu-jin's attitude toward receiving punishment. And as for Mu-jin, who was already in the midst of his wall-facing meditation at this moment. I wonder, but it seems Chronicles of the Shaolin Saint Monk shares the same universe after all. Rather than meditating, he was busy contemplating the future based on the events of the day. The previous works by Jie Jiang, Record of the Demon Sovereign's Return, and Legend of the Evil Emperor shared the same universe, a Jie Jiang universe. Furthermore, not only did these works share the same universe, but the periods of activity for both protagonists also overlapped. They barely encountered each other simply because they operated in different regions. The first part dealt with the protagonist's activities mainly outside the Central Plains as he strived to become the leader of the demon sect, while the second part focused on the protagonist's activities within the Central Plains as it was about the evil sects. Especially towards the end of the second part, Legend of the Evil Emperor, which Mu-jin liked the most, a character named Saint Monk appeared, so he couldn't help but wonder. One might think, since it's the same universe as the two novels, why not just sweep up all the fortuitous encounters? But there was one significant problem. The protagonists of the first and second parts were not enemies of the Saint Monk. I can't interfere with the growth of the protagonists from the first and second parts. The problem is, I can't remember any fortuitous encounters other than the ones they received. These were novels he had read during his school days, and it had been 17 years. He could only remember the general plot. The finer details were hazy at best. And even if he could remember, taking away the protagonist's destined encounters wasn't an option. If the protagonists didn't become strong enough for their respective times and died prematurely, it would be a complete disaster. In fact, the reason why Mu-jin was determined to stay at Shaolin lay here. To not interfere with the paths of the protagonists from the first and second parts, and for his safe growth. Frankly, even if he was aware of the fortuitous encounters, it wasn't a world where a mere 12-year-old could wander around at will. This world within the martial arts novels was unforgiving. In that sense, staying and enduring within Shaolin might have been the best choice. Because I've taken care of a blood successor. The protagonist of the first part was the most talented within the universe, and it was Mu-jin, the blood successor, who had fought closely with such a protagonist. Wait a minute, does this mean I've stolen his destiny? The protagonist of the first part gains enlightenment and becomes stronger at the climax of his fight with the blood successor. And now that the blood successor has disappeared, that enlightenment could be considered gone as well. This is complicated. With these thoughts, Mu-jin concentrated as hard as he could, and Biob Gang, unaware of such facts, simply looked on at Mu-jin with a proud expression. About an hour had passed when, that could work. Mu-jin came up with a decent idea and tried to firmly imprint it in his mind by going over it several times. The method he thought of involved the time when the blood successor and the protagonist of the first part would meet, meaning it could only be used at least 10 years from now. After secretly watching Mu-jin for over an hour, Biob Gang carefully turned away as the time passed from Mishur, 9 to 11 p.m., towards Joshur, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Having observed Mu-jin for almost an hour and a half, and seeing that he had not moved at all, Biob Gang felt further surveillance was unnecessary. Certainly, stepping back was only a temporary measure. He planned to return the next dawn, and thereafter, he intended to periodically check in under the pretext of secretly bringing water and walnut pills. Using the stepping technique to minimize noise, Biob Gang retreated. Phew, he's finally gone. Once Biob Gang's presence had completely disappeared, Mu-jin let out a sigh and muttered to himself. Mu-jin had 7 years of experience rolling with the Special Forces, and during those years, he had gone on several secret missions. He had honed his ability to sense the presence of others in the mountains. Of course, if Biob Gang had used an ear-listening technique or a method to blend in with nature, Mujin wouldn't have known. But Biob Gang, who had considered Mujin no more than an ordinary novice, hadn't gone to such lengths to conceal his presence. Ultimately, this could be considered a mistake on Biob Gang's part. Thud. Having confirmed Biob Gang's departure, Mujin flopped down on the ground and grumbled. How am I supposed to pass the time for 7 days and nights? I'd exercise, but there's no beans or mushrooms for protein. It was already unsatisfactory to substitute meat with beans and mushrooms, and now he couldn't even eat those. Sigh. I need meat. I need meat. After a moment of muttering to soothe his craving, Mujin suddenly sprang to his feet with a realization. Why don't I just hunt and eat? Rather good, too. During Special Forces training, there was also survival training. It was training to survive in case one was to infiltrate enemy territory or got left behind. It naturally included procuring food on site, so hunting animals in the wild and eating them was already a familiar task for him. This wall-facing meditation, isn't it just sweet? Mujin, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, headed out of the cave, recalling the times of survival training and moving as stealthily as possible for a while. Mujin was able to spot a red, shining through the bushes. A rabbit. It was an excellent source of protein. Mujin carefully approached the location of the rabbit, taking a wide detour. No traces must be left. The simplest way to catch that rabbit was to pierce its throat with a fallen branch on the ground, but that would leave bloodstains and scent. Moreover, if the blood splattered on his monk's robe, there would be no way to deny it. Like carrying out top-secret missions during his Special Forces days, Mujin approached the rabbit very carefully. And when he got close enough, whoosh, with very agile movements, he dashed toward the rabbit in an instant. Squeak! The startled rabbit leaped up to avoid Mujin's charge. Sorry, little rabbit. For now, I need to survive too. Before he knew it, Mujin's hands were grasping the rabbit's ears that had sprung into the air. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Mujin, having made sure to leave as little trace as possible, dug up the ground in a nearby cave to make rabbit clay roast, and let out a hearty belch after eating. There was no time to groom the fur, and in order to minimize any traces, he just slathered the mud on and then plucked the fur out along with the baked clay. Now that I've replenished my protein, it's time to get a good night's sleep. Though it wasn't to a satisfying level, he had replenished his protein. Moreover, having eaten meat for the first time since arriving in this world, his mind was very much at ease. As soon as Mujin laid down on the cave floor, he fell into a deep sleep. And the next morning, before dawn, Mujin woke up earlier than usual, earlier than the bell tolls at Shaolin Temple, and sat cross-legged facing the wall in a proper posture. Was it to diligently practice wall-facing meditation? No. It was because he felt someone approaching the cave. And just as Mujin expected, not long after, Biob Gang appeared nearby the cave, carrying fasting pills and water. Instead of offering the water and fasting pills right away, Biob Gang looked into the cave with a slightly surprised expression. I was hoping for it, but to think he would be up and doing wall-facing meditation again. Or could it be, has he been repenting all through the night? Surprised by Mujin's diligence, Biob Gang still thought it might be a fluke and watched Mujin's back for a while. After a significant amount of time had passed without any change, Biob Gang stealthily entered the cave and placed the fasting pills and a basin of water beside Mujin. As he approached, Mujin did flinch slightly, but he did not make the mistake of speaking or turning his head. It seems he didn't realize I was here. If a supervisor appears suddenly every now and then, the practitioner cannot be complacent in their wall-facing meditation. Well, with this guy, it might not be necessary to go to such lengths. Satisfied by Mujin's unwavering commitment to wall-facing even when startled, Biob Gang left the cave after a short while. Phew! Mujin, who had successfully feigned surprise and deceived Biob Gang, let out a deep sigh. To think they expect kids to survive a week on just this. That's really too much. He muttered to himself as he carelessly popped the fasting pill that Biob Gang had left behind into his mouth. Having quickly snacked on the fasting pill, he spread his legs and began to loosen up his muscles, starting from those in his legs. Now that he had found a means to supplement his protein and the watcher was gone, it was time for him to freely exercise. According to his rotation schedule, today was the day to work on his chest and back muscles. Mujin decided to start with some light push-ups. Sup? Who? He repeated a typical breathing method often seen in gyms several times. A thought suddenly struck Mujin's mind. This seems similar to the breath control technique. With a bit of curiosity, Mujin decided to try performing the breath control technique along with his exercise. He breathed in through his nose as his body lowered while bending his arms, and exhaled through his mouth while pushing up with force. Originally, he should have focused on the chest muscles or the back muscles located near the shoulder blades. But this time he decided to concentrate not only on his muscles but also on his breath and chi. As he concentrated, he could feel the chi fluctuating in the process. Could it be possible to apply the Buddha mind technique as well? With a bit more ambition, Mujin inhaled while bending his arms, but instead of exhaling and straightening his arms right away, he held the position with bent arms and focused on the chi. He aimed to circulate the chi drawn in with his breath through various meridians according to the essence of the Buddha mind technique. As expected, it's not as easy as I thought. His breathing quickened as he held the pose, and it was difficult to fully concentrate on the Buddha mind technique since part of his attention was on maintaining muscle tension. Still, with a bit more practice, it seems like it could be all right. If he became able to naturally apply the Buddha mind technique without consciously forcing it, then it would be entirely possible to accumulate internal energy while exercising simultaneously. In fact, what Mujin was attempting was quite dangerous. Circulating chi through the meridians was a very delicate operation, and touching the wrong meridian could lead one onto the path of the 6 realms of reincarnation. However, Mujin was safe because the internal energy technique he was employing was the Buddha mind technique, being the most stable and fundamental chi gong technique in Shaolin. The meridians that the Buddha mind technique passed through were all in stable locations. Good. During this wall-facing period, let's try to combine exercise with the Buddha mind technique. Thus, without anyone teaching him, Mujin began to practice active cultivation on his own. One day earlier, at sunset, Shaolin Temple would normally be quiet as befits a monastery, but that was not the case now. The issue of bullying among the novice disciples was a disgraceful event for the prestigious Shaolin Temple. Naturally, the atmosphere in the Arhut faction, which oversaw the novice and third-class disciples, had to be solemn. You must confess the truth. If your testimony differs from the others, you will be severely punished. The second-class disciples in charge of the investigation began to interrogate the resting novice disciples one by one. Of course, as disciples of Buddhism, the interrogation was not conducted with violence. However, the young novice disciples, aged only 11 to 14, did not dare to lie in the face of the second-class disciples' formidable presence. Before even a day had passed, the investigation concluded, and reports of consistent testimonies from all the children were delivered to the Bandanju, Hyunsong. This is all due to my lack of virtue. Could there be a more embarrassing event for the leader of Shaolin Temple? Having read all the reports, Hyunsong's face could not help but turn red with shame. I apologize, Master. This is all because I failed to manage properly. Master Uncle Haijong, who was in charge of the novice disciples' education, bowed deeply at the sight of their master's distress. Just then, there was a sound outside the Arhut faction leader's quarters. Second-class disciple Biob Gang. I have just returned. Come in. As Biob Gang entered the leader's quarters, Hyunsong tried to hide his bitter expression and asked, "How is Mujin?" As expected, he is truly a commendable child, Master Uncle. Biob Gang briefly recounted what he had observed for an hour and a half. He talked about how Mujin maintained his posture impeccably while facing the wall. He It seems both fortune and misfortune have visited Shaolin. It's fortune that found and blocked the misfortune. It was lucky that the child discovered it early. Had it been found out later, who knows what might have happened. Upon hearing Biob Gang's words, Hyun Song and Master Uncle Haijong nodded as if they completely agreed. We were just discussing that matter. The interrogation results proved that Mu Jiang and Mu Jin's words were true. All of this is due to my lack of virtue. As Hyun Song and Master Uncle Haijong said this in turn, Biob Gang cautiously began to speak. I have something to say regarding this incident. Go ahead. Though it may be presumptuous of me to say, this incident is not due to anyone's lack of virtue. It's everyone's mistake. But what's important now is not to blame or regret, but to ensure that such an incident doesn't happen again. That's indeed the right thing to say. Do you have any measures in mind? At Hyun Sung's question, Biob Gang replied with a tone full of confidence. In my opinion, the biggest reason for this incident was the lack of training. Lack of training? Yes. They committed such malicious acts because they had the physical energy to spare for them. If Mu Jin had heard this, he would have been astonished by such a military-like approach to solving the problem. However, this was Shaolin Temple, and since Shaolin focuses on martial arts training, it was more akin to a military establishment than a school. That makes sense. As disciples of Buddhism, it is only right that they devote themselves to mental training through sutras and to asceticism through martial arts. I'm thinking of making the children focus more on asceticism and mental training. Would it be all right to proceed like that, Ban Dongju? Upon Biob Gang's inquiry, Hyun Sung pondered for a moment before nodding. Then, I'll leave that matter to you and Master Uncle Haijong. I'll be a bit busy for the next few days wrapping up this incident. The guilt of 3 commoner-born individuals had been proven, and corresponding punishments had to be administered. The issue at hand was that since all those children belonged to families outside Shaolin, coordination with the external division in charge of outside affairs and the jurisdiction department in charge of punishment was necessary. It was a given that to atone for their sins, the martial arts they had learned from Shaolin would be retracted. However, it was undecided whether the punishment should extend to their families or if it should end with the children themselves. Moreover, the situation regarding Mu Jiang's father, who had been treated no better than a hostage, also needed to be addressed. I will do my best to resolve this matter completely. I will ensure that such an incident never occurs again, Master. Hyun Sung, whose mind was at ease upon seeing the serious faces of Biob Gang and Master Uncle Haijong, nodded with a look of trust. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the region of Ikian, situated some distance from Mount Song, where Shaolin is located, monks garbed in Shaolin's robes made their appearance. They were none other than the second-class disciples and first-class disciple from Shaolin's external division and the jurisdiction department, dispatched by the temple. As soon as Shaolin's disciples entered Ikian, they scattered in every direction. They went to the countless commoners living in Ikian, engaging in various conversations to gather information. Let's go. A short while later, they arrived at the entrance of a courier service with the signboard Seabul Courier Service. I am Hai Geology, the deputy head of Shaolin's external division. As the leading monk introduced himself, the guardian of the Seabul Courier Service's entrance promptly stepped aside. Please come in. I am Co Mun Pyong, the head of Seabul Courier Service. It is an honor to meet the renowned Five Fists Unmatched. The head of Seabul Courier Service, who was a lay disciple of Shaolin, tried to welcome them warmly. If only it hadn't been for the unfortunate state of his son, who appeared last. May I ask why Jite is in such a state? Co Jite. Co Mun Pyong looked at his son, formerly known as Mute in Shaolin, and inquired. In response to his question, Hai Geology, the representative, explained the events that had occurred at Shaolin a few days prior. However, they had not come solely to explain that incident. Moreover, from what we have learned while traveling around Ikian, we have discovered that Seabul Courier Service has been threatening the local populace and extorting valuables. What do you mean by that? Co Mun Pyong cried out as if he had been wronged, but Hai Geology paid no heed to his protest. As the saying goes, a child reflects their parents. It appeared that Mutei's parents were also engaging in villainy, and they were doing so under the name of Shaolin's lay disciples. You must face the consequences for using Shaolin's martial arts to intimidate the common people. Seo Mun Pyong, head of Seabul Courier Service. Revoke the martial arts of everyone present here. Umitba. No sooner had Hygieology given the order, the accompanying Shaolin disciples sprang into action. They began to subdue one by one those affiliated with Seabul Courier Service who had learned martial arts. Stop them. I said stop them. Despite Seo Mun Pyong's frantic shouting, the couriers of Seabul Courier Service, no different from an average secular martial arts school, were unable to withstand the true disciples of Shaolin. In an instant, all of Seabul Courier Service's couriers were subdued, including the head Seo Mun Pyong himself. All martial arts of these individuals must be revoked, and the wealth they have accumulated should be distributed to the surrounding commoners. From that day on in Ikkien, those who had been tyrannizing as Seabul Courier Service were stripped of their danjian, and their limbs meridians were severed. As Shaolin's disciples were returning the valuables from Seabul Courier Service's warehouse to the commoners, Hygieology turned towards a group of porters and asked, "Is there a patron by the name of Bang Jian here?" "I am Bang Jian." At Hygieology's inquiry, a middle-aged man named Bang Jian replied with a trembling voice. To him, merely a porter, the couriers of Seabul Courier Service were fearsome beings. How much more terrifying must the young Shaolin disciples have been, who subdued the couriers as easily as twisting a child's wrist. But unexpectedly, instead of intimidating Bang Jian, Hygieology bowed his head deeply. "I apologize, Patron Bang Jian. The child who was tormented by Jite was none other than your son, Mu Jiang." "What do you mean? Are you saying my child was bullied?" "I'm truly sorry for not preventing it earlier. Although it cannot compensate for what occurred, we will take responsibility for the aftermath." As promised, Hygieology and the Shaolin disciples transferred Bang Jian to another Shaolin lay courier service as a porter, to a place that was reputable and honest, unlike Seabul Courier Service. The grueling schedule that was no different from hell for the novice disciples finally came to an end. After the incident involving Mu Jiang, Biob Gang kept the promise he had made to Hyun Song and Master Uncle Haijong. The rumor was that the novice disciples had been worked incredibly hard. The training intensity had increased beyond the usual, and even 1 hour of the usual 1.5 hours of free time was taken up by afternoon training as additional practice. In the end, they barely had half an hour to wash up and rest. Having quickly rinsed off the sweat with cold water, Mu Jiang returned to the front of the lodging, practically in a state like a corpse. "You can't just go to sleep like that, senior brother Mu Jiang." Mu Yol, who had helped him since the dawn training, was now starting to prevent him from entering his room and resting. "Why can't I sleep?" Mu Jiang asked with a face like he was about to cry, and Mu Yol, incongruously solemn, answered. Mu Jin said, "Hey, if you sleep just like that, you'll get sick." As it turned out, he wasn't trying to be solemn. He was imitating Mu Jin. Disciple Mu Jin said that. "Yes. So now, I'll teach you what I learned from Mu Jin." "Ah, senior brother Mu Gung, you join in too." Mu Yol caught Mu Gung too, who happened to be heading back to the lodging after his bath. "Join in? On what?" "Something I learned from Mu Jin. You feel really comfortable after doing it." Something learned from that guy Mu Jin?" Intrigued by Mu Yol's explanation, Mu Gung approached with a skeptical expression, interested in the technique Mu Jin had taught. "Let's start with the legs." Mu Yol, who had dragged Mu Gung and Mu Jiang in, demonstrated the close-range spear technique he had learned from Mu Jin, one by one. Mu Yol, whose head was pure but had a particular skill in physical activity, was able to show most of the movements of the close-range spear technique he learned from Mu Jin perfectly. Was this the next one? Indeed, there was a bit of a problem with the order being all jumbled up. Nevertheless, with each demonstration complete, Mu Yol corrected Mu Jiang's posture. "Senior brother Mu Jiang, you need to spread your legs wider, and if you put weight on your upper body to press down on your legs, they will stretch out even more." "Ugh, Mu Yol, my disciple. Did I do something wrong? I'm sorry. Please spare me. Of course, from Mu Jian's perspective, this felt like a new method of torment. Despite the pain that felt like death, Mu Jian couldn't bring himself to quit for a simple reason. Feeling somewhat bullied, he was too timid to refuse outright. But that was only for a moment. After being forced to repeat a few movements of the close-range spear technique in pain, the knotted muscles relaxed, bringing an odd comfort. How is it? It's refreshing, right? Yeah, it feels refreshing. Mu Gung, who had been watching for a while, also grew curious and tried to mimic a stance. Senior brother Mu Gung, what are you doing? Mu Yul, observing Mu Gung's far clumsier stance, asked with a puzzled face. What do you mean, what am I doing? I'm trying to follow along. You need to spread your legs wider. This is as far as they go. I learned it from Mu Jin, and he said if you press down, they'll stretch more. To help Mu Gung, Mu Yul willingly put his full weight on him, pressing down. Yeah, even though the legs had only spread a little more, an immense groan erupted from Mu Gung. Despite his impressive size and strength for his age, Mu Gung was seriously stiff. Feeling intense pain like when he had been subjected to Mu Jin's strange technique, Mu Gung almost begged as he screamed, "Get off! Please stop!" But it's really refreshing. Mu Yul stood up with a gloomy expression in response to Mu Gung's desperate cry. Damn it! Now that I think about it, did Mu Jin practice on Mu Yul? Having narrowly escaped the attack, Mu Gung had such a thought. Perhaps Mu Jin had tricked the foolish Mu Yul into believing it was something good to test the technique. Just then, a serious voice came from behind them. It seems you were practicing close-range spear technique. The voice belonged to none other than Biob Gang. Biob Gang had come to check on Mu Jiang, the victim of this incident, and upon seeing them practice the close-range spear technique, he felt intrigued and struck up a conversation. Close-range spear technique, you say? Mu Gung asked with a puzzled voice from behind. Yes, I learned it from Mu Jin as well. It's a very useful skill. Saying so, Biob Gang also started demonstrating the stances of the close-range spear technique he had learned from Mu Jin. Mu Jin, that guy. Did he even deceive Master Uncle Biob Gang? It was Mu Gung who alone deduced that Mu Jin had tricked Biob Gang, although there was a slight problem with the content being entirely different. While practicing the close-range spear technique with the children, Biob Gang suddenly seemed to remember something and called for Mu Jian. Yes, Master Uncle Biob Gang. In fact, I came here to deliver a message to you. As Mu Jiang looked puzzled, Biob Gang told him about the events that had taken place in Iconian. He mentioned that the Siabul courier service run by the parents of Mu Tae, who had tormented him, had completely shut down and that he had introduced a new job opportunity to Mu Jiang's father. So don't worry about worldly affairs, and do your best to become a true disciple. At Biob Gang's final words, Mu Jiang replied with a tearful face. This novice monk will do his best. As Mu Jin said, Shaolin was a place that did not abandon its disciples. On the morning of the 7th day, since Mu Jin had started his wall-facing cultivation, as always, Biob Gang visited the cave before the sound of the morning bell of the Shaolin Temple had even rung. However, unlike before, Biob Gang made his presence known rather overtly as he approached. The wall-facing cultivation ends today, so you may rise. At Biob Gang's words, Mu Jin, who was facing the wall, got up and turned around. May I speak now? Yes. The morning training for the novice disciples will start soon. Let's head to the training ground. Yes. Mu Jin exited the cave with a light bow and then proceeded towards the Shaolin Temple with Biob Gang. After walking for a short while, Mu Jin, who had been curious all this time, asked Biob Gang a question. How did that incident end up? Master Uncle, the matter involving Mu Jiang? Yes. Upon Mu Jin's inquiry, Biob Gang explained to him the events that had occurred in Iconian. It seems like a clean handling of the situation, and yet, not quite. They had stripped the wrongdoers of the power to commit more crimes and return the wealth they had taken. However, there is a sense of dissatisfaction for not having completely crushed everything with a more forceful hand. Is this the spirit of Shaolin? to avoid taking life when possible and ensure that the punishment fits the crime. Mujin felt a sense of suffocation, as if something was right, and yet something was clogged up. Well, that must be why I'm still alive and well. Mujin had come to accept the fact that this was not a dream. He was beginning to understand that if he had caused the same trouble in a typical martial arts sect, he would have been dead long ago. As Mujin was contemplating this, Biob Gang nonchalantly conveyed to him, and during the past 7 days and nights, the intensity of the training has increased. Is that so? Although we have left your training alone according to the promise, for the sake of fairness with the other children, you too must now follow Shaolin's training. From Mujin's perspective, it was an absurd proposition, and he was not one to accept unreasonable exercises just because someone told him to. Shouldn't it be enough to just increase the intensity of the training? I will try to undergo more difficult training on my own. Master Uncle Biob Gang can observe, and if it feels unfair, then I will follow accordingly. I will observe for now. After ending the conversation there, the two soon arrived at the training ground of the Arhut faction. This morning, as always, dozens of novice disciples had already taken their places at the training ground from the early dawn. Mujin! Spotting Mujin as he entered the training ground, Muyol waved his arms cheerfully with a bright smile, and on either side of Muyol were Mugung and Mujiang. Did everyone fare well? It was so tough. The training suddenly got harder. I almost gave up. That level was nothing but a piece of cake for me. Hearing the responses of Muyol, Mujiang, and Mugung, Mujin could tell that the training was not to be taken lightly. Let's go. As the four of them were lightly dispelling their frustrations, the majestic roar of a lion burst forth from the mouth of Master Uncle Haijong, who was without fail seated in the place of honor. Let the dawn training begin now. As soon as Master Uncle Haijong's shout erupted, the novice disciples moved toward a certain place with faces like the dead, shuffling their feet. Where they headed, sandbags were piled up in abundance. It's been incredibly tough since 6 days ago when we suddenly had to train with those on. Having already heard from Biob Gang that the intensity of the training had increased, Mujin, with sparkling eyes, made his way towards the piled-up sandbags. Seeing the sandbags, all sorts of good exercise methods started popping into his head. Those who have picked up their sandbags, return to your spots. Any child who dawdles will have to carry an additional sandbag. Right after Mujin chose his sandbags, following the shouts of the second-class disciples, the children returned to their own places. Assume the horse stance. As always, the simplistic and brutish dawn training began, and Mujin was once again doing his own exercise instead of the horse stance. The only difference from a week ago was that he had a sandbag slung over each hand. That's right, Mujin was enjoying his free weights, as if the sandbags had become dumbbells. He breathed steadily and alternated bending and straightening his arms, each gripping a sandbag several times. The balance and grip feel quite off, making it harder. Mujin realized that the process of lifting and lowering was much more uncomfortable compared to when using dumbbells. Well, I'm not trying to become a bodybuilder, so this might actually be better. As much as the grip and center of gravity were messed up, the effort of lifting and lowering the sandbags inevitably dispersed the stress to different areas. In other words, it meant that he was using all the muscles in his arms and shoulders more evenly. For the current Mujin, this was perhaps more beneficial. He was a disciple of the Shaolin Temple, not a gym trainer. To put it in modern terms, he was like a prospective mixed martial arts fighter. In essence, the overall balance was more important than the size or shape of the muscles that were visible on the outside. The reason Mujin invested long hours in the close-range spear technique was not only to tone his muscles, but also to maintain flexibility, which was even more crucial. If one were a mixed martial arts fighter, they would need to be able to strike or exert strength freely from various positions. So, after warming up lightly with a single sandbag, Mujin now increased the challenge by holding 2 sandbags in each hand and repeated the exercise. Then, having trained his biceps brachii, Mujin took a moment to steady his breath and change his stance. He lifted his arms holding the sandbags overhead and then brought them behind his head, repeating the movement. He was doing overhead extensions to work his triceps. In addition, he lifted his arms holding sandbags to the side, the so-called side lateral raises to work the lateral deltoids, among others. He utilized the sandbags to perform a variety of dumbbell exercises he knew. Cool. I was already getting tired of barehanded exercises, and now they've even provided me with dumbbells. While the other novice disciples were all sporting dying expressions, Mujin alone had a look of ecstasy as he proceeded with his exercises. Naturally, the eyes of the novice disciples, who were performing the horse stance with sandbags tied to their limbs, couldn't help but be drawn to Mujin. Kim, the second-class disciples and Master Uncle Haijong's gaze also turned towards Mujin. However, due to the promise made about 15 days ago, the second-class disciples found themselves unable to do anything but inadvertently turn their gaze towards Biob Gang. They feared that if they left Mujin be, Biob Gang might have another outburst, and they also harbored a hope that Biob Gang might know a solution. Who? Biob Gang, whose side at their expectant gaze, approached Mujin. He intended to tell Mujin to undergo the same training as the other novice disciples. Judging by the way he was simply lifting and lowering his arms, it seemed much easier than the other disciples, and unlike the lifeless faces of the other children, Mujin's expression seemed oddly joyful. However, as Biob Gang approached Mujin, he had to abandon that thought. From a distance, he hadn't noticed, but up close, he saw that Mujin's face was already drenched in sweat. The sandbags, which were quite heavy for the young children, and unlike dumbbells, had poor grip and balance, making the exercise twice as difficult. Contrary to Mujin's ecstatic expression, his arms were screaming for mercy, their tendons bulging out. But what really shocked Biob Gang wasn't Mujin's sweat or bulging forearms. Active cultivation, the child who had not even been training in the Buddha mind technique for a full 15 days, was already on the verge of achieving the state of active cultivation. From a distance, Master Uncle Haijong captured Biob Gang's exclamation and approached Mujin with a surprised expression. Huh, to think you were actually engaging in active cultivation. Getting closer, Master Uncle Haijong realized that Mujin was indeed practicing active cultivation and let out a sigh. Suddenly, Mujin, feeling interrupted by the strange sounds made by Master Uncle Haijong and Biob Gang, looked at them with a puzzled face. Is there a problem? It's not so much a problem. Mujin, just when were you able to engage in active cultivation? At Biob Gang's inquiry, Mujin pondered for a brief moment. Of course, it was the result of the 7 days and nights of wall-facing meditation training, but he couldn't tell the truth. It would be as good as confessing that he was secretly doing other things during the wall-facing meditation. Well, I just tried it out now. In my family's exercise methods, breathing is considered important, and as I was exercising today, after a long time, it seemed similar to the family's breathing methods and the breath control technique. So I tried applying it. At Mujin's words, Biob Gang's jaw dropped open. Master Uncle Haijong, with his years of experience, barely managed to keep his composure. It wouldn't have been surprising if his jaw had dropped as well. Originally, active cultivation was a state that could only be achieved when one had greatly advanced in their internal energy technique. Of course, since the Buddha mind technique is a basic internal energy technique, one would typically achieve great progress after a few years of practice. However, this did not mean that all second-class disciples or even more senior monks of Shaolin could engage in active cultivation. With advanced internal energy techniques, the accumulation of internal energy naturally doubles in speed. Instead of fully mastering the Buddha mind technique, it was an unwritten rule to lay the foundation with it before learning higher-level techniques. The efficiency of concentrating and conducting qi for 1 hour using a higher-level internal energy technique was far superior to conducting qi for 12 hours a day through active cultivation with the Buddha mind technique. But if one were to reach the level of active cultivation within just a few days of learning the Buddha mind technique, the story changes. This individual would be able to accumulate internal energy at a significantly faster rate than other children. And it would be the same case even if they were to learn higher-level internal energy techniques. When conducting Qi, one could proceed with advanced techniques, and for regular training, they could continuously refine their Buddha mind technique through active cultivation. And above all else, considering that he easily managed to engage in active cultivation by just trying it once, he might quickly succeed in active cultivation even with even higher-level techniques. Both Biob Gang and Master Uncle Haijong were harboring such thoughts. Ahem. So, does that mean you can continuously conduct Qi through active cultivation, even normally? Master Uncle Haijong asked with anticipation, to which Mu Jin shook his head. I can do it only when I practice my family's exercise methods. Both Master Uncle Haijong and Biob Gang looked slightly disappointed at Mu Jin's answer, but they quickly composed themselves. I've been too greedy. Ba. It was already a remarkable feat to be able to engage in active cultivation during exercise. How could they expect more? And through the conversation with the two, Mu Jin realized an important point. It would certainly be useful if I could continuously conduct Qi, not only during exercise, but also normally, wouldn't it? It was the moment a new goal was born. But a goal was just a goal. Then, may I resume my exercise? Muscle loss was muscle loss. It was absurd to waste precious exercise time on idle chatter. Yes, you may proceed. Ahem. It seems we've been a hindrance. At Mu Jin's request, Biob Gang and Master Uncle Haijong had no choice but to step back with embarrassed faces. They had completely forgotten their original intention to instruct Mu Jin in Shaolin's training methods. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After finishing an hour of dawn training, Mu Jin got up with a refreshed look on his face. That was very rewarding. During the hour, he had not only worked his muscles, but also continued active cultivation, resulting in the accumulation of an hour's worth of internal energy. Mu Jin, a decade-long fitness enthusiast, knew very well that while each day's progress might seem small, after a year or two, the change would be immense. As the novice disciples finished their dawn training and started cleaning up to head to Bandonju for their meal, Yucha, to relax the muscles he had stressed for an hour, Mu Jin began practicing the close-range spear technique. Since he had focused on shoulder and arm exercises that day, he started loosening up his upper body. Beside him were Mu Yul, Mu Jiang, and Mu Gung as well. Oh, when did Mu Jiang learn that? Mu Yul's senior brother taught me. It hurts, but after doing it, I feel stretched out and comfortable. Mu Jiang pointed to Mu Yul, speaking shyly as if embarrassed. Cool. Well done, Yul. Mu Jiang was a child who would become an excellent asset in the future. After all, wasn't he that prodigious blood successor? Teaching the close-range spear technique. Mu Jin looked particularly reliable today, having taught Mu Jiang the close-range spear technique. After giving Mu Yul a thumbs up, Mu Jin began to stretch alongside him for a while. It didn't take long before he noticed a few odd things. Firstly, Mu Jiang is stiffer than I thought. He noticed that the poses which Mu Yul performed with ease seemed to trouble Mu Jiang. Now that I think about it, Master Uncle Biob Gang did seem to be in quite some pain. Of course, Biob Gang clenched his teeth and tried not to show it. Anyway, in Biob Gang's case, he already had a knee problem and his body was fully grown. So I thought it was because of his age, but now I see maybe Mu Yul is just more flexible. Indeed, Mu Yul was good at following not just the close-range spear technique, but also other physical activities. Maybe Yul has more talent than I thought. But why then had Mu Yul's name not appeared even once in the first or second part of the story? Pondering this briefly, Mu Jin soon realized the reason. Could it be because of his pure white hair, he couldn't learn the ascending martial arts? It seemed plausible for Mu Yul. In martial arts novels, the more advanced martial arts often had very complex manuals. Still, he has talent in physical activities, so if he gets a little help, he might become quite strong. Until now, Mu Jin had just treated him like a cute nephew. But perhaps he could become a significant force in the future. Having organized his thoughts to that point, Mu Jin then turned to resolve another question, looking at Mu Gung. Somehow, unlike Mu Jiang or Mu Yul, Mu Gung was merely watching from the side, not joining in the stretching. What are you doing not participating? Ahem. I'll do it later, so don't worry. At Mu Jin's question, Mu Gung turned his head away with a blush on his face. It wasn't because he misunderstood the close-range spear technique as an offensive skill of Mu Jin. That misunderstanding had already been cleared up thanks to Biab Gang. He had even reluctantly tried it a few times and felt refreshed. Yet, there was a reason he was only watching. Damn it, that guy would definitely make fun of me. He didn't want to show his stiffness to Mu Jin, or to any of the other disciples, for that matter. Mu Gung found it most embarrassing in the world to show others something he couldn't do, even more than losing. What's the use if your muscles cool down, you dummy? Unaware of this fact, or rather, not particularly wanting to know, Mu Jin approached Mu Gung and began to force him to stretch. Arg, let go. Let me go. Wow, this guy is like a complete wooden puppet. A wooden puppet. It did not take long before Mu Jin realized just how incredibly stiff Mu Gung was. Yeah, I'm stiff. You got a problem with that? Thinking that Mu Jin was making fun of him, Mu Gung yelled back, but Mu Jin just clicked his tongue lightly and continued to press down on his body. Being stiff isn't a sin, and what's there to complain about? You practice the close-range spear technique to become more flexible when you're stiff. Those who mock the efforts of others are the real trash. There are sometimes those kinds of people, those despicable ones who would laugh at overweight people who had gathered the courage to go to the gym to diet and who couldn't run for long before collapsing from lack of stamina. Mu Jin disliked the behavior of those who mock the efforts of others, and more than anything else. Phew, just thinking about the members who left because of such jerks makes me want to smash their heads with a dumbbell right now. Considering the economic hit his gym took because of such people, he couldn't help but grind his teeth in anger at them. Of course, Mu Gung, unaware of such circumstances, found the words quite moving. To only show his best to others, he had been living his life making tremendous efforts in secret, behind everyone's back. Among the novice disciples, he was the most advanced not just because of his large build and martial family background, but mostly because of his efforts. Ahem, for the first time today, you're actually saying something sensible. Yeah, we shouldn't laugh at those who make an effort. Right, so let's make an effort. Pleased with Mu Gung's spirited response, Mu Jin pressed down hard on his body. Arg! Once again, Mu Gung's screams echoed throughout the practice yard. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Upon the introduction of new sandbags, Mu Jin began to enjoy various free weights and started practicing active cultivation. Aside from that, the daily routine of the initiate disciples remained unchanged. However, on the 10th afternoon, a change came during the morning training session. Now that most disciples have mastered the Buddha mind technique, it is time to move on to the next stage, proclaimed Master Uncle Haijong, who was seated at the high seat. At this declaration, two second-class disciples suddenly took the starting stance of the revolving fist technique. From now on, you will learn to infuse the internal energy gathered through the Buddha mind technique into the form and stance of the revolving fist technique. Master Uncle Haijong continued. Finally, they would learn not just to gather internal energy, but also how to utilize it. One cycle heart punch involves pulling up the gathered internal energy from the Danjian through the sea of Qi, middle cavity, and great abyss, after which 7 parts of the Qi go through the Qi house acupoint on the right side to the shoulder center acupoint. 3 parts of the Qi. Following Master Uncle Haijong's explanation, the two second-class disciples each slowly began to unfold the initial form. Your posture must not be distorted. Those who have learned the Buddha mind technique should now firmly support themselves with both legs and proceed to practice the one cycle heart punch according to the Lamborum. As soon as Master Uncle Haijong's command was issued, Mu Jin also assumed the position and concentrated. Sea of Qi, middle cavity, great abyss. So it's going up from the Danjian to the chest. He calmly recalled Master Uncle Haijong's explanation and used a small part of the internal energy coiled in the Danjian. Divided into 7 and 3, the first challenge was to divide the internal energy that reached the chest's great abyss between the acupoints located on the shoulders of both arms. Mujin calmly settled his mind and slowly divided the internal energy between his arms, twisting his upper body, extending his right arm forward and balancing with his left arm, dispersing the gathered qi along both arms. Boom! Despite proceeding slowly, a small explosive sound burst forth when he thrust out his right fist. Oh! In that single practice session, Mujin briefly grasped the overall concept. So by stimulating the acupoints with internal energy, the idea is to strengthen each part, sending a small amount of qi to the left arm while thrusting with the right seemed to serve this purpose. If the qi were carelessly concentrated only in the right arm, the posture would be completely distorted due to the right arm's inability to withstand the power. Should the force exceed a certain level, the muscles in the back and waist could be injured, and in severe cases, it could lead to problems with the spine or lower body. Good thing I don't have much internal energy gathered yet. It had been just about 20 days since Mujin started learning the Buddha mind technique. The amount of internal energy he had accumulated was negligible. Had he carelessly exerted that power with years' worth of internal energy built up, he might have twisted his waist on the spot. With that thought, Mujin cautiously repeated the initial form of the revolving fist technique to prevent any potential injuries. But if the internal energy is low now, what about later when it might wreck my waist or lower body? No matter how much he balanced with his left arm, if the lower body was weak, there would be a limit eventually. While Mujin pondered such doubts, to properly execute the initial form of the revolving fist technique, you must also send qi to the lower body. Master Uncle Haizhong's next instruction followed as he observed the disciples' practice. It seemed he was teaching them one step at a time. Right after learning the pathways to send internal energy to the lower body for the initial form. This is more complicated than I thought. Mujin realized that internal energy wasn't always a cure-all. As much as internal energy was used to strengthen the body, proper distribution according to each movement was necessary. How much training would be required to manage that distribution of internal energy in a single breath during urgent combat? With that thought, Mujin naturally turned his gaze towards Muyul, the boy who had taken more than 5 days just to memorize the acupoints. Still, by the time Mujin finished wall-facing, he had indeed memorized all the acupoints. TSK. This isn't going to work. Seeing Muyul flailing his arms and legs in a strange manner, wondering where he was sending his internal energy, Mujin sighed. Group PT, Group Physical Training, Supervision, 1. Evening free time. Mujin and his companions were at the training field, each occupying their own space and swinging their fists. What they were practicing was the one-cycle heart punch that they had learned during the morning training session. Although it was the most basic introductory martial art, it was complex content for the children, so on the first day, they were only taught the internal energy operation method of the one-cycle heart punch. Mujin was guessing that perhaps one more technique would be added each day from now on. Thanks to practicing only the one-cycle heart punch repeatedly for an hour during the morning training, Mujin was now able to use the one-cycle heart punch quite stably. When he assumed the posture and raised his internal energy to throw a punch, the sound of air being torn apart would inevitably burst forth. Next to Mujin, Mu Gung, who was also able to use the one-cycle heart punch without much difficulty, was standing. For Mu Gung, who came from a martial family and already had experience in handling internal energy, the one-cycle heart punch was not a difficult level. Mu Zhang, who had been throwing punches into the air for a while, watched the two of them and then hung his head low. Noticing that Mu Jiang had started to dig himself in his self-pity again, Mujin casually approached him. What's not going well? It seems like I could do each part, but it's a bit hard to distribute the internal energy to my arms and legs. Although the rest was left unsaid, it was clear that he was muttering to himself. I guess I just can't do it. Everyone's like that. Look around. How many kids are doing it right now? Hardly any, except for those who are from martial families or secular households like Mu Gong. Jin pointed out the other children around them as he spoke. In fact, the training field wasn't only occupied by them. This time, which was originally for free activities, had become a compulsory training time due to the last incident. They could either train their bodies like in the early morning or polish their martial arts skills like in the morning session, but either way, they had to train under the supervision of second-class disciples. And among the novice disciples around them, only about 10 could use the one-cycle heart punch properly like Jin and Gang. All those children were from martial families and had experience in handling internal energy. Even among the 70 children, about 30 still hadn't even mastered the Buddha mind technique, let alone the use of qi. For nearly 20 days, they still couldn't feel the qi. In other words, Mu Jiang, who thought poorly of himself, was still relatively in the upper ranks. He's meant to be a blood successor in the future, so it's only natural. If only his timid nature improved, he could soar high. Swallowing such regrets internally, Jin then pointed to Yul, who was standing to the side. Still, you're doing better than Yul, aren't you? You said you could do each part. Jiang also managed an awkward smile at the sight of Yul, who looked like he was either practicing martial arts or dancing. It was funny, but he restrained his laughter as if worried about upsetting him. Anyway, Jiang, you're doing well, so just practice a little more. I'll go help that fool. After sufficiently comforting Jiang, Jin approached Yul. Yul, what have you been doing since earlier? I can't quite remember the sequence that Master Uncle Haijong taught us. Can you tell me what you do remember? It starts from the Danjian, then to the Great Abyss, Sea of Qi, Middle Cavity, right? It's Sea of Qi, Middle Cavity, Great Abyss in that order. All right. Then after that, divide the qi, and 7 parts go to the qi points on the left shoulder, Jiza and Genu. 7 parts are on the right. Oh, is that so? I'm confused. At that innocent look, Jin unknowingly raised both hands and rubbed his face dry. This is too much, even for the Buddha. Yul was indeed talented in sensing qi, having felt it quite early, even though slower than Jin, and he had excellent physical skills. But he was too foolish in the head. Should I make it so he doesn't have to use his head as much? After a moment's contemplation, Jin decided to approach it in a simple way. He decided to use the method he applied when training members with poor coordination as a trainer. Okay, don't worry about the names of the meridian points for now. Can you bring your internal energy up to here? As Jin pressed the starting point of the revolving fist technique, the Sea of Qi point, and asked, Yul brightly smiled and answered, Yes. Then can you pass it through here to here? I can do it. Jin pointed from the Sea of Qi to the middle cavity, and then to the Great Abyss with his finger, and Yul confidently responded, Just try going up to there. Okay. Is it done? Yes. I did it. Then withdraw your internal energy for a moment, and this time, don't worry about the names of the meridians. After you bring up your internal energy to that point again, simply divide it and send it through here. It should travel through the meridians in both sides of your chest to your shoulders. Leaving out the names of the meridians, Jin pressed each point in order and explained, and soon Yul nodded as if he understood. Wow, I was confused about the names and locations of the meridians, but this way it seems so much easier. That's good to hear. And if you get confused or forget again, just ask. I have a feeling you might forget again. Yep. Did you say it goes from here to there? No, not there, this way. Seeing Yul forget in just a few seconds, Jin was now sure. He understood why the name Yul did not appear in the novel. Asterisk. 40 days had passed since Jin began learning the internal energy operation of the revolving fist technique. As Jin had predicted, Master Uncle Haijong and the second-class disciples taught one more technique each day, but since it was a basic martial art, there weren't many techniques, and the entire transfer was completed in just 10 days. After that, each child continued training at their own pace, and now another month had passed. Not only Jin and Gang, but also Mu Jiayong and Mu Yul had managed to learn all 10 techniques of the revolving fist technique. Among the 70 novice disciples, only about 30 managed to learn all 10 techniques of the revolving fist technique. However, the most notable change in Mu Jin was not that he had learned all 10 techniques of the revolving fist technique. During the usual early morning training time, while Mu Jin was doing squats with several sandbags tied together on his shoulders in place of a barbell, Biob Gang, who had been wandering around aimlessly watching the training of the novice disciples, tilted his head in wonder. Has Mu Jin's body gotten a bit stronger? With a sense of curiosity, Biob Gang rubbed his eyes once, and then looked again at Mu Jin, who was still exercising. Wait, how many sandbags is Mu Jin holding right now? Realizing he hadn't been mistaken, Biob Gang couldn't hide his surprise. Building muscle through exercise does not bring about change overnight. It's like building a tower. Daily efforts accumulate, and eventually, the results gradually appear. Now, more than 2 months had passed since Choi Kang-hyuk had possessed Mu Jin. Finally, the results began to show. Of course, it was just the result of 2 months. It wasn't that he had returned to the body he had when he was originally Choi Kang-hyuk, or that he had become extremely muscular. However, Mu Jin's body, which until 2 months ago had been just an ordinary neighborhood kid's body, now had muscles that, although not large, clearly outlined his physique. Especially when compared to other children, the change was even more pronounced. The body of Mu Jin, who had been the last to enter the temple among this group of novice disciples, had now started to surpass the other novice monks. Could it really be true what Mu Jin said? The thought that Mu Jin's words about Shaolin's training methods being foolish might actually be true emerged as a blasphemous thought that Biob Gang, as a disciple of Shaolin, should not even consider. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Are Shaolin's training methods wrong? Captured by such a question, Biob Gang spent several hours pondering alone. Given his straightforward nature, he could not dare ask anyone about the topic, as it seemed like denying Shaolin, which was his root. And Hyun Song, who oversees the Arhut faction, could easily read the worries etched on Biob Gang's face. Biob Gang, it seems deep worries have taken root in your heart. Ah, greetings, Master Uncle Hyun Song. Lost in thought, Biob Gang belatedly greeted Hyun Song, having not even noticed his approach. People's worries, once spoken out loud, often turn out to be nothing much. So, don't worry and speak up. What is it that troubles your heart so? It's just that. Biob Gang hesitated uncharacteristically. Encouraged by Hyun Song's benevolent smile, Biob Gang decided to share his concerns about realizing the changes in Mu Jin and his blasphemous doubts regarding whether Shaolin's training methods might indeed be flawed. Huh, so Mu Jin has developed that much in the meantime. Hyun Song also let out a low exclamation of wonder upon hearing Biob Gang's words. Although he had been paying attention to Mu Jin, it was merely regarding his disposition and talent in martial arts, not his training methods. In fact, he had considered the training a waste of Mu Jin's disposition and talent. Therefore, Hyun Song felt the need to see for himself if what Biob Gang said was true. Can you bring Mu Jin to the Bandongju's hall? Mu Jin, you mean? Yes. It seems this problem won't be solved by our worries alone. So, wouldn't it be proper to see and talk to the child in question directly? Understood, Master Uncle. Biob Gang saluted Hyun Song with one hand and then moved towards the quarters of the novice disciples. Watching Biob Gang's departing figure for a while, Hyun Song, too, headed towards the Bandongju's hall with a face that seemed to have taken on the worries. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Did I unwittingly cause some trouble? This thought involuntarily came to mind when Biob Gang suddenly came saying, "The abbot is looking for you." But Mu Jin, who prided himself on having behaved since returning from the wall-facing meditation, wondered if that was indeed the case. As expected, Mu Yul, Mu Jiayong, and Mu Gung, who were training beside him, shook their heads and said to Mu Jin, "Mu Jin, did you hit someone again?" Mu Jin, this time, when you go, you just have to say you're sorry, okay? TSK, did you cause trouble again? It seemed that these children had already forgotten the kindness of being raised and taught, speaking so prettily to each other. What are you doing? The Bandonju is waiting. Let's go. Yes, Biob Gang. Mujin gave a warning fist bump to the trio, and then followed Biob Gang toward the Bandonju's hall. Master Uncle Hyun Sung. Second class disciple Biob Gang has arrived with Mujin. Come in. After Hyun Sung gave permission, Mujin entered the Bandonju's hall with Biob Gang. But why was it that Hyun Sung, who had summoned him, was now silently staring at him with a strange expression without saying anything? Moreover, he wasn't looking at Mujin's face, but inspecting various parts of his body. Cough. I'm still embarrassed by the lack of muscles. Considering his body was still far from the physique of Choi Kang-hyuk, Mujin felt embarrassed and subtly changed his posture, inflating his muscles with strength. What are you doing? Side chest. No, I was just trying out a pose for a moment. Try to emphasize his modest muscles. Mujin had adopted a bodybuilding pose. Thanks to his odd behavior, the silence swirling around the Bandonju's hall was broken, and Hyun Sung continued the conversation. It has been quite some time since we talked face-to-face like this. Yes, it seems to be the first time since the last incident, Bandonju. Ha ha ha. That last incident wasn't exactly a pleasant one. Have you called me again because of that incident? To Mujin's bold question, Hyun Sung shook his head. It's not because of that. I called you to confirm something with my own eyes. And now that I have, it seems I can tell. Mujin tilted his head, puzzled by Hyun Sung's cryptic talk. What do you mean? I heard from Biob Gang. Your body has been growing at a much faster rate compared to other novice disciples. And seeing it for myself now, it seems to be true. Mujin made an awkward expression at Hyun Sung's words, feeling embarrassed to receive such praise for his small amount of muscle growth. But I didn't call you just to see your growth. More than that, I was curious if your growth really comes from the training methods of your clan. Mujin easily caught on to where the situation was heading. Are you saying you wanted to check if the training method I'm following is truly superior to Shaolin's? Exactly. Hyun Sung nodded to Mujin's question and added, however, we can't say that the training method is superior just because your body has grown quickly. It could be that you are particularly talented. He was about to suggest that Mujin try Shaolin's training methods for a while. If Mujin still showed rapid progress while practicing Shaolin's methods, then it would simply mean that it was his talent that was exceptional. And incidentally, Hyun Sung also had the ulterior motive of applying Shaolin's training methods to Mujin during this opportunity. But before Hyun Sung could speak, Mujin took the initiative. Then there's a simple solution. A simple solution? Yes. Why not select a few other disciples, and I will lead their training. If we compare the disciples trained by me to those trained by Shaolin, group against group, wouldn't the results be clear? Hyun Sung pondered over Mujin's suggestion for a moment. It's a pity I can't impose Shaolin's training on this child, but indeed, comparing groups rather than just Mujin individually would yield a more accurate comparison. Then you can choose the children you will teach. I already have some in mind. You have some in mind? Yes. I choose Muyul, Mujiang, and Mugong. Finally, the opportunity had come to rescue the trio from the dreadful Shaolin-style training. I'll make sure to give them a proper workout, you little ones. It was definitely not because he had chosen them for treating him as a problem child. Isn't it too few to make a comparison with just 3? Isn't it difficult for everyone to trust my family's training methods yet? If we proceed with too many children and it turns out ineffective, it would just be a waste of the other novice disciples' time. So I thought to start with just 3. Upon Mujin's explanation, Hyun Sung's eyes sparkled. This young child has thought that far ahead. This meant that it was a choice made out of consideration for the Arhut faction leader himself and the second-class disciples and Master Uncle Haijong, who were in charge of training this batch of new novice disciples. Pleased with that considerate choice, Hyun Sung nodded with satisfaction. Then proceed with the training with those 3, as you have said. Any additional matters will be decided after observing for a period of 3 months. I can only be thankful for Bandonju's consideration. Having received permission from Hyun Sung, Mujin gave a bow of gratitude. Good. Of course, it wasn't really a choice made out of consideration for Hyun-sung or the others. Why would I teach all those other kids when they look so pitiful? Mu-jin, who had no intention whatsoever of managing dozens of kids for free while he was still busy strengthening his own frail body. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next day at dawn, as usual, Mu-gung awoke and headed to the training yard. Mu-gung, who disliked showing weakness in front of others and was a hard worker, reached the training yard and immediately went to grab his sandbags to take up the horse stance. Hey, what are you doing over there? If only Mu-jin hadn't come out to the training yard and spoken to him. What do you mean, what am I doing? Can't you see I'm about to train? Today you don't have to do that, man. From today on, you're going to train with me. You, Mu-yeol, and Mu-jaeong. Unable to comprehend Mu-jin's words, Mu-gung looked around with a puzzled face. By then, Byeob-gang, who had come out to the training yard, backed up what Mu-jin had said. Mu-jin is right. The three of you will train with Mu-jin for the next 3 months. For Mu-gung, this was nothing short of a bolt from the blue. Although Mu-gung had warmed up with Mu-jin using close-range spear technique and practiced the revolving fist technique, they never trained in physical conditioning together. He knew that both the second-class disciples and Master Uncle Haijong disapproved of Mu-jin's training methods. From the perspective of Mu-gung, who dreams of becoming a distinguished disciple of Shaolin, why would he risk getting on the bad side of the masters? In that regard, it means I've already been marked just for associating with that guy. Training with Mu-jin sounded, to Mu-gung, like a threat of being expelled from Shaolin. However, regardless of Mu-gung's frustration, Mu-yeol and Mu-jaeong, who were set to train with him, seemed to have no particular concerns. Hee. So we're doing whatever Mu-jin does from today. Mu-jin junior brother. PL, please go easy. Seeing the carefree attitude of the two junior brothers, Mu-gung felt frustrated all over again. The masters must see me as being on the same level as those two. While Mu-gung was inwardly beating his drum and gong, a resounding roar of a lion burst forth from Master Uncle Haijong, who had arrived at the training yard. Begin the morning training. Simultaneously, all the novice disciples began to grab their sandbags and took up the horse stance. Thwack! Snap out of it, man. Mu-jin crisply slapped the back of Mu-gung's head, bringing him to his senses. Since you've all been torturing your lower bodies and knees every day with the horse stance, let's start today with the arms, which have been the most neglected. To demonstrate, Mu-jin grabbed 2 sandbags in each hand and alternated bending his arms to show the biceps exercise. Now, since it's the first time for Mu-jaeong and Mu-yeol, take 1 sandbag each, and Mu-gung, since you're strong, start with 2. After demonstrating, Mu-jin put sandbags in the children's hands and led the training. This is really comfortable. I think even I can do this. Compared to the grueling Shaolin training they had endured before, Mu-yeol and Mu-jaeong were happy thinking this was much easier. Damn, I'll never become a true disciple with just this kind of exercise. On the other hand, Mu-gung was inwardly screaming about the training being too easy. If he voiced it out loud, he'd get another slap on the back of the head from Mu-jin. But their thought that the training was easy was a bit premature. Good, after doing 15 reps and feeling a bit of heat in your muscles, let's add another sandbag, shall we? The intensity of the training was slated to increase steadily. With an additional sandbag in each hand, Mu-yeol and Mu-jaeong now held 2 each, while Mu-jin and Mu-gung each held 3. After reducing the number of reps to 12 with the added sandbags, another sandbag was added again. After they lifted for the 3rd set of 10 reps, the children's responses began to change. Junior brother Mu-jin, I don't think I can do this. Mu-jaeong began to show signs of defeat. Ahem. Mu-gung, with veins popping on his forehead, stubbornly began to lift 4 sandbags once again. Mu-jin, my arms won't go up, what should I do? And then there was Mu-yeol, somehow still maintaining a blissfully ignorant expression. Why? Don't give up just because it's hard. Here, I'll help you. Just put in as much effort as you can. Of course, Mu-jin was not one to lower the intensity of the training just because they were struggling. He willingly helped to lift the arms of Mu Yul and Mu Jiang, who were floundering below, only enough to make them exert to the point where they could barely lift with all their might. Looks like Jiang and Yul can handle up to 3 each for now. Gung, you can handle 4, right? Now we just need to start reducing one by one. Let's try to. What Mu Jin was implementing was one of the famous workout methods known as pyramid sets, starting with a light weight, increasing to the maximum weight they could lift, and then gradually reducing the weight again. This method had the advantage of allowing for a warm-up with lighter weights and continued exercise with tired muscles even after lifting the maximum weight. In other words, it was one of the workout methods that could squeeze the muscles to their limits. And Mu Jin had a plethora of muscles to squeeze beyond just the biceps. Good. Let the biceps rest for a bit. Now it's time for the triceps. Biceps, triceps, deltoids, forearm muscles, and so on. For half an hour, every muscle from the arm to the shoulder was squeezed out one by one. The trio's arms were trembling tremendously from the intense vibration. Is this workout supposed to be this hard? Especially for Mu Gung, who had somewhat underestimated Mu Jin's training. His face was filled with astonishment. Most of Shaolin's trainings involved using the entire body. Hence, after completing the training, they would feel a total body soreness and an overwhelming exhaustion as if they were about to collapse. However, Mu Jin's training method was entirely different in its approach. Since it didn't use the lower body or abdominals much, there was no problem standing. My arms have no strength at all. For the arms that had been intensely exercised, they couldn't muster the strength to even lift a chopstick. Mu Jin, it's all over now, right? Even the usually cheerful Mu Yul asked with a slightly tearful expression, hoping that there was no more to do since every muscle in their arms had been squeezed out. Now that we've gone around once, we have to go around one last time. We've rested for half an hour, so let's start with the biceps again. Mu Jin was not one to let them off easily. At Mu Jin's dreadful statement, the timid Mu Jiang, uncharacteristically, shouted with a shocked expression. Rested? What do you mean we've rested, junior brother Mu Jin? Naturally, the other novice disciples and second-class disciples who were training separately glanced over at Mu Jiang, but he had no time to care about their stares. His own arms felt like they were about to fall off. What did their stares matter? But even to Mu Jiang's protest, Mu Jin simply responded with a bright smile. We did biceps at the start and have been working on other parts for half an hour, right? The biceps have rested during that time. Isn't that so? With a smile as sunny as Mu Yul's, the trio had the same thought. It's madness. Madness was right here. Mommy, Mu Jin has gone weird again. Hing. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the afternoon, having completed the scheduled tasks. As usual, the novice disciples gathered at the training yard to engage in their individual training. And today, as well, Mu Jin was up to some strange solo activity. Mu Jin, what are you doing? Mu Yul, despite having been tormented in the early hours, asked with an ever-sunny disposition. Mu Jin confidently explained to Mu Yul the contraption he had created. It's a punching ball. No, it's a strike sphere. In a corner of the training yard, there was a tree. To a thick branch of that tree, a rope had been tied and then connected to a sandbag to make a punching ball. A strike sphere? What's that? I'll demonstrate first. Jiang and Gung, you watch closely. Mu Jin said this to Mu Jiang and Mu Gung, who had faces as if they were dragged here against their will, and then he showed them how it's done. First, he lightly clenched his fist, and then, like throwing a jab in boxing, he tapped the strike sphere for a while. Mu Jin, in position, used the revolving fist technique he had been training for months to strike the strike sphere with vigor. Like this. You use it this way. You can't just practice the revolving fist technique in the air all the time, right? So first, you lightly practice consecutive strikes with this. Or like this, you could do shadow boxing. Once again, Mu Jin used a series of beginner moves from the revolving fist technique while occasionally dodging as if the strike sphere was an imaginary enemy, showing defensive movements. Wow, I want to try it too. Upon hearing Mu Jin's explanation, Mu Yul was as excited as a child with a new toy, and even Mu Jiang, although silent, seemed quite intrigued. Then Mu Gung, who was watching from behind, pointed to something on the other side and asked. There, several sandbags were tightly bound with rope to the training yard's wooden pillars. What about those? Ah, that's a striking sandbag. It's also for practicing martial arts, but you can do some training with it that you can't with the strike sphere. Mujin took a stance in front of the striking sandbag to demonstrate. But the atmosphere was different from when he was hitting the strike sphere. He started in a proper stance, regulated his breathing, and began to circulate his internal energy. As the internal energy that started from his danjian expanded into the four limbs. Thump! Mujin's fist, cutting through the air, struck the striking sandbag, producing a heavy sound. This is for practicing the use of internal energy. If you do in the air, you can't get the sense of what it feels like to hit an opponent, right? And if we hit each other with internal energy, we'd be in serious trouble. After briefly explaining the strike sphere and striking sandbag, Mujin addressed the trio. So from now on in the afternoons, we'll warm up with the strike sphere while practicing the application of the revolving fist technique, and then practice the revolving fist technique charged with internal energy on the striking sandbag. Got it. Yep. Then, can I try the strike sphere first? As soon as Mujin finished explaining, Muyol rushed towards the strike sphere and began to swing his fists. Watching Muyol, who looked as if he was under a spell, blankly swinging at the strike sphere, Mujin muttered to himself. Not even a cat. His actions resembled a cat that had just found catnip. Is he really a cat? It's his first time, but why is he so good at it? While boxers and mixed martial artists hitting a punching ball often look playful, the training is not actually that easy. Yet Muyol, on his first ever try, was shadow boxing to a rhythm as if he had been doing it all his life. Clearly, when it came to physical talent among the novice disciples, he seemed to be in a league of his own. It's the head that's the problem. The head. Shaking his head, Mujin turned his attention to Mu Gung, who was approaching the striking sandbag. Mu Gung, having already trained extensively in the revolving fist technique, was itching to try using internal energy. Therefore, Mu Gung chose the striking sandbag over the strike sphere. In front of the striking sandbag, Mu Gung focused his mind, aiming to create an even louder impact than Mujin. Thump! As Mu Gung threw his punch with all his might, a refreshing sound of impact erupted. Wow, how's that? My skills. Yeah, that's refreshing. Whether Mu Gung was boasting or not, Mujin, who had been casually cleaning his ear with his pinky finger, waved his hand dismissively, as if to shoo a fly, and pushed Mu Gung aside. Now that you've had your turn, step aside, and it's Jiang's turn. Can I not do that one, strike sphere? Mu Jiang asked with a slightly nervous tone. But as Mujin simply stared at him silently, he soon took his place in front of the striking sandbag with an almost tearful expression. Have confidence. You can do it. Now concentrate. Think of the striking sandbag as that Mute guy and hit it. You did well last time. Mujin tried to boost Mu Jiang's confidence with words of encouragement, but if anything, it seemed to add pressure as Mu Jiang's face grew increasingly red. Asterisk. Since then, Mujin continued to work tirelessly to gain recognition from Hyunsong and, more importantly, to elevate the physical prowess of the trio. They were essential talents that he needed to survive and see the ending of this novel. Mu Jiang was a promising candidate for a future blood successor, and Mu Yo along with Mu Gung had the potential to grow significantly if their shortcomings were addressed. One might think that it would be better to spend that time training oneself instead of looking after the three. Insurance must be acquired, yeah. The affairs of life are unpredictable, especially since he was now inhabiting the body of Mujin, the protagonist of the novel. Though he may have the protagonist talent, the problem was that the person inside that protagonist's body was Choi Kang-hyuk himself. For now, the external focused training was progressing, and his knowledge as a former fitness trainer was proving to be a great help. Will I ever attain enlightenment about Tai Chi, the 5 elements, the 8 trigrams, the cycle of reincarnation, and eternity? Honestly, Mujin felt insecure about this part. While the protagonist in the novel would gain enlightenment daily, for Choi Kang-hyuk, who had taken over Mujin, those concepts were nothing short of nonsensical babble. That's why Mujin wanted to nurture the trio. Just in case, in the worst-case scenario, that is, if he couldn't grow as much as the novel's protagonist Mujin, he intended to overcome the difficulties by combining their strengths. Therefore, to Mujin, the trio were not only PT clients but also his beloved nephews. They were his future comrades and his insurance. This meant that at least in terms of external skills, he had to cultivate them to the fullest, and in that sense, gaining Hyunsung's approval was a very important issue. After all, he would continue to teach them after 3 months. 7:42 p.m. However, as the time agreed upon with Hyunsung approached, the situation started to take a peculiar turn, contrary to Mujin's plans. It had been about a fortnight since Mujin started the group with the Mu character trio. From today, we shall learn a new martial art. A slight change occurred in the monotonous daily routine. The martial art we will learn today is the Shaolin Temple, one of the basic fist techniques of our Shaolin. As Master Uncle Haijong's call rang out, 2 second-class disciples took their places at the front and side, assuming the starting stance. Following the resounding call of Master Uncle Haijong, the disciples began to demonstrate the Shaolin Temple, slowly unfolding each of the 14 initial moves in sequence. While the 2 demonstrated, the remaining second-class disciples walked around the training yard, helping the novice disciples with their postures as the training proceeded. After practicing all 14 initial moves, a natural question popped into Mujin's head. Does it really make sense to defeat an opponent with these strikes? To Mujin, the initial moves of the Shaolin Temple felt somewhat bizarre. Most of the 14 moves seemed inefficient, as if they belonged in a comic book or a video game. They might look impressive, but they were postures that made it very uncomfortable to deliver power effectively. These were postures not used in modern combat sports. As Mujin pondered over these questionable postures, the training had already moved on to the next phase. Now, we will teach you about the internal energy operation of the Shaolin Temple. Once again, as Master Uncle Haijong's call echoed, the second-class disciples began to assume the first stance of Shaolin Temple, and Master Uncle Haijong went around them, pointing out the meridians where the internal energy should flow. Well, if it were just about pointing out the locations of the meridians, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, at this moment, the internal energy reaching the Jinyu acupoint should either reside in the yin cloud or not reside anywhere, giving rise to the mind and flowing. The problem was that Mujin's worries were realized as the talk turned to such nebulous concepts. What kind of nonsense is this? Mujin, thrown into confusion, could only stare blankly at Master Uncle Haijong. Just then, Biob Gang, who had been going around the training yard checking the postures of the novice disciples, approached him. "What are you doing, Mujin?" To Biob Gang's question, Mujin answered truthfully. Mujin believed that it was not shameful to admit ignorance. Only by acknowledging what one does not know and seeking correction can one move forward. I can't seem to grasp the meaning of Master Uncle Haijong's words. The essence of Shaolin Temple is based on the Diamond Sutra. And haven't you all learned about the Diamond Sutra during the sutra study time? Well, that is true, but it was not a situation where Mujin could easily admit that he had only half listened to those teachings. As Mujin stood there with an awkward expression, Biob Gang smiled lightly. It was endearing for Biob Gang to see that the child, who was thought to be competent and sharp, still had weaknesses characteristic of a young one. This time, I will explain it to you. However, next time, you must also do your best in studying the sutras. I understand. Master Uncle. Firstly, in cloud refers to a question posed by Subhoodie to Buddha about how a practitioner determined to follow the Buddhist path can maintain that resolve. It can be thought of as straightening one's mind, but it also implies persistence, endurance, and attachment. In other words, it means to allow the internal energy to reside at the Jinyu acupoint. However, to attain enlightenment in Buddhism, one must let go of attachments and accept the world as it is. Therefore, no specific residence, giving rise to the mind. Without staying put, one must release the mind. In essence, It means to let go of attachments and smoothly release the internal energy that has been stopped at the Jinyu acupoint. Having finished his verbal explanation, Biab-gang then demonstrated the first move of Xiao Hong Quan along with the internal energy. The first move of Xiao Hong Quan was exactly the kind of move that would appear in a martial arts film featuring swordsmen. Pulling the arms to the chest and then extending them, striking not with the fist but with the back of the hand. Although it looked elegant, it was a posture that seemed unlikely to deliver powerful force in a conventional sense. The internal energy that has been held and then released from the Jinyu acupoint will flow more powerfully than usual. Instead of forcing it, let it flow naturally. Just like this. Bang! A powerful explosive force emanated from Biab-gang's backhand. Having observed the demonstration, Mujin took the same stance as Biab-gang, slowly drawing up his internal energy. Is it essentially just like the revolving fist technique where you draw up the internal energy, but then you stop it momentarily at the shoulder's Jinyu acupoint, like blowing up a dam that's been holding it back? With his thoughts organized, Mujin manipulated his internal energy as if conducting an experiment. First, he drew the internal energy up to the Jinyu acupoint. As I released the internal energy that I had been holding, I felt a sense of denser chi compared to when I simply released it. However, since it was my first attempt, I didn't quite achieve the explosive force that Biab-gang had demonstrated. Still, I had achieved some degree of success. The questions I had about the remaining moves of Xiao Hong Quan had been somewhat resolved. It's possible to increase power, even with an uncomfortable posture, if you have internal energy. I thought that it wasn't just a matter of simply releasing internal energy like with the revolving fist technique, but rather it was a technique that involved stopping and then releasing the internal energy to increase its power. However, even after reaching that conclusion, I still had some doubts. Why do you use terms like in cloud and no specific residence, giving rise to the mind, when you could simply say stop the internal energy at the Jinyu acupoint and then release it like a dam breaking? It seemed to me that using those terms only served to confuse people. That's because the founder of Xiao Hong Quan, Great Master Kong Huan, created it based on the Diamond Sutra. Then, if it was created hundreds of years ago, why didn't they simply explain the principles in a straightforward manner? Xiao Hong Quan is relatively simple compared to the 72 arts of Shaolin. The power of the 72 arts is extremely strong, but the internal energy operation required for it is very complex and abstract. The ancestors expressed the complex operation of internal energy through the contents of the sutras. It's almost impossible to explain it in simple terms like Xiao Hong Quan. As I wondered why the 72 arts had suddenly come up, I quickly grasped Biab-gang's intention. Then, is the principle of Xiao Hong Quan being left intact to practice to help us understand the principles of higher-level martial arts? That's correct. The Taoist schools also express their martial arts through the contents of the Tao Te Ching. After listening to Biab-gang's explanation, I finally understood why there were so many abstract and vague descriptions of martial arts in martial arts novels. It seemed that people tended to explain things based on what they knew well, using analogies and metaphors. Especially for higher-level martial arts, the content is so complex that it probably felt easier to liken it to abstract phrases from Taoist or Buddhist scriptures. But that's for those who have attained enlightenment. Those who are enlightened might think, this flow of internal energy fits perfectly with this phrase. But from the perspective of someone learning, it might as well be gibberish. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 2 days had passed since Mujin began practicing Xiao Hong Quan. Thanks to 2 days of practice, he had somewhat grasped the principle of stopping and then releasing the internal energy, but he still couldn't produce the crisp sound that Biab-gang did in his demonstration. Moreover, Biab-gang, true to his word, only explained the principle behind the first move and left the rest for Mujin to figure out on his own. Since the internal energy operation for all 14 moves of Xiao Hong Quan was derived from phrases in the Diamond Sutra, it meant Mujin had to decipher the meaning of those phrases himself. Ugh. Eventually, Mujin threw away the Diamond Sutra he had been focusing on. Such tasks were not to his liking. While not unintelligent, Mujin had no taste for these abstract narratives. If this was the state of affairs with Xiao Hong Quan, which novice disciples were learning, how would one decipher and understand the principles of even more advanced martial arts? Moreover, even if he managed to interpret the meaning of the principle, operating the internal energy according to it was another issue altogether. He hadn't even perfected the first move Biob Gang had explained, let alone the rest. As Mujin threw away the Diamond Sutra, he wondered if there was another way. But does the technique have to be executed solely with internal energy? A peculiar thought crossed his mind. Preferring action to being stuck at a desk, Mujin stood up and assumed the stance for the first move of Xiao Hong Quan. It's a bit awkward if done only with internal energy. In addition to operating the internal energy according to the principle, Mujin focused on the movement of his muscles. He concentrated as much force as possible into the muscle from his shoulder to his fingertips, aligning it with the stopping of the internal energy at the Jinyu acupoint. As he released the condensed muscles simultaneously with the internal energy. A powerful, explosive force, similar to Biob Gang's, burst forth. I see. So that's why internal energy is necessary. However, it wasn't perfect. The technique of handling internal energy wasn't fully mastered, and as a result, his muscles felt strained and his arm trembled. But despite the pain, he had achieved significant success. Even if the flow of internal energy according to the principle isn't perfect, if one has sufficient strength and flexibility, they can still produce power. He had discovered this crucial fact. A peculiar smile naturally formed on Mujin's lips. The next morning, before training began, Mujin and the 3 others had arrived at the training grounds early. How much have you guys mastered the first move of Xiao Hong Quan? I'm not as good as the masters, but I can manage. I understand the stance and principle, but it seems like I'm lacking a bit of power. I can imitate the form, but I don't understand the principle. Mujin asked, and Mugung, Mujiang, and Muyol replied in turn. As expected, just as he thought, Mugung and Mujiang were at a similar level to him, while Muyol was struggling to understand the principle. Then let's observe Muyol for now, and have Mugung and Mujiang slowly demonstrate the first move 5 times. At Mujin's words, Mugung and Muyol demonstrated the first move of Xiao Hong Quan in their own ways. Their stances were somewhat correct, but it was clear that they were still struggling to operate their internal energy according to the principle, and their power seemed lacking. Mujin carefully examined their stances for a moment. Good. I've come to a conclusion. Mugung lacks flexibility, so we'll increase the time for close-range spear technique, and Mujiang lacks core strength and arm power. We'll double the weight of the fasting pill. He reached this conclusion. Why are we suddenly increasing the time for close range? Precisely from last night's experience, he realized that what he already knew about physical conditioning in modern combat sports could also be applied to martial arts. It's quite simple when you think about modern mixed martial arts. When an MMA fighter tackles someone to the ground, some may use sophisticated techniques, while others might rely on brute strength and flexibility to simply pick up and slam their opponent. Both methods are different, but ultimately, they can generate enough force to take down the opponent. Even in the stance taken to execute a tackle, there are subtle differences based on one's physique. People with long arms or legs, strong arms, or a strong core. Each fighter adjusts their stance to fit their body type, and professional MMA fighters go through countless training sessions to find the right stance for themselves, building strength and flexibility through weight training and stretching. And this same concept applies to martial arts. The only difference is, what do you guys think is the reason for the existence of internal energy principles and techniques in martial arts? That's because to achieve extraordinary strength or speed that can't be produced without internal energy, right? Exactly. What is overcome by physical training in modern sports is overcome with internal energy in the world of martial arts. But there's one problem. If you just send internal energy in an uncomfortable posture that makes it hard to transfer power, it won't produce the right force. So you interpret the principles and create an internal energy flow that fits them, right? Mugung replied with a blank expression to Mu Jin's explanation. Ironically, that was exactly the counterargument Mu Jin was looking for. Yes, Shaolin Quan teaches the operation of internal energy to overcome those uncomfortable stances and generate power. But think about it. Does everyone feel the same discomfort in the same stance? Mugung's face betrayed his surprise. He hadn't considered that far. That's why the essence of Shaolin Quan is so vague. Actually, all the martial arts we'll learn in the future will probably be the same, because there are bound to be minute differences between individuals. This was the conclusion Mu Jin had reached last night while training in Shaolin Quan. He had wondered why the key points of martial arts were always couched in such nebulous terms. The scriptures were sometimes used to explain abstract concepts more comfortably, but more fundamentally, the essence had to be abstract. There could be no exact figures for how much internal energy to gather at the Jinyu acupoint, or after how much time to let flow out. The reason was simple. While the general framework was the same, the finer details varied from person to person. Mu Jin could come to this conclusion because he was a highly competent fitness trainer and physiotherapist. Beginner trainers often insist on the same posture for all their clients. But skilled trainers know to adjust the posture slightly according to the client's body condition and shape. They knew that even to stimulate the same muscle, slight adjustments based on body type were necessary to ensure proper stimulation. So, what does that mean? There's no point in trying to understand the essence? Mugung asked, his voice tinged with confusion. Surprisingly, this time Mu Jiang spoke up uncertainly that that's not it. Maybe it means that while the overall framework is the same, the finer details differ for everyone, right? You got exactly right. Mu Jin smiled broadly and snapped his fingers in approval of Mu Jiang's understanding. That's probably why the higher the level of martial arts you learn, the more difficult it becomes to handle internal energy. To analyze and understand the essence of internal energy and to be able to move it accordingly requires the skill to apply it precisely to one's own body shape and condition. Mu Jin's speculation was only half right. Higher-level martial arts were inherently complex in their essence, and adapting them to one's own body type and constitution was nearly impossible for anyone less than a genius. Therefore, as martial artists progress towards more difficult techniques, they naturally begin to learn those that suit their own body type and constitution. In fact, those who are at least a second-class disciple in Shaolin have been practicing Shaolin martial arts for at least 35 years, yet most only master 2 or 3 of the 72 consummate arts. Then here's the question. What if, on the contrary, you don't really feel any discomfort? Does that mean we don't need to worry too much about the essence? Not exactly. You should still follow the essence, but you don't need to be too concerned about the very fine details. Having finished his explanation, Mu Jin assumed the stance of the first sequence of Shaolin Quan in front of the trio. Then, as he'd done the previous night, he condensed a great deal of strength in his shoulders and arms along with the flow of his qi. When he detonated the condensed strength and qi at the same time, a powerful explosive sound burst from the back of his hand. Just like this. Mugung and Mu Jiang gaped as they witnessed an explosive sound of a different caliber burst forth, despite Mu Jin wielding his hand in almost the same way as they did. Just like the night before, his forearm throbbed without fail, but Mu Jin did not show any sign of it. Instead, Mu Jin added further explanation with a satisfied expression in response to Mu Jiang and Mugung's reactions. When your body is fully developed, handling qi becomes much easier. You won't need to finely tune your qi. It wasn't that no one in the martial world had reached a similar conclusion as Mu Jin. The problem was that in this era, there was no scientific research on physical training. There were only crude trainings based on experience. Even though body conditioning doesn't yield results overnight, trainings based on experience without proper knowledge often failed to produce the desired outcomes. On the other hand, if one handled internal energy well, it was easy to produce the desired results though only for a few geniuses with exceptional skills in handling internal energy. After such histories accumulated, external energy in the current martial world was considered nothing more than a means to assist internal energy. But Mu Jin was different. His mind was filled with information on countless exercises and stretching methods to build or improve the strength and flexibility of each muscle in the body. This meant he could create a body that could perform the forms of each martial arts technique without discomfort. I don't know how far this will take me, but at least this is the only way I can survive. This was the best path that Choi Kang-hyuk, who had possessed Mu Jin's body, could think of. The original owner of the body, Mu Jin, might not have known, but Choi Kang-hyuk was not a genius in internal energy. Instead, Choi Kang-hyuk, a master of bodybuilding, concluded his lecture with a very confident expression. Well, to put it simply, it means that the head has to work hard because the body is bad. Isn't it the other way around? I thought it was that the body suffers because the mind is bad. Mu Gung countered his own words, and Mu Jin lightly clicked his tongue. TSK. That's just nonsense made up by those envious of a good body. You guys shouldn't fall for such nonsense. Got it. So does that mean we don't have to use internal energy anymore? Mu Yo, who had struggled with the essence of internal energy, asked with hopeful eyes, but Mu Jin shook his head. That's not it. It means that when the body is in good shape, it's easier to use internal energy. I didn't say to rely solely on the body without internal energy. HNG, with a deflated slouch of his shoulders, Mu Yo reacted to Mu Jin's sharp response. Seeing Mu Yo, who usually shrugged off physical hardships, looking so dejected, Mu Jiang couldn't help but speak up with sympathy. Mu Yo, if you're struggling with the essence, shall I help you? I might not be much help, but Mu Jiang's voice trailed off timidly, worried that he might end up being more of a hindrance than a help. However, Mu Yo responded with his usual cheerful ignorance. Yes, senior brother Mu Jiang, please teach me. You're really okay with me helping you? Of course. I only managed to interpret up to the 10th sequence of Shao Hong Quan so far. While Mu Jin watched the two engaging in their mutually supportive conversation with a warm heart, something struck him. Wait a minute. Mu Jin interrupted their conversation with a bewildered tone. Mu Jiang, what did you just say? You understood up to the 10th sequence. That's just the essence. I can't perform it properly like you yet. Though Mu Jiang spoke with a bashful dip of his head, Mu Jin barely heard him. And for good reason. I've only managed to interpret up to the 3rd sequence. Just last night, Mu Jin had been so frustrated while trying to interpret that he had thrown the Diamond Sutra across the room. And now this guy has understood up to the 10th sequence? Right, he's a blood successor. Mu Jin often forgot, seeing him looking deflated every day, but upon reflection, this guy was a genius too. Despite wondering why Mu Jiang was considered less adept in external energy compared to himself, Mu Gung, and Mu Yo, it seemed that Mu Jiang's status as a blood successor was due to his exceptional understanding of martial arts essences. Realizing this, Mu Jin eagerly grabbed both of Mu Jiang's hands. Teach me those interpretations. The translator for the essence of martial arts was right before his eyes. ******. Mu Jin and the children began their intensive training to properly execute Shao Hong Quan. Mu Jin focused on identifying and strengthening the weak parts of the children's bodies to ensure they could fully realize the power of Shao Hong Quan. And in the evenings, they all gathered to listen to Mu Jiang's interpretations of the sequences and practiced handling their qi. About 2 months passed. Mu Jin managed to enhance his physique to the point where he could perform Shao Hong Quan without any trouble. The trio, who were being trained by Mu Jin, also began to perform all 14 sequences of Shao Hong Quan after the same period. The only difference was, while Mu Jin could perform the 14 sequences in succession with ease, the other 3 were still at a level where they used the sequences separately. Mu Gung lacked the flexibility to connect each movement smoothly, Mu Jiang lacked the muscle strength for seamless connections, and Mu Yo had a poor memory. Concentrating as much as he could, Mu Yol could perform the movements one by one, but when trying to execute them in succession, he would get confused and the flow of his chi would become tangled. Yet, even that was enough to astonish Master Uncle Haijong, who was in charge of their training. It wasn't just because they could perform all 14 sequences of Shaohong Quan. Besides these four, there were about a dozen other children who could also use Shaohong Quan to some extent. The biggest difference between these four and the rest was Yoyuvi already mastered up to the full 10 stars in Shaohong Quan. Master Uncle Haijong murmured in amazement. It was their power and speed that caused the surprise. Naturally, Master Uncle Haijong couldn't help but be astonished. Shaohong Quan wasn't a martial art that children who had just started learning could master up to 10 stars within 2 months. But the surprise was momentary. Master Uncle Haijong noticed something peculiar. If one could perform each movement of Shaohong Quan according to the essence, it was considered 5 stars. And if all the movements could be performed in succession according to the essence, it was 7 stars. When one had fully internalized the essence and could cause powerful explosive sounds, it was 10 stars. If one could generate force winds, then it was said to be 12 stars of grand mastery. Currently, Mu Jin was performing all the movements in succession, creating explosive sounds fitting of 10 stars. Why are the other children's movements disjointed? The power was comparable to that of 10 stars, but for some reason, the other children's sequences were disjointed. 12:17 a.m. With the achievements of 5 stars and 10 stars mixed, it was natural for Master Uncle Haijong to have questions in mind. And Master Uncle Haijong willingly approached them to resolve these queries. Ahem, your accomplishments are indeed remarkable. Addressing Mu Jiayong, who was furthest to the left, Master Uncle Haijong spoke up, and Mu Jiayong responded with a bashful bow of his head. Mu Jin helped us a lot. Master Uncle. Oh, feeling intrigued by Mu Jiayong's answer, Master Uncle Haijong let out an exclamation and asked further. What kind of help did Mu Jin provide? Did he interpret the essence for you? The essence, I interpreted it. Master Uncle. With a puzzled expression, Master Uncle Haijong looked at Mu Jiayong, and finally, Mu Jin stepped forward. My role was simple. Master Uncle, I helped to strengthen the children's bodies. Strengthen the bodies? As Master Uncle Haijong wore a look of incomprehension, Mu Jin shared the information he had taught the trio 2 months earlier. He explained the method of reducing the work internal energy had to do by strengthening the physical body. Is that really a possible method? Master Uncle Haijong asked with a look of disbelief. Of course, as a second-class disciple of Shaolin, Master Uncle Haijong was a master who would be recognized as a high-level practitioner anywhere. Naturally, he understood the role internal energy plays in martial arts, and how its flow subtly varies from person to person. He also knew that a more refined physique is always an advantage. That's why, when looking for disciples, he would check for bone structure, yin-yang constitution, and heavenly martial constitution, among other things. What surprised him was how, in just 2 months, it was possible to identify and supplement each child's individual physical deficiencies. Is this also part of the training methods from that family lineage you mentioned? Yes, Master Uncle. Our family's training methods are organized to build strength or flexibility for each specific muscle group. Hearing Mu Jin's answer, Master Uncle Haijong thought to himself that this matter was not something he could decide on alone. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the main hall of the Arhut faction, Hyun-sung let out a chuckle upon hearing everything that had just happened from Master Uncle Haijong. And Mu Jin, brought along by Master Uncle Haijong, was currently observing the situation, not fully understanding what was going on. For a moment, only Hyun-sung's hollow laughter echoed through the quiet main hall of the Arhut faction. Disciple Mu Jin, listen. Yes, Bandonju. After gathering his thoughts, Hyun-sung spoke in a calm voice. Although there are still about 10 days left until the promised date, it appears that the trial has been sufficient. Indeed, it seems that your family's training methods are superior to Shaolin's in terms of physical conditioning. Therefore, How would you feel about taking charge of the novice disciples' morning training from now on? Master, the sudden grand offer from Hyun-sung caught Master Uncle Haijong by surprise, but despite his disciples' astonishment, Hyun-sung's face remained composed. Having said to kill the Buddha and kill the ancestor, perhaps I too have been caught in stubbornness. Hyun-sung was contemplating whether, before being a martial artist, he had forgotten the most important aspect of being a monk who aims to become a Buddha. Therefore, he was thinking of taking a great risk this time, at Shaolin, with the novice disciples and the— Yes, that's a good point. What did you say? Hyun-sung exclaimed in disbelief at Mu-jin's response, but Mu-jin's face remained composed. I mentioned it's impossible for me to teach the other children. Why should he teach the others when he barely has enough time for his own training? However, Mu-jin, having spent a decade in the service industry, was well aware of the potential consequences of such a refusal, unless one was a fool. Therefore, Mu-jin added an excuse to persuade Hyun-sung. Realistically, it would be difficult to achieve proper results if I were suddenly responsible for as many as 72 novice disciples. And Hyun-sung took the bait Mu-jin had laid out. You can produce results with 3, but not with the others? What does that mean? The 3 who are currently with me, Mu-yeol, Mu-jaeong, and Mu-gung, have seen results because they trusted and followed my training. But what about the other children? I'm well aware that they regard me as a lunatic because of past incidents. Do you really think they would follow the training of someone they consider mad? I don't think so. Cough. Calling yourself a lunatic. That's not right. Master Uncle Haijong coughed at Mu-jin's blunt expression, but he could not wholly deny Mu-jin's words. He was aware of the atmosphere among the novice disciples responsible for their training. The intensified training and the hushed atmosphere due to the previous incident involving Mu-jaeong were well known. And regardless of Master Uncle Haijong's coughing, Mu-jin continued speaking. I understand that introducing a different kind of training in Shaolin, not the traditional Shaolin training, is a significant risk. But if I were to undertake such a task with children who don't properly follow along and then fail to produce results, who would bear the responsibility? Hyun-sung was left speechless, merely swallowing his words. After all, wasn't he acknowledging that changing the novice disciples' training was a risk? To think that this young child shares my thoughts. Yet the sigh Hyun-sung released was merely to conceal his true feelings. In fact, his desire had only grown stronger. Such a young age, and he possesses such a profound level of insight. This only increased Hyun-sung's trust in the child and his training methods. There is no need to worry about that. As the Bandonju of the Arhut faction, my endorsement of you leading the novice disciples training is official. The novices wouldn't dare to defy it. Hyun-sung intended to support Mu-jin, but Mu-jin was not satisfied with just that. That alone is insufficient. In addition to your endorsement, Bandonju, I request full authority over the morning training. Full authority? Yes. As the novice disciples are young, they are more likely to be swayed by emotions rather than rational judgment. Besides official recognition, I also require the authority to discipline those who do not participate properly in the training. Both Hyun-sung and Master Uncle Haijong let out a sound akin to a sigh. While Master Uncle Haijong's was more of a chuckle, Hyun-sung's was a sigh of contemplation. He was genuinely pondering whether it was right to grant such authority to a young child. It was a heavy responsibility, but if introducing this child's training is already a gamble, what is there to ponder about authority now? Hyun-sung, you still have much to learn. Having stepped too far to turn back, Hyun-sung concluded that if he was going to gamble, he might as well bet everything. It was the kind of thinking that would make one an easy target in a gambling den. And Hyun-sung, a monk who had never gambled in his life, ultimately accepted Mu-jin's proposal. Let it be so. Master Uncle Haijong, a middle-aged monk, cried out in surprise, a reaction unbecoming of his years of religious devotion. But it was too late to dissuade Hyun-sung, who had already made up his mind. If Mu-jin misuses his authority for unjust reasons during training, there will be time to intervene. Until then, you must support this child in leading the training, at least until he commits a wrongdoing. I will follow the master's command." Unable to refuse his master's directive, Master Uncle Haijong replied with a bow, and Hyun-sung looked back at Mujin. "Is this sufficient for you? I will strive to live up to the Bandongju's decision and expectations." Mujin also replied with a bow to Hyun-sung's question. In fact, for Mujin, the opportunity to train the novice disciples wasn't necessarily a bad thing at all. Mujin wasn't so naive as to let the children's chatter go unchecked. "Starting today, I will be in charge of the dawn training." Saying this, Mujin slowly turned his head to survey the children gathered in the training ground. However, the look in Mujin's eyes as he observed the children was entirely different from usual. If his usual demeanor when interacting with Mujeong, Muyul, or Biobgang was closer to that of Choi Kang-hyuk, the fitness trainer, his current demeanor was more akin to Choi Kang-hyuk during his time in the Special Forces. Such a young kid with barely any internal energy, yet his gaze is so alive. Even the second-class disciples were taken aback by the intensity of Mujin's gaze. Having instantly dominated the room, Mujin spoke again, this time in a heavy tone. He didn't shout as he had initially. After all, shouting only works if used sparingly. Continuously shouting just makes one noisy, not intimidating. Instead, it was more effective not to shout when trying to draw someone's attention. "Though I will be training alongside you as a fellow novice disciple, during the dawn training, I will be implementing physical conditioning methods passed down from my family. Therefore, during dawn training, you should regard me not as a fellow novice, but as an instructor." Mujin's grave tone filled the training ground, an unusual weight for someone his age. However, there's always that one kid who lacks awareness, no matter where you go. A small laugh leaked out in the training ground, momentarily quieted by Mujin. The thoughtless child, assuming others would join in the laughter, looked around in panic when the surroundings remained silent. It would have been better if it was just silence. The eyes of everyone in the training ground were on the thoughtless child. Laughing, once again, Mujin's heavy voice permeated the training ground. The child who had laughed, along with everyone else, turned their gaze back to Mujin. "Let's see if you can still laugh after today's training is over." They were then faced with a smile on Mujin's face that resembled that of a fierce demon. "There must be many among you dissatisfied with me taking on the role of instructor. So, I'll give you a chance. Those who are confident in their skills, step forward now." Upon saying this, Mujin pointed at the child who had laughed. "That includes you. Step out now." The child who had laughed hesitated for a moment, but seeing that Master Uncle Haijong and the second-class disciples didn't intervene, stepped forward. As that child stepped out, others, confident in their abilities, began to step forward one by one. They were all children from martial families, like Mu Gung, who had been learning martial arts in their respective families before entering Shaolin. Naturally, they were discontent with being trained by a peer of their age in the dawn training. They had joined Shaolin to receive the renowned training of the temple, not to be trained by a kid their own age. "That's enough. Good. Including the one who laughed first, 10 of you. I will spar with you now, and if I lose even once, I will relinquish my role as an instructor and train alongside you as a fellow disciple." After addressing the children in the training ground, Mujin looked at the 10 who had stepped forward before him. In truth, there was no need for a sparring match. He had been delegated the authority over training and the power to punish. He could simply discipline those who did not listen. However, that approach would inevitably lead to rebellious behavior and reluctance to fully engage in training. Controlling as many as 70 children during training, even a single rebellious one could disrupt the atmosphere. In an army of adults, if physical control isn't exercised, there will always be those who act out. Now, imagine trying to control 70 children just entering their teenage years. Mujin believed that he needed to assert dominance from the very beginning to control these rambunctious kids. Originally, Mujin had insisted to Master Uncle Haijong on waking the children a quarter hour earlier than the usual training time to make space for close-range spear technique as a warm-up. But at least for today, he decided to use that time to assert his authority instead. The shouting at dawn and making the children rush to the training ground were all part of establishing control. It was a strategy to subconsciously implant in their minds that they were already following Mu Jin's orders without realizing it. This was also a common practice in Special Forces boot camps when training new recruits. Now, for the final step in asserting dominance, he only needed to physically subdue those who confidently stepped up as representatives. Of course, there was a possibility that he could lose, and his efforts to assert control would be for naught. Let's start with you, the one who laughed earlier. Mu Jin was not uncertain about losing. The child who was called by Mu Jin. Mu Yun believed that the other children would burst into laughter just like him. In other words, he was looking down on Mu Jin internally. And Mu Yun was confident in his own skills enough to look down on Mu Jin, who had been quite ahead in the training until now. This was because he, like Mu Gong, was an introductory disciple from a martial family. Therefore, in front of Mu Jin, Mu Yun took a fighting stance while harboring such thoughts. All I need to be careful of is that strange technique he uses. About 5 months ago, all he had to do was to be careful of that bizarre technique that had defeated Mu Gong. Different from his light-hearted laughter from a moment ago, Mu Yun started to gauge the distance and watch Mu Jin carefully. After observing Mu Yun for a while, a small smile appeared on Mu Jin's lips. It was as if a child who had just learned martial arts was awkwardly imitating the sparring of adults. That's exactly what these guys need. Mu Jin, who had a good idea, suddenly stepped forward powerfully during the standoff with Mu Yun. Mu Yun, who was tense in anticipation of Mu Jin's tackle, flinched involuntarily at the sudden step in and prepared to counterattack. However, Mu Jin, who seemed as though he would charge but had stepped in aggressively, simply stood still. At that moment, when Mu Yun's body relaxed ever so slightly without him noticing, pop! Mu Jin did not miss that instant and dove into Mu Yun's chest. Still, the training he had undergone did not go to waste as Mu Yun lashed out a fist packed with internal energy towards the face of Mu Jin, who had dived into his chest. But Mu Jin, who had been thinking of a counter from the moment he dived in, used the fourth form of the revolving fist technique. The fourth form of the revolving fist technique was an initial form of offense and defense, where one uses the side of the left arm to deflect the opponent's attack and simultaneously strikes with the right fist using the rebound. Mu Jin's left arm, charged with internal energy, precisely deflected Mu Yun's attack, and right after, Mu Jin's fist dug into Mu Yun's abdomen. Kook! As Mu Yun groaned, clutching his abdomen after the hit, Mu Jin simply stepped back. This isn't even a fight. It's not right to beat an opponent in sparring as if thrashing a dog on a hot day. Even though Mu Yun's laughter was annoying, one couldn't just beat up a child for bursting into laughter, no matter what. Looking at Mu Jin, who had easily won against Mu Yun, a few of Master Uncle Haijong and the second-class disciple shone their eyes in approval. Wow, to think his manipulation of qi is already so free. Not only has he mastered Xiao Hong Quan, but his achievement in the revolving fist technique is also noticeable. They were amazed not only because Mu Jin had skillfully led the sparring, but also because of the impact of the fourth form he had shown at the end. When deflecting Mu Yun's punch, Mu Jin had swung his left arm, filled with internal energy, but the follow-up straight punch was delivered without internal energy. Everyone noticed that Mu Jin had intentionally not infused internal energy into the punch, worrying that a punch with internal energy might damage the young child's insides. Then Mu Jin, who had effortlessly defeated Mu Yun, shouted to the 9 novice monks waiting behind him. Next, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The last opponent to face Mu Jin boasted a large build that would not be inferior even to Mu Gong. Having seen all the children who sparred before him being dominated and defeated by Mu Jin, he charged at Mu Jin as soon as the sparring started. Not only did his size resemble Mu Gong's, but every time he swung his fist, a refreshing sound of breaking through the air could be heard. Mu Jin, who had lost the initiative, either blocked the opponent's attacks with his arms infused with internal energy or dodged them by twisting his body. After receiving the opponent's attacks a few times, The moment the opponent's fist flew precisely towards Mujin's face, Mujin leaned his upper body back as if doing a limbo. Like the technique often called iron plank bridge in the martial world, Mujin leaned back and then extended his right arm from that position. His fist precisely struck the chin of the opponent, who had deeply lunged in to hit Mujin's face. Thump! And the opponent, who had taken a clean hit to the chin, had his legs give out and collapsed on the spot. Who? Mujin, who had knocked down the last, 10th opponent, regulated his breath so subtly that it was hardly noticeable from the outside. The last technique used was the 6th form of Shaolin Temple, which is an unconventional posture that, logically, should not be able to deliver any power in a punch. However, like other forms of Shaolin Temple, this one could also draw power from an awkward position by utilizing the flow of qi according to the requirements. The problem was that if Mujin had struck the opponent's exposed chin with a punch filled with internal energy, it would have shattered the opponent's jaw. So, once again, Mujin had to maintain his posture by circulating qi only through the meridians in his lower back, and when swinging the punch, he had to do so without qi to knock down the opponent. Shaolin Temple is still a bit awkward. Thanks to several such techniques unfolded during the previous sparring, Mujin was actually feeling soreness in all his muscles. But this set of 10 consecutive battles was to establish dominance. Mujin did not show weakness in front of the other children. If there's anyone still unsatisfied, step forward. Mujin called out in a gentle tone to the remaining children watching the sparring, but now no one stepped forward. Thanks to knocking down 10 people in barely a moment, none could raise any complaints. As all the children in the practice yard were silently looking at him, Mujin once again opened his mouth in a low tone. All right, from now on, I will lead the training. From now on, at least during the morning training hours, you'll call me instructor. Understand? As Mujin was speaking softly and suddenly asked loudly at the end, the children instinctively shouted, Understood. Satisfied with the children's response, a smile appeared on Mujin's lips, but then let's keep the promise. Didn't I say it? Let's see if you can still smile after today's training is over. That was a smile not befitting of Shaolin, but rather one of a devilish enforcer. Everybody down! As soon as Mujin's shout erupted, the children flopped down onto the practice yard. Satisfied with their reaction, Mujin spoke to the second-class disciples who had been observing from behind. Please place the sandbags on the backs of the children. And as soon as the second-class disciples placed the sandbags on the children's backs, the real exercise, or rather the punishment, began. When I say 1, you go down and hold the position. Anyone who touches the ground with their belly will have the sandbags on their back doubled. 1. On 2, you extend your arms and raise your body. 2. The push-ups with sandbags on their backs were just the beginning. They had to run across the practice yard in order, with sandbags tied to their arms and legs, and if they were even slightly late in tying the sandbags, they had to do push-ups again immediately. In addition, they took on the legendary posture PT-8 with sandbags tied to their bodies, among others. The hellish dawn training continued, and soon the children's clothes were soaked with sweat, despite all of them having trained in Shaolin for at least 5 months. Naturally, the practice yard was filled only with the sound of the children's heavy breathing. Attention, everyone! Attention! The children, now accustomed to instructor Mujin's commands, straightened up reflexively at his softly muttered words. This should be enough. Watching them, Mujin wore a satisfied expression. Although the 10 consecutive battles somewhat established his dominance, starting immediately with close-range spear technique or simple exercises could disrupt the atmosphere, especially since the opponents were boys just starting puberty, an age notorious for its rebelliousness. A warning had to be planted in their minds that if they didn't focus on training, they could be ground down like dogs at any moment. And now that the warning had been sufficiently instilled, from now on, the real training begins. It was time to start the main event. To the children who had been rolling around like mad until now, those words sounded like a death sentence from hell, but ignoring the children's misconceptions, Mujin shouted, Mugo, Mujio, Muyol, come forward. Following Mujin's call, the trio stepped forward. These 3 have been training under me longer than you. From today, during the dawn training hours, they will be called assistant instructors and will demonstrate for you. Introducing the three as assistant instructors to the children, Mujin pointed around the practice yard and positioned the three children, and they dove into the real exercise. Not punishment, but actual movements aimed at developing each muscle were taught one by one. As Mujin explained the key points and stimulation points to focus on for each posture and demonstrated, Muyul, Mugung, and Mujiang also demonstrated at their respective positions. With 70 children gathered, it was also to ensure those who couldn't see Mujin's movements well were accommodated. Maybe teaching his peers will also boost Mujiang's self-esteem a bit. This reason was also mixed in. Well, there's also the saying that teaching others is a way of learning, so perhaps those three would learn something more while teaching. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 5 days had passed since Mujin took charge of the dawn training. Having observed the training for 5 days, Biob Gang thought, that Mujin kid, does he have experience teaching someone his family? Mujin led the training with remarkable skill, almost unbelievably so for a 12-year-old. Especially considering that the training he was leading wasn't one-on-one education, but involved controlling as many as 70 children. It was impressively remarkable. Biob Gang also went through the stages of being an introductory disciple and a third-class disciple. And in particular, he had tormented his contemporaries so much that he was nicknamed Law Crazed and Law Dog. He knew very well how difficult this was. In fact, Biob Gang felt that he had a lot to learn from Mujin, surpassing mere knowledge. So when I need to let them off, I let them off, but when they cross the line, I should roll them even harder. After establishing dominance on the first day, Mujin moved on to proper muscle training. However, as the difficulty of the exercises decreased compared to the punishment drills, the children inevitably started misbehaving. Whenever Mujin noticed even a hint of this, he would roll them as hard as on the first day. It was a typical military-style method of training, but I should try this with my own disciples. For Biob Gang, whose nature was closer to that of a soldier than a monk, it was a very innovative method of teaching. And on the 5th day, starting today, we will divide into groups for training. Mujin split the children into 4 large groups. This division was based on the results observed during the past 5 days of dawn training and the morning martial arts practice. It was an arrangement of the children who were similarly lacking in their practice of Shaohong Quan. For example, children with a lack of flexibility or core strength were grouped together. And each of the 4 groups was led by Mujin and the 3 assistant instructors. For instance, Mugung, who had done the most flexibility training, was in charge of the children who lacked flexibility. Having the most experience, Mujin believed that Mugung could lead the training properly if he just suggested, "Today we'll do this, this, and this." Of course, if any children failed to follow properly, or if the assistant instructors struggled to conduct the lessons, Mujin would have to step in. Regardless, by dividing the groups, the number of children directly under Mujin's care was reduced to about 20. As he taught these 20 and occasionally checked on the other groups, the dawn training hour, which was 1 Sijin, passed quickly. Then, as the children were moving to breakfast after the exercise, Master Uncle Haijong approached Mujin and spoke. "Mujin, the item you requested from the master last time has been completed." It was an additional request Mujin had made when he accepted Hyun Sung's proposition. It concerned whether a certain item could be made. The news delivered by Haijong was precisely the news that Mujin had been eagerly awaiting. After finishing dinner, it was time for the afternoon's self-directed training. Wow! In a secluded corner of the Arhut faction's practice yard, the very thing Mujin had longed for was installed. The thing he had asked Hyun Sung for in exchange for taking on the children's education. It was the power rack. There, of course, were the barbell rods to hang on the power rack and the weight plate to hang on the barbell rod. Lastly, there was a bench for lying down. The power rack is made of wood, so it's a bit shaky, but it's not heavy yet, so it shouldn't matter, right? It had been over 4 months enjoying free weights with sandbags as his barbells. Now, simply increasing the number of sandbags was no longer satisfying. Moreover, sandbags couldn't be used for the main movements of free weights. known as the Big Three. Therefore, Mujin had asked Hyun-sung in exchange for taking over the morning training of the introductory disciples, to make him a power rack, a barbell rod, and weight plates. Even if Shaolin Temple was a monastery, it was still a prestigious Orthodox sect, so he thought they would certainly have enough money to afford such items. Of course, they wouldn't make it just because he demanded it, so Mujin had come up with a suitable excuse. Our family's training method is divided into several stages, and I have to move on to the third stage soon. And from the third stage, certain items are necessary. That was Mujin's vague excuse. On top of that, I lack the time to train my body while teaching other children. Therefore, these items are absolutely necessary for me to exercise more efficiently. It was a bonus that he made it seem like he was sacrificing his time because of the other children. The last addition was somewhat of a boast, but also a fact. After all, it was difficult to focus on his own exercise while teaching others. Anyway, thanks to such efforts, the exercise equipment Mujin had longed for finally appeared before his eyes. The Big Three lifts in a martial world. Mujin's pectoralis major and quadriceps were throbbing with excitement at the thought of lifting iron. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 4 months had passed since Mujin received the exercise equipment from Hyun-sung. During that time, Mujin's body had advanced by not just one, but several levels. Phew! After catching his breath, Mujin shouldered the barbell rod and squatted down. It was the epitome of a proper squat form. On Mujin's shoulders, several weight plates were hanging from the barbell rod. The total weight of the rod and plates was approximately 150 gun, 90 kilograms. Compared to the weight Choi Kang-hyuk used to lift, this might only be considered a warm-up, but currently, Mujin was just 13 years old. In Korean age, that's about a first or second-year middle school student. A child roughly 5 feet and 4 inches tall, just starting puberty, was squatting with a barbell rod weighing about 90 kilograms. After completing his 12th rep of 150 gun squats, Mujin put the barbell rod back onto the power rack and let out a deep sigh. Phew! For the past 4 months, Mujin had been pushing himself to do 12 reps of the Big Three lifts, reaching around 230. If he calculated it based on 1 rep, it would be close to 300. When he first started using the power rack, his Big Three lift was around 170, so in the past 4 months, he had made significant progress. Considering his age, 170 was already a high number. He had been exercising consistently for about half a year before starting with sandbags, and for the past 4 months, he had been doing free weights with sandbags, which made it possible. However, despite achieving incredible progress for his age, Mujin's expression wasn't bright. Today, as usual, Biob Gang was watching Mujin's exercise and approached him with a puzzled face. "What's wrong, Mujin?" "Ah, I greet you, Master Biob Gang." Mujin, who had a gloomy expression, bowed to Biob Gang. Biob Gang, who received Mujin's greeting, asked again, "You seem to be worried about something." Biob Gang was thinking, what could be bothering him? Mujin's achievement over the past 4 months was truly remarkable. Just looking at the barbell rod he was currently holding was proof of that. Honestly, even second-class disciples wouldn't be able to lift that much weight without using internal energy. In terms of physical strength, Mujin was already on par with some second-class disciples. Or rather, most second-class disciples. Physical abilities peak in one's 20s and then decline. Without using internal energy, most second-class disciples wouldn't be able to lift that much weight. On the other hand, the internal energy that made up for their lack of physical strength was overflowing in second-class disciples. Of course, in Shaolin, they undergo extremely harsh physical training from the introductory disciple stage. However, that training is very simple and primitive, and most of it is just eating a lot of mushrooms and beans. In Mujin's case, he overcame that issue by eating an enormous amount of mushrooms and beans, but others didn't even know the concept of protein. In other words, their training was closer to asceticism than exercise. Even after training for over 10 years, they couldn't surpass a certain level of physical strength. Very rarely, there were some extraordinary individuals who had a talent for building muscle, like Mu Gung among the introductory disciples and a few among the second-class disciples. From that perspective, it was possible that Mu Jin was also one of those extraordinary individuals. The other kids who started learning from me have also changed a lot in terms of physical strength and flexibility. It wasn't just Mu Jin who had grown over the past 4 months. Hyun Sung was considering ordering more power racks, barbell rods, and weight plates so that the other kids could also move on to the next stage, so there was no room for doubt. Thinking to himself, Biob Gang turned to Mu Jin, who opened his mouth. I've been having some difficulties with my martial arts, so I've been focusing on external energy training to clear my mind, master. Difficulties with your martial arts? However, this answer was also hard for Biob Gang to understand. Didn't you already master the Autumn Wind Leg and the 9 Palace Steps, as well as the 10 stars? Autumn Wind Leg and 9 Palace Steps. Following Xiao Hong Quan, the Shaolin Temple introduces introductory disciples to the entry-level martial arts. In fact, Xiao Hong Quan, Autumn Wind Leg, and 9 Palace Steps were not only entry-level martial arts, but also tests to check the qualities of the introductory disciples. Starting with Xiao Hong Quan to Autumn Wind Leg and 9 Palace Steps. The hidden test for the introductory disciples was to master each of these 3 martial arts to at least a level of 7 stars within a year. Those who failed to master them within a year were forced to leave the mountain and could not even use the name of being part of Shaolin. And the children who succeeded in mastering them would then start to learn 1 or 2 martial arts that could be called Shaolin's martial arts. While lacking compared to the 72 consummate arts of Shaolin, if mastered, they could be recognized as masters in their own right with martial arts like Vajra Fist or Arhut Palm and Prajna Pole technique. Those who further mastered these to a level beyond the realm within the remaining period would become true disciples. Conversely, those who had to leave the mountain due to circumstances or did not reach the realm would leave as lay disciples. And Mu Jin had already mastered these 3 martial arts to the level of 10 stars within just half a year. Just in about half a year, which is considerably faster than just meeting the passing criterion of 7 stars. It was astonishing that someone who had already mastered up to 10 stars and was learning the next level of martial arts would say such a thing. Excess is as bad as deficiency, and to pluck up helps growth. Your achievements already forbid comparison with the other children. It seems unwise to be too hasty. Is it the achievement of the newly learned Prajna Heart technique that you find frustrating? It is that, but not only because of that. Mu Jin recalled the Prajna Heart technique he started learning about 15 days ago, trying hard to hide his bitterness. Prajna Heart technique was a higher-level technique of the Buddha mind technique. Simply put, it was a technique that, in addition to the basic meridians one would conduct qi through during the Buddha mind technique, involved several more meridians. These new meridians were dangerous meridians that could cause problems to the body if mishandled, naturally requiring the qi to be conducted in a special manner when passing through each dangerous meridian. And these special methods, like Xiao Hong Quan, Autumn Wind Leg, and 9 Palace Steps, were described in the sutras with obscure and mysterious phrases. Of course, one could ask Mu Jiang to explain these phrases, but sadly, Mu Jiang was still stuck on Autumn Wind Leg. Well, being a blood successor wasn't for nothing, as even that was quite a fast pace. Having mastered Xiao Hong Quan and 9 Palace Steps, only Autumn Wind Leg was left. Indeed, Mu Jiang, who had started learning martial arts for the first time upon entering Shaolin, was now starting to surpass the children from martial families. Certainly, it was a ludicrous affair to snatch away Mu Jiang's time by asking him to explain the intricacies of the Autumn Wind Leg when he himself had yet to master it. Thankfully, there was a silver lining. The Prajna Heart technique was a method taught to introductory disciples, and Mu Jiang had some experience interpreting the details of the introductory martial arts techniques alongside others. Thanks to that, Mu Jin managed to interpret and practice the qi conducting technique of the Prajna Heart technique during the past fortnight somewhat successfully. The issue at hand, however, was something else. To think it took a whole fortnight just to interpret the basics of an introductory martial art technique. Sigh. If it took this long for the Prajna heart technique, then how much longer would it take for the 72 consummate arts, known as the symbol of Shaolin martial arts? Of course, Mu Jiang, a genius in deciphering techniques, could be asked for help. Damn! But starting with the 72 consummate arts, one must learn directly from master. It had been over 9 months since Choi Kang-hyuk's spirit had inhabited Mu Jin's body. During that time, he had managed to obtain a variety of information through Mu Gong. True to the character who prioritized becoming a senior disciple of Shaolin, Mu Gong was quite knowledgeable. Among the information passed down from Mu Gong was the story of Shaolin's martial arts transmission system. Introductory disciples usually undergo 1.5 to 2 years of training before taking an exam. Through this exam, the children are matched with a second-class disciple as a master, suitable for their body type, constitution, and temperament. It is then they truly belong to Shaolin, and instead of an instructor, they get a real master. Well, even after becoming a third-class disciple, only their living quarters change. The basic training continues in the Arhut faction. However, once they have gained some experience and learned some of Shaolin's martial arts, they then directly receive the 72 consummate arts from their master. The selection of a third-class disciple in the exam, based on body type, constitution, and temperament, is linked to this. The 72 consummate arts are so complex that each person only masters 2 or 3 arts. In other words, they take disciples with similar constitutions to pass down the arts. After becoming a true disciple, there was a high chance that Mu Jiang would learn different martial arts. That was okay too. With some luck, he might meet a master with excellent teaching skills, and by that time, his body would have developed even more. Just like when he learned the 3 introductory martial arts, he could make up for his lack of chi manipulation with his physical prowess. But there was just one area where this was impossible. Weights can't build up your internal organs. Damn, that area was the internal energy techniques. If one mishandles the meridians and the chi flows chaotically, causing the internal organs to burst out, what then? Having a lot of muscles doesn't mean one can prevent an organ rupture. If that were possible, doctors would be prescribing bench presses to train the pectoral muscles instead of performing surgery on heart disease patients. And here lay the problem. If one couldn't master the superior internal energy techniques among the consummate arts, then similarly, one would lack the internal energy to use the martial arts that belong to the consummate arts. Certainly, aren't there often mentions in martial arts novels of those terrifying, peerless martial arts that would consume a decade's worth of chi with just one use? To utilize such peerless martial arts, a peerless internal energy technique was essential. Fortunately, Mu Jin had one secret method that could inflate his chi without having to learn a peerless internal energy technique. That method was none other than active cultivation. Yes, the very active cultivation he had learned during his wall-facing meditation. Gleaning clues from the words of Biob Gang and Master Uncle Haijong, Mu Jin had in fact been continuously practicing active cultivation. Thanks to this, when it came to the Buddha mind technique, he could now always conduct qi while breathing, not just during exercise. However, that didn't mean it was perfect. Actually, I've been contemplating an issue regarding active cultivation. Master Uncle, is it about active cultivation? Biob Gang, who had been tilting his head at Mu Jin's words, suddenly caught on and exclaimed with a shocked expression. Mu Jin, don't tell me you've mastered the Buddha mind technique? Even while conversing with him, Biob Gang could feel qi faintly moving around Mu Jin. This meant that Mu Jin had reached the true realm of active cultivation, where he could continue conducting qi even in his daily life. However, Mu Jin shook his head at Biob Gang's question. I can continuously conduct the Buddha mind technique usually, but there are precisely 2 moments when conducting is impossible. That's what troubles me. Oh, I'm quite curious about those 2 things. One is when I hold my breath, and the other is during sleep. Isn't that to be expected? Biob Gang looked at him with an incredulous expression, but Mu Jin still had a face full of frustration. Setting aside sleep, there are more moments than you'd think when I have to hold my breath. For example, I can't maintain qi flow while eating or drinking. So, What you're saying is that you're pondering over how to accumulate qi even when you're not breathing or when you're asleep? That is correct, Master Uncle. Mu Jin was utterly serious, but Biob Gang was at a loss for words. Conducting qi even while sleeping was not so much an internal energy technique as it was close to some sort of realm. It was a realm where the internal energy technique had completely merged with the body and mind, allowing for natural qi flow even during sleep. However, the problem was the former. An internal energy technique that allowed one to accumulate qi without breathing? There could be no such thing even in the great Shaolin. As Biob Gang thought this, a certain martial arts technique flashed through his mind. It wasn't an internal energy technique, but it was a concept of some martial art that absorbed qi through the skin. Biob Gang casually mentioned the name of the martial art that came to his mind to Mu Jin. Mu Jin, have you ever heard of iron skin? Upon hearing the name of the martial art, a look of bewilderment crossed Mu Jin's face. And for good reason. Isn't that a third-rate external energy technique practiced by bandits? It was because that martial art was generally regarded in such a manner. Even if Choi Kang-hyuk, who resides within Mu Jin's body, had stopped reading martial arts novels by the time he was in school, some memories of iron skin faintly lingered in his mind. It's a martial art that appears quite frequently in martial arts novels, usually practiced by third-rate villains. For example, it's commonly practiced by the Green Forest Bandits. Was it a martial art of Shaolin? As Mu Jin asked with an incredulous expression, Biob Gang cleared his throat once before answering. Ahem, there's a bit of a hidden story to it. In fact, iron skin was one of the basic Shaolin martial arts that those who had passed the introductory martial arts, like the Prajna Heart technique you're currently learning, used to practice. Iron Sanpom is also among the famous martial arts of our Shaolin, practiced by those who have mastered iron skin to a higher level. Mu Jin had seen Iron Sanpom in old martial arts movies. A martial art where one trains by thrusting their palms into hot, glowing sand. The strong first impression it left had stayed in his memory. How did such a basic martial art of Shaolin degenerate into a third-rate technique practiced by bandits? This is related to the decreasing number of practitioners of iron skin within Shaolin. Iron skin is a martial art that strengthens the skin to withstand attacks from sharp weapons like swords and blades, but ultimately, it offers little help against highly skilled masters. 11:38 p.m. I've heard of that. It's said to be ineffective against masters who use the heavy hand technique of the internal family. The heavy hand technique of the internal family refers to a technique that, when striking an opponent, uses internal energy to destroy the insides rather than just causing external damage. That's right. Moreover, while it can block attacks from ordinary metal, it cannot block the sword chi, or blade chi, of highly skilled masters. There are stories that if one truly masters it, they could even block those, but the consensus is that it ultimately cannot block strong chi. It was practically useless against a true master. And Shaolin practices martial arts to face off against powerful opponents like the leaders of the demon sect or villains from the evil factions. So, it was said that the number of those who practice it naturally decreased due to its lack of practicality. It was also a statement that it would be of no help to Mu Jin. After all, the enemy that Mu Jin must face is the final villain of the novel, an immensely powerful expert. But why are you suddenly bringing up the topic of iron skin? Cough. It is known in the world that iron skin, like iron sanpalm, is about consistently applying impact to the skin to train it to be as strong as steel. However, this is only half the truth. The real iron skin also involves a secret of absorbing qi through the skin. This iron skin became this way because it was a basic martial art. A lay disciple who descended the mountain without properly mastering iron skin established a family and spread the half-baked iron skin technique. The true iron skin was considered useless even in Shaolin and thus stopped being practiced, while the half-baked iron skin spread through the lay disciples. Is it because it was only half-baked and a basic martial art, Shaolin didn't bother much about it? Having thought that far, Mu Jin asked with shining eyes, "Then, if you learn the real iron skin, can you absorb internal energy through the skin? Absorbing qi through the skin means that one could accumulate internal energy even when unable to breathe. What if one could absorb qi through the skin while actively cultivating? The effects would likely be doubled. In the eyes of Mujin, filled with such expectations, Biob Gang shook his head. That is both correct and incorrect. What do you mean? The secret of iron skin is originally to absorb qi through the skin to strengthen it. In other words, the qi absorbed with the technique of iron skin does not add to the internal energy, but just strengthens the skin. So it's useless then? 11:47 p.m. Mujin was thinking this to himself when, fortunately, Biob Gang added, however, it is true that the secret allows one to absorb qi through the skin. So, why don't you try to research a way to convert the qi absorbed through the skin into internal energy? Biob Gang looked at Mujin with very serious eyes. His gaze was filled with the expectation that you can do it. Of course, Mujin was not someone who felt pressure from such a gaze or would rashly take on a task that was too much for him. It seems worth a try. At least theoretically, Mujin thought there was a possibility. It seemed quicker to find a way to convert the qi absorbed through the skin into internal energy than it would be to understand the terribly complex and difficult 72 consummate arts techniques that he would learn in the future. Disciple, although my realm is still modest, I shall attempt the challenge. As Mujin spoke with a resolutely confident tone, Biob Gang nodded with a satisfied expression. You've made a good decision. Then, will you now teach me the secrets of iron skin? That is impossible. Why is that? As Mujin asked with a puzzled face, Biob Gang awkwardly responded, uncharacteristically embarrassed. I have not learned iron skin myself, so I do not know the secrets. As Mujin looked on with a flabbergasted expression, Biob Gang sheepishly turned his head to the side. Cough, cough. It can't be helped. It has been over 50 years since iron skin began to be neglected. Only records of it being learned in the past remain, and now there are hardly any within Shaolin who have mastered iron skin. Biob Gang knew this information because of his strong pride in Shaolin, having memorized the historical records. Among the second-class disciples of Shaolin, there were even those who did not know that iron skin was a martial art of Shaolin. However, that was of no concern to Mujin. Then how do you propose I learn iron skin? Don't worry. Even if there are none who have learned it now, the scripture library still has the records of iron skin. It is, after all, a basic martial art, so I will learn it first and then teach you. Biob Gang spoke with confidence, but Mujin could only look at him with an unimpressed expression. Despite his appearance, which was unmistakably that of a soldier, the more one looked at Biob Gang, the more he seemed to be a bumbling figure. Several days later. Apart from his bumbling demeanor, Biob Gang may not have been made a second-class disciple of Shaolin for nothing, as he succeeded in learning the secrets of iron skin. Thanks to this, Mujin was able to begin formally learning iron skin through Biob Gang. 11:51 p.m. The secret of iron skin was entirely different in its approach compared to the martial arts that Mujin had learned before. Of course, it was all the same talk of grasping at clouds from the Buddhist scriptures, but while other martial arts described methods of handling internal energy, the secret of iron skin was more about sensation. The essence of iron skin was to feel, absorb, and strengthen the skin through qi. For this purpose, the practice of iron skin often involves striking or impacting the skin. By applying a proper level of strikes or impacts, the goal was to use the stimulation to make the skin more sensitive and aware of its condition. And the secret of iron skin dealt with how to feel that sensation through the skin and how to absorb external qi through that sensation. Slap. For this reason, Mujin, who had begun practicing iron skin, would repeatedly slap his own skin with his palm whenever he had a spare moment. Why is he doing that again? To those unaware, the scene would look like the antics of a madman. As Mugung watched Mujin repeatedly harming himself and asked with a puzzled expression, Muyol cheerfully replied, He used to do that before, senior brother Mugung. When was this before? Well, Mugung's question led Muyol to count the days on his fingers for a moment. Eventually giving up on calculating the date, Mu Yul cheerfully answered. A long time ago, when Mu Jin first talked back to Master Uncle Haijong. Back then, he even asked me to slap his cheek. When I refused, he slapped his own cheek. He really was crazy after all. Mu Gung muttered quietly to himself upon hearing Mu Yul's sunny response. He was cautious not to speak too loudly, fearing another strike from Mu Jin. A skilled fighter who is crazy can be that frightening. Asterisk. Half a year had passed. During this time, autumn had come and gone on Mount Song where Shaolin Temple was located, leaving behind white snow that eventually melted, giving way to budding greenery. In time with the sprouting season, about 20 novice monks left the Shaolin Temple. They were novice monks who had failed to master the introductory martial arts within a year. Even though Mu Jin had taken charge of the morning training and raised the level of external energy practice, if one could not handle internal energy at all, they ultimately could not learn the martial arts of Shaolin. The 20 children who left now were either unable to feel qi at all during the year, or, even if they could feel it, they lacked the talent to handle it properly. However, despite having sent away such a large number of children, Master Uncle Haijong, who was in charge of their training, did not seem too downcast. Master, this year, as many as 49 children have remained. The fact that only the children who could not handle internal energy properly had left meant, conversely, that if one had even the minimum talent to handle internal energy, they could stay. Typically, more than half would be sent away at this time, but this time only less than a third were. 11:53 p.m. Hyun Sung seemed to have the same thought, a small smile gracing the lips of the elderly monk. This too is thanks to Mu Jin. Normally, even if a child had the talent to handle internal energy, it was not common for them to master the 3 introductory martial arts to the level of 7 stars within a year. However, this year, thanks to Mu Jin's external energy training methods, there were several children who overcame their lack of talent with external energy practice. At this point, it would be more foolish to deny Mu Jin's training methods. In fact, far beyond mere acknowledgement, Hyun Sung and Haijong had already become ardent supporters of Mu Jin's methods. Sai, we need to bring in additional strong wooden beams and iron bars, and weighted plates for the Arhut faction as soon as possible. Having greatly benefited from Mu Jin's training methods, Hyun Sung hoped to acquire more of the tools that Mu Jin used. However, even Shaolin, renowned as it was, could not overflow with wealth due to its upright and equitable methods. Simple tools like wooden sticks could be made easily enough, but iron bars and weighted plates required a fair amount of precision in their center of gravity and standards, making their production quite costly. In other words, it wouldn't be easy to get the budget approved by the jurisdiction department of Shaolin. However, there wasn't a complete lack of options. Having practiced the Buddhist path for nearly 50 years, I should be ready to let go of desires, but I find myself eagerly awaiting the day of the entrance examination. Disciple shares the same sentiment, Master. Entrance examination. The final test for introductory disciples and the selection process for direct disciples. Through this examination, if Mu Jin's training methods can be proven, then it wouldn't be a dream to bring in a large quantity of equipment to the Arhut faction. Asterisk. Another half a year passed by. The seasons transitioned from spring and summer, and now as they entered autumn, the trees on Mount Song began to take on a crimson hue. During the past year, Mu Jin also achieved significant growth. Perhaps due to his growth spurt, he grew a little over 171 centimeters in the span of a year. Sigh. Mu Jin, after taking deep breaths, began lifting an iron bar. Combined with the weight plates attached, it now weighed a hefty 102 kilograms. Not with squats, but with bench presses, Mu Jin started to lift weights close to 100 kilograms. Based on a 12-rep standard, he had now reached the 3-lift total of 400 kilograms. While a year and 9 months of training resulting in only a 400 kilograms total might seem slow, there was a significant reason for this. Mu Jin was not a fitness trainer, but a martial artist. If the goal had been solely to increase muscle size, he could have aimed for a 500 kilograms total. His body was naturally strong, and Choi Kang-hyuk was a capable trainer. However, his reason for building his body was to use martial arts more easily and effectively. And recklessly increasing muscle size could actually hinder movement, just like bodybuilders with bulging muscles who can't scratch their own backs. 11:57 p.m. Therefore, Mujin only increased his muscle size to a level suitable for martial arts practice. He developed his physique only to a size similar to that of celebrities, often referred to as fit on television. Once he reached that level, Mujin maintained his muscle mass with the 3 major exercises and focused on stimulating smaller muscle groups. Thanks to this approach, Mujin's body transformed from the bulky muscles of a trainer to a leaner, more wild and muscular physique with well-defined muscles. Furthermore, he succeeded in learning several additional basic martial arts of Shaolin that are allowed for introductory disciples. As Mujin was vigorously advancing his training, Hyun Sung, the head of the Arhut faction, was entering one of the majestic halls of the long-standing Shaolin Temple. Abbot, I am Hyun Sung, the head of the Arhut faction. I have come to discuss the upcoming entrance examination that will take place in 5 days. This place was none other than the office of the abbot, the core of Shaolin Temple. Come in, head of the Arhut faction. Hyun Sung's visit was permitted by the compassionate abbot of Shaolin, Hyun Cheon, who greeted him with his characteristic benevolent expression. I have heard a brief account. The majority of the children have succeeded in staying until the entrance examination this time. Haha, this is also due to the deep virtue of the abbot, is it not? At the response of Hyun Sung, the abbot and his former disciple, a gleam appeared in the kind eyes of Hyun Cheon. If Hyun Sung has such confidence, it must be quite promising. Amitabha, Abba Hyun Cheon was sincerely looking forward to the entrance examination that would take place in 5 days. Originally, the mornings at Shaolin were quiet yet busy. In places like the Arhut faction, the external faction, the half faction, the jurisdiction department, and so on, monks from each faction and department were quietly and busily moving about, attending to their assigned duties or practicing their martial arts. However, today, for some reason, most of those who should be dispersed among the various factions and departments were gathered together. The place they gathered was none other than the Arhut faction, for today was the day of the entrance examination for the introductory disciples who had joined 2 years ago. In fact, it wasn't typical for so many to assemble for every entrance examination. Usually, the number of children remaining to take the entrance examination was at most around 20. Except, of course, for those rare occasions when the number of disciples who stayed until the entrance exam exceeded 100, sometimes surpassing 30. Consequently, the number of second-class disciples available to take on new disciples was also about 20 at most. It was customary for the Arhut faction to give a heads-up, calling only the prospective masters who suited the child's constitution or body type. But today was entirely different. There were 49 children who had remained until the entrance examination. Subtracting the 7 who had left early to carry on their family lineage as lay disciples, there were 42 examinations to be conducted. Therefore, instead of giving a heads-up, the Arhut faction simply invited all those who were interested to attend. Thanks to this, aside from the introductory disciples who would be taking today's test, nearly 200 individuals had gathered at the Arhut faction. Nearly half of Shaolin's monks, excluding the third-class disciples, had come together. It might seem sufficient for only the second-class disciples, who would be taking on the introductory disciples as direct disciples, to gather, but reality was different. Since the second-class disciples were still learning martial arts from the first-class disciples, they felt somewhat inadequate to decide on their successors by themselves. Hence, it was common for the first-class disciples to also observe and then recommend potential successors to the second-class disciples. With this in mind, Hyun Sung deliberately invited as many people as possible to be spectators at this entrance examination. His plan was to use this entrance examination to validate Mujin's training methods and confidently order additional exercise equipment from the jurisdiction department. As over 200 people gathered together, even the composed monks of Shaolin couldn't help but generate noise. Each person spoke with a low voice, but when combined, 200 such voices inevitably created a din. I heard that 42 children are taking the entrance examination this time. Perhaps Hyun Song, the head of the Arhut faction, left many children because of his compassion, master. That's unlikely. Hyun Song came to me yesterday and said that the abilities of these disciples are truly exceptional. As the gathered crowd engaged in such conversations, at the appointed time, Hyun Song appeared in the center of the training ground of the Arhut faction. Thank you all for taking the time to come here despite your busy schedules. As everyone has pressing matters, and there are many children who need to be examined today, I will not prolong my speech and will proceed directly with the examination. Amitabha, as Master Uncle Haijong announced the beginning of the examination and stepped back, a second-class disciple stepped forward to the center of the training ground. The entrance examination at Shaolin was, in fact, quite a straightforward affair. A second-class disciple would spar with an introductory disciple to assess how well the child had mastered martial arts. The second-class disciple who had stepped into the center of the training ground was one of those tasked with conducting the sparring. Introductory disciple Mu Jiang stepped forward, called out the second-class disciple. Following that, a novice monk stepped forward to the center of the training ground in response to the call from Master Uncle Haijong, who was in charge of overseeing the training. Mu Jiang bowed to the second-class disciple, and after the latter returned the greeting, the sparring began with Master Uncle Haijong's shout. "Huh!" Mu Jiang launched an attack on the second-class disciple, displaying the introductory martial arts and the basic martial arts of Shaolin he had learned thus far. As one might expect, the gap between a second-class disciple and an introductory disciple was substantial. Consequently, the role of the second-class disciple in the examination was not to defeat the introductory disciple, but to engage just enough to allow the latter to adequately demonstrate their skills. The second-class disciple deftly dodged Mu Jiang's attacks, or used internal energy at an appropriate level to block them. Occasionally, when an opening appeared in the opponent's defense, the second-class disciple would counterattack. After all, merely blocking or dodging attacks would not allow for a proper assessment. The completeness of the initial moves, the application of internal energy, the ability to eliminate vulnerabilities, or the capacity for quick thinking in covering those vulnerabilities were also part of the examination. From this perspective, the skills of a child named Mu Jiang were more than sufficient to pass. Even though the second-class disciple was being lenient, the sparring had already proceeded with more than 20 exchanges that were worthy of the term sparring. Enough. Thinking that everyone present had sufficiently witnessed Mu Jiang's abilities, Master Uncle Haijong concluded the sparring. It's no wonder the Arhut faction leader took pride in him. Truly excellent skills. I'm not sure if it's right to showcase such an exceptional disciple right from the start. Amitabha. Indeed, the other spectators were also displaying satisfied expressions at the skills of the child named Mu Jiang. And as they observed the sparring, several among them were already shining their eyes with the intent to take him on as their disciple, having gauged his physique and constitution. After Master Uncle Haijong glanced over the scene and saw that everyone had finished their discussions, he proceeded to the next examination. 4 more rounds of sparring followed, and amazingly, all 5 children who had undergone the examination thus far had passed. It seems that all the children of this batch have strong and upright spirits. That is indeed true, senior brother. Rather than haphazardly using various martial arts, they seem to have mastered the introductory martial arts from the revolving fist technique to the realm of 10 stars. Having observed 5 rounds of sparring, the Shaolin disciples were gradually discerning the characteristics of the children. None of the 5 who had passed the examination thus far had mastered a wide array of basic martial arts. Instead, they focused on a few introductory martial arts, such as Shao Hong Quan and Autumn Wind Leg, and basic martial arts like Arhut Palm and Prajnapol technique. Nevertheless, all 5 were able to pass because they had brought the few martial arts they knew to a very high level of completion. Considering the amount of internal energy typical of children their age, they demonstrated considerable speed and power. In truth, This was due to Mu Jin's training methods. Such training could not change one's inherent understanding or talent for manipulating internal energy. Thus, those children whose talents varied slightly had barely managed to learn the introductory martial arts over a year and had succeeded in mastering only one or two basic martial arts, excluding the Prajna technique. However, thanks to Mu Jin's training method, those whose physical levels had improved by leaps and bounds were able to produce powers and speeds far surpassing their peers in the martial arts they had mastered. Unaware of these internal circumstances, the Shaolin disciples simply misunderstood that this batch had been educated in a manner that deepened one martial art rather than diversifying. And this misunderstanding was shared by Abbot Hyun Cheon, the head of Shaolin. 5 days ago, intrigued by Master Uncle Hyun Sung's confident words and expressions, Abbot Hyun Cheon, who attended today's examination, casually spoke to Hyun Sung, who was seated next to him. Indeed, as the faction leader said, the level of this batch's children seems quite high. Usually, among the children who remain for the entrance examination, about half to a third would fail. But now, with not a single one of the 5 having failed thus far, one could tell that the level of this batch was quite high. But why could that be? At Abbot Hyun Cheon's words, Hyun Sung replied with an enigmatic expression. We have not even seen half yet, elder brother Abbot. There is no need to make a judgment too soon. Amitba. At Hyun Sung's response, Abbot Hyun Cheon looked puzzled. Did he deliberately place the outstanding children at the front? But if that were the case, Hyun Sung wouldn't have shown such confidence 5 days ago. Even now, he only suggested to keep watching, showing no signs of anxiety. One will understand by observing. Having cultivated the Buddha's path for 50 years, the elderly monk, Abbot Hyun Cheon, quickly composed himself and decided to watch the examination with a relaxed mindset. As for Hyun Sung, who had given a cryptic answer to Abbot Hyun Cheon, it is still too early to be surprised, elder brother Abbot. He was harboring such thoughts internally. Although the children who had gone first in the entrance examination already had sufficient levels to pass, the real talents were yet to come. Around the time 10 or so matches had passed, a peculiar smile appeared on the lips of Hyun Sung, who knew which child would be called next. Introductory disciple Mu Yul stepped forward. The child stepping forward this time, Mu Yul, was quite a uniquely talented individual. Introductory disciple Mu Yul stepped forward. Following Master Uncle Haijong's call, do you remember what I told you before? Mu Jin, who was sitting beside Mu Yul, whispered to him. Yeah, you told me to go out and have fun. That's right. Just go out there and enjoy yourself without overthinking. Relieved that Mu Yul remembered his words, Mu Jin gently patted Mu Yul's back. Watching Mu Yul walk out with his usual cheerful expression, Mu Jin also smiled. In fact, in terms of martial arts alone, Mu Yul was not particularly ahead of the other introductory disciples, because of his extraordinary level of pure naivety. However, having spent nearly 2 years together, Mu Jin knew very well that Mu Yul possessed a very special talent, one that more than made up for his naivety. Therefore, instead of forcing him to learn various martial arts that did not suit him, Mu Jin had Mu Yul continuously practice only one introductory martial art and one basic martial art, the Chien Kuen Bu. To prevent Mu Yul, who lacked in intellectual capacity, from getting his limbs tangled while concentrating on the flow of internal energy, Mu Jin had him imprint the movements and the flow of internal energy into his body. Since everyone here is an expert, at least some will recognize the special talent unique to Mu Yul. With such thoughts, Mu Jin watched the sparring match that was just beginning. There was a reason behind Master Uncle Hyun Sung's confidence. This child also seems to have the skills to pass the examination comfortably. However, contrary to Mu Jin's expectations, those watching Mu Yul's sparring match could only give a satisfactory assessment. And the one having the same thought was the second-class disciple who was sparring with Mu Yul. The reason was that the number of martial arts Mu Yul was using was not many. It seems I have grasped the number of martial arts he has learned. What remained was to check his adaptability and the application of his martial arts. Having made his judgment, the second-class disciple swung his leg towards and opening the moment Muyul threw a punch, to see how the child, named Muyul, would respond. And Muyul swiftly dodged the incoming kick by twisting his body. No, it wasn't just a dodge. As if the punch he had been swinging was a feint, he used the momentum from his swift turn to aim his opposite elbow at the second-class disciple's face. Boom! The second-class disciple, who had not anticipated a counterattack from that position, quickly raised his palm, infused with internal energy, to barely block the attack. And while the startled second-class disciple instinctively launched a counterattack with his other hand, also infused with internal energy, once again, Muyul evaded like a slippery eel, twisting his body out of harm's way. And with the twist of his body, another counterattack from Muyul followed swiftly. What? The close-range combat, exchanging blows at a fast pace within a distance of just about a foot, left the second-class disciple, who was merely an introductory disciple and not even a third-class disciple, feeling bewildered. Logically, it seemed clear that the punches aimed at the apparent openings should connect. Yet every time, the child named Muyul would dodge the attacks with movements that made one wonder if he was even human, all the while countering. By then, those who were watching the sparring match also began to notice something unusual. Among them, there was one middle-aged monk in particular whose eyes were fiercely shining. To move in such a manner in that situation. Watching Muyul move in bizarre ways, the middle-aged monk nodded his head in satisfaction. This child was a natural-born fighter, not predicting or anticipating the opponent's moves, but moving instinctively like an animal, something the monk, who had practiced animal-inspired martial arts for decades, could keenly feel. And to top it off, he has the exceptional physique to execute those instinctual decisions. Moving instinctively meant, conversely, not anticipating. In other words, it implied frequently making sudden movements without prior preparation. Such movements required exceptional flexibility and elasticity akin to that of animals. The instinct of a wild animal, along with the exceptional flexibility and elasticity to bring those instincts to life. Having recognized both talents, the middle-aged man spoke with conviction. Biab Hyun, take a good look. This child will be your disciple and my fourth-generation successor. Yes, master. The middle-aged monk's Dharma name was Hygeology. Do you see that animal-like movement? With that child, we can surely complete our Shaolin 5 forms. Shaolin 5 forms, one of Shaolin's representative martial arts, developed by Bodhidharma himself, inspired by the movements of the dragon, tiger, leopard, snake, and crane. Hygeology was the current successor of the Shaolin 5 forms, and a man known in the martial world as the Invincible in 5 forms. Hygeology's intense gaze was fixed on Muyul's movements, as if determined not to miss a single one. He exuded an overt determination, unwilling to concede even to his senior brothers when it came to this child. Thus, unknowingly targeted by Hygeology, Muyul continued to spar with the second-class disciple, the bout nearing 40 exchanges. As the sparring reached its peak, "Stop!" Master Uncle Haijong, who had been observing the situation, intervened to halt the sparring. The purpose of the entrance examination was to assess the children's level, not to determine the winner of the sparring match. Indeed, the outcome was predetermined. It was impossible for a second-class disciple to lose to an introductory disciple. Master Uncle Haijong stopped the match out of concern that the second-class disciple, who had been going easy, might accidentally harm Muyul if the intensity escalated. The sudden intervention from Haijong brought a moment of silence to the practice yard, but soon, those who understood his intentions applauded Muyul for his impressive performance. Clap, clap, clap. Hee. Thank you. Surprised by the unexpected applause, Muyul returned the gesture with a bright smile and bowed to the adults before returning to his place. As the second-class disciple regained his composure, Master Uncle Haijong resumed the entrance examination. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. About a siege had passed since the start of the entrance examination. In that time, more than 20 children had completed their assessments, and so far, all had passed. Although only about half of the examination had been conducted, the number of passers already rivaled the record high. Naturally, this brought a sense of astonishment to the face of Abbot Hyun-cheon, who was watching the proceedings. How on earth have you managed to raise the children's level like this? Did you perhaps secretly distribute fasting pills to the introductory disciples without my knowledge? He. How could I possibly dare to do such a thing? Hyun-sung replied with a smile to Hyun-cheon's jest. And it's still too early to be surprised, Abbot. Too early to be surprised? Intrigued by Hyun-sung's cryptic response, Hyun-cheon's eyes shone as he asked. But instead of answering the senior brother's question, Hyun-sung simply looked toward the center of the practice yard, as if to suggest that he see for himself. Following Hyun-sung's gaze, Abbot Hyun-cheon's eyes fell upon a child whose size made one question whether he was really an introductory disciple. Asterisk. During the peak of the entrance examination's intensity. Hey, wooden puppet. Mu-jin elbowed Mu-gung in the ribs as he spoke. What now? As Mu-gung, who was becoming increasingly tense due to the approach of his turn, asked with a puzzled expression, Mu-jin casually responded, Don't just stand there, try doing what I'm doing. Saying so, Mu-jin demonstrated a few close-range spear technique movements to loosen up his shoulders and neck muscles. I'm about to go on. How is doing that now going to change anything? Stop complaining and just do it. Dude, have you ever gone wrong following my advice? Despite his puzzled look, Mu-gung eventually began to mimic Mu-jin's movements. Somehow, as Mu-gung loosened his neck and shoulder muscles following Mu-jin's movements, his tension began to ease as well. The tension that had condensed in his muscles loosened, and inversely, his overall tension eased somewhat. Considering how stiff he already is, if he tenses up due to nerves, he really won't be any different from a wooden puppet. Watching Mu-gung, who had begun to loosen up on his own, Mu-jin couldn't help but chuckle, as Mu-gung was actively loosening his tense muscles. Introductory disciple Mu-gung stepped forward. Finally, Master Uncle Haijong called out Mu-gung's name. Is that child really an introductory disciple? Did he lie about his age? Watching Mu-gung step into the center of the practice yard, the Shaolin disciples participating in the evaluation murmured in surprise. Mu-gung, who was 1 year older than Mu-jin and now 15, had always been notably larger than his peers, and his size had increased even more after going through puberty. At just 15 years old, his height was already 6 feet and 2 inches, 186 centimeters, and his distinctive muscular build made him appear even larger than the second-class disciple he was facing. However, large as he may be, 15 is still 15. Under the gaze of nearly 200 temple elders, Mu-gung felt his heart pounding heavily. Phew, I need to calm down. He had endured harsh training for 2 years just for this day. At this crucial moment, he couldn't afford to stiffen up and make a mistake. Phew, I'm ready, Master Uncle Haijong. After loosening his neck and shoulder muscles once more with the close-range spear technique, Mu-gung spoke. Could it be because of his size? The way he loosened his neck muscles somewhat resembled that of a neighborhood thug. Begin. And as soon as Master Uncle Haijong's command rang out, Mu-gung boldly charged towards the second-class disciple. Mu-gung was naturally a child boasting a large build and great physical strength. However, the downside was that his body was quite stiff. Throughout the past year and a half, Mu-jin had been training Mu-gung's body, working to maximize his strengths. He corrected the stiffness that hindered his movements, but after ensuring a minimum level of flexibility, he focused the schedule mainly on building muscle strength. Additionally, despite his appearance, Mu-gung was quite conscious of others' gazes and was a hard worker who never stopped trying to make a good impression. And now, at this moment, the fruits of his efforts over the past year and a half were unfolding from his fist. Boom! An explosive sound of air being torn apart, which should not have been possible from the punch of an introductory disciple, burst forth. The second-class disciple, who had slightly turned his head to dodge the punch, was taken aback by the explosive sound that erupted right next to his ear. Is this really an introductory disciple? The second-class disciple pondered for a moment. He wondered if it was the right decision to hold back his energy against this opponent. Introductory disciples, even those from martial families, have at most only 5 years of training in martial arts as children. On the other hand, second-class disciples have trained for at least 15 to nearly 20 years. Naturally, there was a significant difference in the depth of their internal energy. Therefore, the second-class disciples who had been conducting the examinations so far had participated without using more than 5 years' worth of internal energy. Even with the same level of internal energy, there was a vast gap in the utilization of martial arts and internal energy due to the difference in the years of practice, so there had been no problems. But could they manage this ignorant mass and immense strength with the same amount of energy? To conduct a proper examination, I'll have to draw upon a bit more energy. Having made his decision, the second-class disciple drew upon more internal energy than he had against the other children. And in midair, the fist that Mugung had thrown collided with the second-class disciple's fist. Bang! Indeed, even though the second-class disciple had brought forth 10 years' worth of energy, the two fists were evenly matched. If the power and speed were at a similar level, what followed was the use of martial arts. Naturally, the second-class disciple thought he would be far superior to his opponent, but Mugung was not such an easy adversary. Mugung's punch, which let out a refreshing sound of air being torn, flew forward, but the sound was weaker than before. Instead of using full power, Mugung mixed feints into the movements between each punch. Just as he had learned from Mujin, he began to incorporate fake movements with his shoulders, arms, or steps. The power behind each punch and kick was reduced as he mixed in the feints. Boom! But even so, it was only reduced by Mugung's standards. His immense strength was not diminished. Furthermore, since Mugung was a hard-working individual from a martial family, he had mastered 4 basic martial arts techniques. His attacks, skillfully interwoven with feints, were concise, powerful, and diverse. Oh, what talent! He fits our Shaolin perfectly. Ba. It was only natural for those watching Mugung's sparring to exclaim in admiration, especially since Shaolin's martial arts, despite being of the Buddhist school, were predominantly strong and heavy. In that sense, Mugung was an excellent candidate for discipleship that most Shaolin disciples would aspire to. Not bad at all. A middle-aged monk with a build as imposing as a guardian king spoke in a heavy tone. The quintessence of Shaolin martial arts could be said to be the principle of stopping within movement. As the saying, 1,000-year Shaolin, suggests, martial arts have evolved over a millennium. Throughout this process, numerous principles emerged. While speed, agility, illusion, change, and softness appeared, Shaolin has always valued heaviness, above all throughout the long span of 1,000 years. Among these martial arts, there are those that pride themselves on being the heaviest. Haidam, the successor of the Vajra immovable body technique, and the Tathagata palm, observed Mugung's movements with a stoic expression. But due to his usual demeanor and the influence of the martial arts he practiced, his emotional expressions did not surface outwardly. Master, do you take a liking to that child? Biabwai, Haidam's immediate disciple and a second-class disciple, could sense that his master favored the boy. With that level, he might have the potential to carry on our Shaolin's authentic lineage. It was an expression filled with pride in the martial arts he had mastered. And Haidam was indeed someone who had every right to hold such pride. The symbol of Shaolin's martial force, the 108 arhats, guarded the Jingangak and Shaolin Temple. These 108 arhats were composed of 6 groups, each with 18 arhats, forming the 108 arhat formation. And Haidam was the leader of the first group among those 6, one of the representative figures symbolizing the current martial strength of Shaolin. Known in the martial world by 2 meanings as Vajra Divine General, Haidam watched Mugung's sparring and thought. He has made an effort to minimize unnecessary movement. It meant that he understood how great the principle of stopping within movement was. And unfortunately for Mugung, the intense scrutiny from Haidam and the audience made him quite elated. Hee hee. They're all watching me. Then, at times like this, one must leave an even stronger impression. Having thought that far, Mu Gung assumed a stance to perform the most flamboyant technique he knew, instead of the simple movements he had been repeating up until now. Seriously, that blockhead. Recognizing the stance, Mu Jin covered his face, as if he couldn't bear to watch the predictable outcome. And as he had anticipated, a loud thwack of flesh striking flesh soon echoed across the practice yard. Kook, having been properly struck in the abdomen by the second-class disciple, Mu Gung was now clutching his belly and rolling around on the ground. Cough. It seems the child is still young and has some frivolousness left in him, master. Watching Mu Gung rolling on the ground, Biaobwai spoke with an awkward tone, and a character appeared on Haidam's forehead. He's a child in need of education. Despite the displeasing final scene, it meant that Haidam had decided to take Mu Gung as a personal disciple. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, as the fervor of the entrance examination heated up the tranquil Shaolin Temple, a second-class disciple of Shaolin, who had been watching Mu Gung sparring, furrowed his brow at a scent wafting over, one that seemed out of place at Shaolin. Is that the smell of alcohol? Such a scent was completely incongruous with the sacred Shaolin Temple. Yet, inexplicably, the discordant aroma made it all the easier for the second-class disciple to guess the identity of its bearer. I greet Master Uncle Haiguan. As the second-class disciple greeted the middle-aged monk emanating the smell of alcohol, the man called Haiguan merely waved his hand nonchalantly. He seemed bothered by such trivial formalities. Without so much as a glance at the second-class disciple who had paid his respects, Haiguan briefly looked towards the center of the practice yard. Looks like the kind of fool that Haidam's senior brother might enjoy. Haiguan chuckled as he looked at Mu Gung, who was sprawled out on the ground of the practice yard. I came expecting a raucous party thrown by the abbot himself in the throes of madness. But it seems today is the day of the entrance examination. With those words, Haiguan began to watch the entrance examination with a playful expression, harboring a hope that something interesting might emerge. Shortly after, Mu Gung, having just regained his breath, stood up with a flushed face and stepped back from the center of the training ground. You're not suited for flashy stuff, you know. Mu Jin continued to chide Mu Gung, who was moving away. With his large frame and not-so-great flexibility, Mu Gung's movements inevitably became more susceptible to exposing weaknesses as they grew larger. Mu Jin had always advised Mu Gung to utilize concise attacks and feints to maximize his strength, which was his asset. Sorry about that. TSK. Mu Gung, embarrassed in front of the Shaolin elders, ticked off with a face reddened in anger, and Mu Jin couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh. Right. He's still at an age to be afflicted with adolescent angst. Can't help it. What could he expect from kids? As long as they passed, that was good enough. It seemed that Mu Gung had safely passed the entrance examination, so Mu Jin's attention naturally shifted elsewhere. To a corner where the introductory disciples waiting for their turn were gathered, towards the one who seemed to be digging a hole in the ground all by himself. Mu Jin, noticing the palpable tension in Mu Jiang's shoulders, nonchalantly draped his arm over them and asked, "Ready?" No, not yet." In response to Mu Jin's question, Mu Jiang answered, shaking as if he had an electric motor in his mouth. Not just his mouth, but Mu Jiang's shoulders, where Mu Jin had placed his arm, were also trembling violently. Why will I be able to do well? To Mu Jiang's trembling question, Mu Jin shook his head. You don't need to do well. Huh? You don't need to try to do well. Saying so, Mu Jin taught Mu Jiang a few close-range spear techniques to help ease his tension, just as he had done for Mu Gung. Then he added the most important piece of advice for Mu Jiang, who was following him and warming up. Mu Jiang, just remember this one thing. The most critical point Mu Jiang needed to take care of in this examination wasn't not to be nervous. Don't get too excited. Got it. From what he had observed over the past 1 year and 9 months, Mu Jiang was someone who caused more trouble when excited than when nervous. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As the entrance examination was coming to a close, Introductory disciple Mu Jiang stepped forward. Finally, Mu Jiang's name was called. Don't get excited. Leaving behind Mu Jin's words, whether they were encouragement or warning, Mu Jiang headed to the center of the training ground with trembling steps. Mu Jin watched Mu Jiang with a look of concern. He wasn't worried that Mu Jiang would fail the examination. Mu Jiang wasn't destined to become a blood successor for nothing. Mu Jiang was, quite literally, a genius. Mu Jiang had started learning martial arts only after coming to Shaolin. Moreover, when it came to physical talent, he was rather lacking compared to Mu Yul and Mu Gong. Yet, he possessed a talent that overshadowed all that. He had the intelligence to grasp the intricacies of martial arts in a single attempt and the talent to use internal energy easily once he understood it. In a world within martial arts novels that values martial arts and internal energy, Mu Jiang's talent was truly befitting of the term genius. Still, the reason Mu Jin was worried about Mu Jiang was precisely because he was the future blood successor. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, the second-class disciple, Reborn, who had stepped out for Mu Jiang's examination, looked at the introductory disciple standing before him with a curious expression. Most kids would take the initiative to attack during their examinations. After all, showing one's skills was generally easier through offense rather than defense. However, the child before him didn't go on the offensive even as the sparring began and appeared visibly tense. Maybe for the first time in this examination, there might be a candidate who fails. While it was regrettable to think that he might have to fail someone with his own hands, fairness was essential in examinations. Since the opponent did not initiate the attack, Reborn had no choice but to make the preemptive strike. Swish! And the child, who had appeared tense, effortlessly dodged Reborn's attack by following the flow of the basic martial arts technique, Chien Kuen Bu. Noticing the child's excellent mastery of Chien Kuen Bu, Reborn swung his right foot towards a hidden flaw within the technique. Boom! But as if expecting this, Mu Jiang used the defensive posture of the Arhut, Samshik, to deflect Reborn's attack. Using the Arhut's defense while stepping through Chien Kuen Bu so comfortably, he must have mastered both to their extremities. Realizing the child was more skilled than anticipated, Reborn's eyes gleamed as he continued his offensive more aggressively. As the sparring passed 10 exchanges, his face gradually became painted with astonishment. He fended off a punch aimed at an opening with the 6 yang hands, and when Reborn used the 5th posture of the Guanyin 18 legs, Mu Jiang switched from Chien Kuen Bu to the stepping technique, immovable step, to avoid it. Each time Reborn aimed for an opening, Mu Jiang used a different martial arts technique to show the most optimal defense or evasion. After evading Reborn's attacks about 10 times, and perhaps because his tension had eased, Mu Jiang finally went on the offensive. He started with Vajra Fist. As Mu Jiang consecutively executed the first and second postures of the Vajra Fist, Reborn intended to exploit the opening that would appear during the transition to the third posture. However, surprisingly, the subsequent posture was not the third of the Vajra Fist. In fact, it wasn't the Vajra Fist at all. While stepping through the immovable step, Mu Jiang's leg flew out in accordance with the subtleties of the Guanyin 18 legs. The moment Reborn retreated to dodge the kick, Mu Jiang closed the distance in one step and swung his arm in the third posture of the 6 yang hands. Reborn attempted to deflect that arm. It was a feint. Mu Jiang had changed the form of his swinging hand to strike Reborn's palm with the technique of Guanyin hands and then swiftly jabbed his fingers forward. With the technique of the stone-crushing finger, he aimed precisely at Reborn's meridians. Thump! Reborn managed to swing his arm and deflect the fingers, but sweat was already streaming down his forehead. The others watching the sparring were equally astonished. How many martial arts has he mastered? Such an extraordinary child has emerged. The number of martial arts Mu Jiang had used for evasion, defense, and attack seemed to be at least 10. But merely knowing a large number of martial arts did not necessarily make one strong. If the learned martial arts were all separate and did not integrate well. Having many would be more of a hindrance. However, that was not the case with Mu Jiang. All the martial arts and postures he had used so far, despite being clearly different from each other, were seamlessly connected. It was as if they were all one martial art. This introductory disciple is surely the most outstanding. Ba. This was indeed a remarkable feat. Martial arts traditionally required the flow of internal energy to be channeled through specific meridians according to each posture. Naturally, when attempting to use multiple postures in succession or simultaneously, the flow of internal energy could become entangled. This would not be an issue for postures belonging to the same martial art, or for martial arts specifically created to complement each other. Yet, the techniques Mu Jiang used were more often mismatched than not. And still, they flowed naturally, indicating an exceptional level of comprehension. For just an introductory disciple to freely use over 10 different martial arts was an act that shattered common sense. This was not only due to Mu Jiang's exceptional understanding of martial arts, but also owed a significant part to Mu Jin's training methods. Originally, Mu Jiang's physical capabilities were somewhat lacking compared to his talent for martial arts. Normally, he would have had to overcome his physical shortcomings with far more complex manipulation of internal energy. However, after a year and a half of systematically developing his physique, Mu Jiang could now link postures more easily. And a number of basic martial arts that Mu Jiang was currently learning. It's not about how many he has learned. It's that there's nothing he hasn't learned. It was all of them. The basic martial arts of Shaolin, permitted to introductory disciples, were usually learned selectively, 2 or 3 at most, suited to each individual's physique and temperament. Mu Jiang had mastered all of them, and he could link and use all these martial arts according to his preference. But why then? Watching the impressive sparring of the great Mu Jiang, Mu Jin's face was tinged with concern. After all, the boy who had initially only dodged and defended out of nervousness had suddenly switched to a full offensive. Mu Jiang's movements, which flowed like a painting despite mixing different martial arts, had no discordance. As the sparring continued, a twisted smile began to appear on the previously timid Mu Jiang's lips. As if finding this precarious sparring to be delightfully enjoyable, Mu Jiang continued to unfold the martial arts he had learned. Faced against Mu Jiang, who grew more unpredictable with every move, Biaohuan fell into deep contemplation. Can it be that basic martial arts alone are not enough to contend with this child? Even with restricted internal energy, there was a gap of at least 15 years of martial arts training between them. Yet Biaohuan found himself being outmatched in understanding the basics. A brief moment of contemplation caused a slight gap in Biaohuan's movements, and Mu Jiang seized the opportunity. A fist infused with Mu Jiang's killing intent flew towards Biaohuan's vital points. Killing intent, and Biaohuan, reacting to that killing intent, instinctively maneuvered his internal energy, a martial art that should never have been used during the entrance examination. He executed one of the most powerful martial arts he had learned, one of the 72 consummate arts, the Dharma 18 hands. No matter how talented Mu Jiang was, it was impossible for a mere introductory disciple to block the 72 consummate arts. No, as the worst possible scenario unfolded, Mu Jin shouted and rushed toward the training ground. But before him, a shadow appeared on the training ground. Bang! The man who appeared in the training ground used his right leg to block Mu Jiang's punch, while simultaneously using his left palm to stop Biaohuan's strike. Even if it was an incomplete Dharma 18 hands executed by the second-class disciple, the man who blocked the attack was as relaxed as if he were out for a leisurely walk. Gulp gulp. To top it off, the man, while blocking attacks from both sides with his right leg and left palm, was nonchalantly drinking from a liquor bottle he held in his right hand, a sight so bizarre it felt surreal. Then, Senior Brother Haidam, frowning, called out to the drinking man in a stern tone. Haiguan, how dare you drink alcohol within the sacred grounds of Shaolin? It seems you truly wish to enter the cave of repentance. Ah ha ha. Senior Brother Haidam, you jest too much. How could I possibly dare to drink within the sacred grounds of Shaolin? The man who smirked playfully threw the wooden liquor bottle he had been drinking from to senior brother Haidam. And astonishingly, when Haidam caught the bottle, there was not even a hint of alcohol scent coming from it. In that brief moment, he had used the extreme yang energy unique to Shaolin martial arts to evaporate the alcohol content without affecting the water or the wooden bottle itself. Haidam was well aware that the man had casually performed such an extraordinary feat. Sai, I understand your hard work, but there are lines that should not be crossed, Haiguan. Nevertheless, Haidam did not pursue the matter further. In fact, no one there attempted to challenge Haiguan. This was partly due to Haiguan's personality, but also because of the incredibly heavy karma he bore. Shaolin was a Buddhist sect, and its teachings emphasized compassion, guidance, and the importance of not taking life. However, sometimes in this world, there were despicable villains beyond redemption. For such cases, Shaolin would occasionally send out certain individuals to deal with them beyond the temple's walls. The only ones in Shaolin exempt from the rule of non-killing. These individuals willingly walked the path of Azura for the sake of sentient beings. Haiguan was the leader of these individuals, known in the martial world as the Demon Extermination Squad. Understanding the weight of the karma that the Demon Extermination Squad bore, everyone chose to overlook Haiguan's eccentricities. They knew how difficult it was to continue the cycle of killing as someone who had learned the Buddha's way. All of Haiguan's frivolous actions and drinking were seen as efforts to cope with the immense guilt. Known in the martial world as the Drunken Buddha or the Demon-Conquering Buddha who does not retreat, Haiguan brushed off senior brother Haidam's warning with a playful smile. My apologies for interrupting the honorable masters, senior brothers, and disciples observing the entrance examination, but it seems I must take this child under my wing. And with that, he announced his intention to take Mu Jiang as his personal disciple. Mu Jiang, who had just displayed incredible talent in the sparring, naturally sparked the interest of others, but no one dared to object to Haiguan's declaration. Those of lesser cultivation didn't think they could handle Haiguan's temperament, and those of higher cultivation understood why Haiguan had stepped forward. They, too, had recognized the madness and killing intent Mu Jiang had revealed at the end of the sparring. Amitba, Abbot Hyun-Cheon, the head of Shaolin, watched the scene between Haiguan and Mu Jiang with a somewhat sorrowful expression. Perhaps this is for the best. The Buddha greatly valued compassion and forgiveness. Instead of casting out the child with madness from Shaolin, Abbot Hyun-Cheon thought that cultivating under Haiguan, who opposed the demonic, might be more beneficial for the child. Kid, it seems you are inherently one of us. Haiguan, having received an unspoken approval from the audience, said to Mu Jiang with a sly smile. However, Mu Jiang wasn't really hearing his words right now. The sudden halt of the sparring had cooled down Mu Jiang's excitement. Only now did he realize that hundreds of temple elders had been watching him, and amidst that, he had exhibited his killer techniques. It was truly a mad revelry. Having come back to his senses, Mu Jiang let out a strange noise, then bowed his head deeply and started to tremble. It was as if he didn't have the courage to raise his head and face others. Watching Mu Jiang's state, Haiguan burst in a hearty laughter. Well, this is something. Seems like I might end up taking in someone crazier than myself as my disciple. When fighting, his eyes would turn, and he would even unleash deadly techniques on his master. But once back to his senses, he was too scared to even make eye contact with others. Haiguan himself, including many madmen within the Demon Extermination Squad, had never seen someone so polarized in their madness. It looks like it will be more enjoyable to train him than I thought. I'm looking forward to it. After saying that to Mu Jiang, Haiguan, as if he had lost interest in the entrance examination, soared over the wall of the Arhut faction and disappeared. ****. The entrance examination was briefly thrown into chaos due to the incident with Haiguan and Mu Jiang. However, as most of the monks were deeply cultivated, the confusion quickly dissipated, and the entrance examination promptly resumed. And as most of the introductory disciples were finishing their examination, if we're talking purely talent, it seems that Mu Jiang, who became Haiguan's disciple, has the most outstanding talent. Arhut faction leader, Abbot Hyun Cheon, who had observed the examination of as many as 41 children, spoke with a satisfied expression. All the children who had taken the examination so far had passed and were selected as Shaolin's third-class disciples. There had not been a single year with such a record since Hyun Cheon had entered Shaolin. It was truly the best group ever, and among them, Mu Jiang's talent was peerless. If Haiguan could properly manage Mu Jiang's madness, Abbot Hyun Cheon believed he would grow to be a great pillar of Shaolin. However, why was it? Responding to Abbot Hyun Cheon, who had rated Mu Jiang's talent the highest, Hyun Sung had a strange expression as he spoke. It is true that Mu Jiang's talent is astoundingly remarkable. However, if you were to ask me who the best disciple of this generation is, I would choose that child without hesitation. Senior brother Bandonju. As Master Uncle Haijong spoke, all eyes turned toward the place he was looking, where Mu Jin, whose name had finally been called, was walking toward the practice field. Following Hyunsung's gaze to Mu Jin, Abbot Hyun Cheon questioned Hyunsung once more. Is that child even more exceptional than Mu Jiang? If you ask whether Mu Jin is more exceptional than Mu Jiang, the answer is both yes and no, Senior Brother Bandonju. Yes and no. Yes. If we're talking about talent for martial arts alone, Mu Jiang could be said to be superior to Mu Jin. Mu Jiang indeed possesses the talent to synthesize all of our Shaolin martial arts. At Hyunsung's words, Abbot Hyun Cheon also nodded. Aside from the madness and murderous intent he displayed at the end, if we're looking solely at the understanding of martial arts, it was a completely reasonable assessment. But that's exactly why the question grew larger. How could there be someone even more exceptional than Mu Jiang, who possessed such talent? What about this Mu Jin then? Mu Jin is, after a brief pause, Hyun Sung, with a pleased smile, shared his comprehensive view of Mu Jin that he had observed all this while. He is a child who will advance our Shaolin to the next level. Hearing Hyun Sung's answer, Abbot Hyun Cheon turned his head again to look at Mu Jin, who was now at the center of the practice field. A child who will advance our Shaolin to the next level. Abbot Hyun Cheon could sense the subtle difference in Hyun Sung's words. The difference in the subject. A child who would synthesize Shaolin martial arts. A child who would advance Shaolin. It was a similar, yet very different expression. It's almost like discussing that person. That expression somehow brought to Abbot Hyun Cheon's mind the name of a figure. Begin. With Master Uncle Haijong's shout, the last entrance examination commenced. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the precincts of Shaolin, where majestic halls stood, a young monk was walking between the halls, carrying an elderly monk on his back. At a glance, this scene might seem commonplace, yet there was also something quite extraordinary about it. A youth carrying an elder was a picture of filial piety, as denoted by the Chinese character for filial virtue. However, this was Shaolin Temple, where except for a few scholarly monks who did not practice martial arts, most were monks skilled in martial arts. Especially among the elderly of the esteemed Shaolin, who were usually experts that had reached a high level, there was no need for them to be carried by someone else. The elderly monk creating this peculiar scene spoke to the young monk carrying him. It's unusually quiet today. It seems everyone has gone to observe today's entrance examination, Master Uncle. Today is the entrance examination? Yes. This year, as many as 42 are taking the examination. So many have gone to observe, Master Uncle. Ho ho ho. It's a sign of Shaolin's revival. Carried on the back of his disciple, the elderly monk let out a shallow groan. After a moment to steady his breath, he spoke again. Bang Jian, as a second-class disciple, you too should take in a disciple, shouldn't you? There'll be an entrance examination next year as well, won't there? I enjoy these walks with you, Master Uncle. Ha ha. Bang Jian's response brought a look of regret to the elderly monk's face, but Bang Jian could not see the expression of the monk on his back. The elderly monk knew. He knew that Bang Jian had given up attending the entrance examination to take care of him. That's why the elderly monk came up with an idea. Then, let's extend our walk to the Arhut faction where the entrance examinations are held. But Master Uncle, at the elderly monk's words, this time it was Bang Jian who looked worried. Ho ho ho. I simply wish to take a longer walk for a change. It gets stuffy always going to the same places. Don't worry about it. At the elderly monk's words, Bang Jian showed a resigned expression. I will be careful as we go, Master Uncle. Ho ho ho. You always have a hard time because of me. Nonsense, Master Uncle. No one in Shaolin would blame you, no matter what you ask of them. Responding in this way, Bang Jian carefully took each step to avoid jolting the monk on his back. Moving carefully meant they were slow, and it took them over an hour to finally arrive at the Arhut faction. Bang Jian's expression couldn't help but turn sorrowful at the shallow groans from the elderly monk on his back. Then, the monk being carried spoke up, after regulating his breath. Shouldn't we go a bit further in? This place seems sufficient, Master Uncle. Wouldn't it be difficult to properly observe the sparring from here? I am still lacking, and even if I were close, I'm not sure I could pick a proper disciple. Why not let Master Uncle decide after watching? Bang Jian, judging that it would be too much to go further in consideration of the elderly monk who seemed to have reached his limit, decided to stay there. And in reality, the monk he was carrying could see the practice field from a higher vantage point and was sufficiently able to observe the sparring. From that perspective, even the very back of the practice field was enough for them. His internal strength may have faded and his body aged, but the monk that Bang Jian carried had reached a level in the past that Bang Jian could hardly hope to match. But for better or worse, by the time they had arrived at the practice field, the entrance examination was almost at its end. As they arrived, Mu Jin, the last candidate for the examination, was heading toward the practice field. Sigh. As Mu Jin stepped into the practice field, an exclamation of admiration unknowingly escaped the lips of the elderly monk. At such a young age, to have such perfect balance. Having once been called the greatest of Shaolin before losing his martial arts due to an incident, the elderly monk could tell, just by looking at Mu Jin's gait, that his physique was exceptionally superior. Just then, a resounding cry from Master Uncle Haizhong signaled the start of the sparring. Begin! With Master Uncle Haizhong's shout, Mu Jin charged towards the second-class disciple. The assault of Mu Jin, with the finesse of the 9 palace steps and the strength of his lower body that had been cultivated over time, was truly explosive. However, the second-class disciple, without panic, calmly tried to read Mu Jin's movements. To deceive the second-class disciple's gaze, Mu Jin mixed in small feints, like he had taught Mu Gong, and then unleashed the one-cycle heart punch of the revolving fist technique. The one-cycle heart punch of the revolving fist technique. It was the most basic technique learned when one first entered Shaolin. As such, the internal energy secrets of the heart punch were very simple. One only needed to flow internal energy through the channels in the correct order. However, the elderly monk, observing the sparring, let out a murmur as Mu Jin executed the heart punch. Preposterous! The elderly monk, though his Danjian was damaged and he could no longer gather internal energy, had not lost his sense of qi. With his past experience of reaching a high level, the elderly monk could discern the intention behind Mu Jin's fist. Mixing the finesse of the 9 palace steps and autumn wind leg, he maximized the flow of power starting from his lower body, utilized the intricacies of the Shao Hong Quan's 6 postures to strengthen his core and withstand the force. No, he amplified it. Moreover, he amplified it again with the technique of Shao Hong Quan's first posture from his shoulder. It seemed to be just a simple straight punch, but within it were blended the intricacies of several introductory martial arts. And as those various intricacies unfolded simultaneously, bang! Something as forceful as breaking a rock was completed. Ku! An involuntary groan came from the second-class disciple who had blocked Mu Jin's punch. The opponent was an introductory disciple. Naturally, The second-class disciple thought to use at most 5 years of his chi cultivation to face Mujin. But the speed of Mujin's charge and the uncomfortable feeling from his fist, which was more than expected for a revolving fist technique, caused him to draw up more of his power. Yet, despite having brought forth 10 years of cultivation against an introductory disciple, this was the outcome. Though his bones weren't broken, his forearm throbbed painfully, and after blocking Mujin's strike, his body had been pushed back about a foot. And towards him, who had been pushed back, Mujin's second punch flew in. Having already been pushed back by the force once, he desperately twisted his upper body to dodge, but the second punch was a feint. As the second-class disciple twisted his body, the fist flying toward his face changed trajectory. Realizing that Mujin's incoming hand was employing the Guanyin 18 hands technique, he similarly drew up his chi to respond with the same technique. What kind of grip strength is this? He felt a tingling in his fingers as they grasped Mujin's, and he had no choice but to pull up even more chi. The second-class disciple, who had tried to match Mujin's level, finally felt on equal footing only after drawing on 15 years of his chi cultivation. Could it be you consumed some sort of spiritual elixir before entering Shaolin? That question naturally arose in his mind, but to Mujin, it was a ridiculous misunderstanding. If there were such convenient things, how good would that have been? Mujin casually responded to the second-class disciple's question, and, as he released their interlocked fingers, he immediately launched a kick. The second-class disciple barely managed to dodge the kick with the technique of the iron plank bridge, and cold sweat ran down his forehead. It was because of the fierce sound of air being torn by Mujin's kick that had just passed his face. This is not an opponent to take lightly. Having exchanged only a few hand moves, the second-class disciple quickly came to a decision. In the entrance examination, it's customary to use only about 5 years of chi cultivation to gauge a child's level. However, if he held back his chi against this child, the examination would be irrelevant. He'd simply be overpowered. The second-class disciple decided to use basic martial arts, similar to an introductory disciple, but to draw on a bit more chi. Clang! As Mujin's fist collided with the second-class disciple's forearm, a clear sound like hammers striking each other echoed. In truth, although Mujin hadn't consumed any spiritual elixir, thanks to his active cultivation, he had accumulated internal strength much faster than other introductory disciples. He had been able to reach the level of active cultivation in the Prajna Heart technique thanks to a year's worth of effort following his training in the Buddha mind technique. However, even with that, he had only managed to gather an amount of internal energy comparable to that of children from martial families. Yet, the elderly monk could easily infer why Mujin was able to produce such extraordinary strength. To create such power with merely that level of internal energy. Fist, palm, leg, finger, hand, step. Excluding the revolving fist technique, this child has at most learned only one martial art in each category. Among these, the fist technique, leg technique, and stepping technique were the introductory martial arts of Shao Hong Quan, Autumn Wind Leg, and 9 Palace Steps, respectively. This meant he had learned only 3 basic martial arts: Arhut Palm, Guanyin 18 Legs, and Stone Crushing Finger. At first glance, it was not an especially remarkable count. Instead of learning the next steps, he combined what he learned to create something new. Just like the initial use of the revolving fist technique, though the forms seemed the same, these 6 martial arts were entirely different from one another. In fact, they were a new martial art formed by combining 6 techniques. This child was forging a new path based on what he knew, rather than following the given one. This was truly the path of a grandmaster. Is that young child already walking that path? An involuntary murmur came from the elderly monk as he watched the sparring. It was as if he was seeing his past self. The old monk harbored a sense of astonishment, but at the same time, a new question arose in his mind. Understanding pre-existing martial arts was one thing, but creating a completely new one was an entirely different concept, even if it was a combination based on existing martial arts. Each martial art had its own critical internal energy techniques. Mixing these arts meant intertwining the flow of internal energies as well. Simply performing them at the same time was almost tantamount to suicide. The secrets of internal energy were profound. Adding one to another didn't simply make two. It could amplify to become 3 or 4, or it might even cause harm. And even if amplification occurred, that increased power could become a problem in itself. When creating powerful forces, a reaction was a natural principle of the world. Thus, martial arts boasting great power always had methods to enhance strength and simultaneously counteract the side effects that came with it. Those that didn't were often called demonic arts in the common world. And on the contrary, it was very difficult to create a proper martial art that completely resolved all side effects. So how could that young child mix together 6 basic martial arts? According to the old man's chi perception, that boy named Mujin was simply weaving together the critical techniques of 6 martial arts. There didn't seem to be anything special about resolving the backlash. Pondering briefly on what that solution, which even he could not discern, might be. Could it be? A hypothesis formed in the old monk's mind. And if his theory was correct, then that child truly deserved to be called a great grandmaster. The old monk realized the need to verify if his speculation was indeed true. Unfortunately, if he was right, there was no disciple within Shaolin capable of handling such a child. Biob Gang. Yes, Master Uncle. Would you be able to move to the center of the training field? But Master Uncle, I am fine. There is something I must confirm. So please, proceed to the center of the training field. Master Uncle, who rarely insisted, made a request. Eventually, Biob Gang had no choice but to lift the old monk and start moving. To advance, Biob Gang, who was on the outer edge, inevitably had to jostle through other Shaolin disciples occupying the space. The disciples, who were intensely focused on Mujin's ongoing examination, turned their heads at the sudden disturbance from behind. Surprised by the unexpected arrival of the figures, they looked at Biob Gang and the old monk with startled faces. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, Mujin was completely engrossed in his sparring match with a second-class disciple. So much so that he had even forgotten the fact that this was an entrance examination. He was simply enjoying the duel at this moment. This is what the martial world is about. He had been training in martial arts and developing his body for a year and 10 months. However, during that time, there was never a proper occasion for him to exhibit his full strength. Although he occasionally sparred with other children, they were just that, children. Truthfully, he had never faced them with his true might. But now, the second-class disciple he was up against was an adult in his late 20s and, more importantly, a senior with over a decade more training than Mujin. A duel where he could pour all his efforts without worrying about injuring the opponent. The tension of facing a strong adversary and the pleasure of colliding everything he had learned and built up. Completely immersed in the fight, Mujin felt as if the world around him was moving slowly, continuously lunging at his opponent. Bang! Once again, Mujin's forearm clashed with the opponent's staff. Whoosh! A kick that could cause fatal injuries with a mere brush flew towards Mujin. Yet, even in the face of such formidable power, Mujin willingly dived forward, his eyes filled only with the figure of his opponent. After dozens of exchanges, fully committing his energy against the second-class disciple overseeing the examination. Suddenly, during the spar, the second-class disciple took a large step back. Thanks to that, Mujin, whose concentration was broken, belatedly noticed that the atmosphere around was very chaotic. The countless onlookers who had been watching his duel were looking somewhere else. No, it wasn't just looking. They were parting to the left and right like the Red Sea, and the 200 Shaolin disciples who surrounded the training field started to widely separate. Following the path that split like water, a young monk was walking, carrying an old monk on his back. Mujin immediately realized that the old monk was in very poor health. This was evident from the emaciated arms showing through the cassock and the legs that were too thin as the young monk carried him. However, The frail appearance of the old monk was not the pressing issue at the moment. And that was because I pay my respects to Hyungwang, the 400th. I pay my respects to Master Uncle Hyungwang, the 400th. The 200 Shaolin disciples, who had stepped aside to make way, were all paying their respects and bowing deeply to the old monk. I pay my respects to the great senior brother. I pay my respects to the great senior brother. Even the Arhut faction leader, Hyun Song, and the abbot, Hyun Cheon, who were watching the duel from the highest seat, stood up to pay their respects to the old monk. It was indeed a strange sight that the abbot, who could be considered the highest elder of Shaolin, was showing respect to this individual. Naturally, Mujin also realized that something unusual was happening with the current situation. Amidst the welcoming crowd, the young monk carrying the old monk arrived before Mujin. Before speaking to Mujin, the old monk first addressed Abbot Hyun Cheon, who, I apologize for interrupting the entrance examination. Abbot, there must be a reason for your movement. Ba. Abbot Hyun Cheon replied with a respectful tone and expression to Hyungwang's words. Having sought understanding from Hyun Cheon, Hyungwang once again began to speak. In truth, there is something I wish to ask this young man, which is why I have come forward. As soon as Hyungwang finished speaking, the attention of everyone in the training field shifted back to Mujin. Of course, Mujin wasn't the type to be flustered by such attention. Instead, he was curious about what the old monk wanted to ask him that warranted such a turn of events. Fortunately, the old monk got straight to the point instead of beating around the bush. Young man, if it's all right with you, could you please remove your robe? That was the main point, to remove his clothes. While Mujin was understandably puzzled, surprisingly, no one in the training field expressed any bewilderment at Hyungwang's request. There must be a reason for him to say such a thing. That conviction was apparent in the eyes of the Shaolin disciples. Well, it's not like I have anything to be embarrassed about. Having nothing to hide, and with nearly 2 years of rigorous training behind him, Mujin was confident in his body and briskly took off his robe. Thanks to that, Mujin's body, as solid as steel, was revealed. Oh, truly, it can be called a heavenly martial constitution. Seeing Mujin's exposed body, exclamations of admiration naturally erupted from those in the training field. His muscles, which did not stand out much when clothed due to a focus on functionality rather than size during training, but on the contrary, because each small muscle had been meticulously developed for functionality, his body boasted a form that was nearly perfect for a martial artist. Ba. The old monk, having briefly examined Mujin's body and uttered a prayer, posed another question. Young man, the martial arts you used during the recent duel, were they indeed a combination of 6 different martial arts? Yes. Mujin replied with a slightly surprised expression to Hyungwang's question, that he could tell just from watching a brief moment of the duel. However, Mujin's surprise was a bit premature. Then, was that physique something you were born with, or did you deliberately train your body to be that way? During my time as an introductory disciple, I worked hard to cultivate it to this extent. Was cultivating your body in such a way intended for the use of the martial arts you demonstrated in the recent duel? Not just Mujin, but everyone who had been watching the duel wore expressions of surprise. The old monk posed another question to Mujin. In our Shaolin, we possess an extensive variety of martial arts. Why did you choose such a method instead of learning different martial arts? I felt that learning many martial arts was not suitable for me. Not suitable? Why did you think that? My aptitude is not that outstanding. Therefore, instead of learning many martial arts, I wanted to create martial arts that were the most fitting for me. This was the solution that Mujin had pondered and arrived at after 1.5 years of contemplation. He wasn't the original protagonist, Mujin, from the novel. He wasn't confident that he could easily learn advanced martial arts with outstanding aptitude like Mujaya. Thus, after mastering 3 introductory martial arts in just 4 months, he spent the next 1.5 years learning only 3 more basic martial arts, if one excludes the internal technique, Prajna heart technique. What he learned additionally were the spear technique, hand technique, and groundwork, and he began to research how to use the critical techniques of the martial arts he had learned all at once. This was not an easy task. Of course, with some practice, it was entirely possible to simultaneously perform each critical technique, but the problem was the resulting side effects. Each martial art was designed with a critical technique that could only handle the increased power generated when using that specific martial art. For example, using the essence of Shaolin Temple, one could condense qi in the shoulder and then explosively release it through the arm. The critical technique of this martial art also provided protection for the arm and shoulder proportional to its power. However, Mujin condensed energy from the toes using the essence of 9 palace steps and autumn wind leg, then further amplified the energy that rose from the legs at the waist, following the essence of the Arhut palm, or Shaolin Quan. This amplified energy then followed the critical technique of another martial art, flowing through the shoulder and arm, and finally, it was even more amplified at the fingertips according to the critical technique of Guanyin hands and stone-crushing finger. In other words, the original critical techniques could not withstand the power that was amplified over and over again. The common solution would be to create new critical techniques and complex solutions to this problem. However, Mujin found a solution that adhered to the principles he had set for himself. If the body is strong, the mind is at ease. Mujin believed in this principle and pushed forward with it. And through 1.5 years of rigorous training, he indeed succeeded in developing a body capable of withstanding that immense power. Regardless of Mujin's surprise, the old monk added with a benevolent smile, "Ho ho ho, it seems you've even mastered Iron Skin. To control the flow of excessive power with such a thoroughly trained body and the strength of your skin, you have truly created your own martial art." Following Hyunwang's words, Mujin could only look at the old monk with a face as if he had seen a ghost. Having fully grasped Mujin's foundation in a single glance, Hyunwang finally nodded with satisfaction, as if he had made a decision. "Abbot, this old monk dares to make a request to the abbot. Please speak freely, great senior brother. I wish to take this young man, Mujin, as Biob Gang's disciple." "Are you saying you wish to take Mujin under your wing, great senior brother?" As Abbot Hyun Cheon asked back with a look of surprise, the old monk simply responded with a kind smile. What in the world is going on? Caught in the middle, Mujin could only look around with a bewildered expression. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That evening, surprisingly, Mujin found himself sitting in the Shaolin Abbot's room. He had been brought there by the Arhut faction leader Hyun Song, saying that Abbot Hyun Cheon had summoned him. After being singled out by a mysterious old monk during the entrance examination and now abruptly brought to the Shaolin Abbot's room, Mujin could certainly say it had been an eventful day. After watching Mujin in silence for a moment, Abbot Hyun Cheon, who had summoned him to the room, eventually spoke. "Do you know who the great senior brother Hyunwang, whom we met in the training field today, is?" "I have not heard, Abbot." Frankly, Mujin was dying of curiosity about the old monk. To his memory, after scouring through the first part, Record of the Demon Sovereign's Return, and the second part, Legend of the Evil Emperor, he could not recall such a character. The truth is that calling you here today was not only to ask you something, but also to inform you about your future master, Biob Gang, and your great-grandmaster, Hyunwang. With that, Abbot Hyun Cheon began to calmly tell Mujin about the individual known as Hyunwang. Hyunwang, too. Senior brother Hyunwang was once called the greatest genius under the heavens. The greatest genius under the heavens. Are you serious? Mujin's question was laced with doubt. He had felt that Hyunwang was an extraordinary figure during the entrance examination, but what puzzled him was why such a person had now become so frail and sickly. That's correct. When our Hyunmun was still a second-class disciple, senior brother Hyunwang, at the mere age of 32, had already surpassed the realm of the master uncles of the Biob Gong faction. Hyun Song, who was also part of the conversation, added his comment. At that time, the master uncles of the Biob Gong faction predicted that given 10 years, senior brother Hyunwang would undoubtedly become the #1 figure in the world. How could someone of that stature, Did he damage his body by practicing too strenuously? To Mujin's question, the two elder monks shook their heads. He was not one to invite disaster through excessive greed. Not only was he versed in martial arts, but he was also deeply immersed in Buddhist practices. Senior brother Hyunguang's injuries were the result of an invasion by the demon cult. The demon cult. Yes, about 30 years ago, when we were second-class disciples, the demon cult invaded the Central Plains. Even our 1,000-year Shaolin, which holds the mission of saving all sentient beings, had to join the war to stop them. So, he was injured during that war. Once again, the elder monks shook their heads in response to Mujin's question. War is a place where unforeseeable accidents can occur. The venerable monks, hoping to entrust the future of Shaolin to senior brother Hyunguang, prevented him from participating in the war. Instead, only the master uncles of the Biob Gong faction and the second-class disciples of that time, who were the gold badges, joined the war. And in some ways, that decision was the beginning of the misfortune. The demon cult took advantage of the fact that our Shaolin's main forces were engaged in the war and dispatched a separate contingent. At that time, senior brother Hyunguang was already at a level to be called one of the 10 great experts under the heavens. It was impossible for the demon cult's special unit to harm him. Upon hearing the last words of Abba Hyuncheon, Mujin couldn't help but wear a puzzled expression. Then why had things come to this state? And that question was soon to be answered thanks to the follow-up conversation between Abba Hyuncheon and Hyunsong. However, the problem was us, the second-class and third-class disciples who remained at Shaolin at the time. Our Hyunmun faction and Haimun faction were not yet at the level to handle the demon cult's special unit. And senior brother Hyunguang prioritized protecting his disciples and relatives over annihilating the enemy. Each time senior brother threw himself to save the lives of his disciples and relatives, his body accumulated more wounds. The faces of the two elderly monks, reminiscing about that time, were filled with deep regret. If only they had died instead, allowing Hyunguang to remain unharmed. Then perhaps the name of Shaolin would now be held even higher. Although still ranked among the 9 great sects, Shaolin had become a sect that could no longer discuss being the best in the world. Especially for Abbot Hyuncheon, who was now leading such Shaolin, not dying in place of the others at that time remained a lifelong regret. Originally, it was senior brother Hyunguang who was supposed to take over as the sect leader from the Hyunmun faction. And after hearing the entire story about Hyunguang, Mujin sank into thought. It wasn't solely because he was deeply moved by the great tale of Hyunguang. Rather, so, you're saying that senior Grandmaster Hyunguang has become like this due to the injuries he received 30 years ago? That is so. Then I might be able to offer some help. It was because he felt that somehow he might be able to treat him to a certain extent. After all, was it not strikingly similar to the situation Choi Kang-hyuk had experienced? The time when he was forced into early retirement due to the worsening of an injury he received during an operation. And upon hearing the unexpected words from Mujin, a faint trace of anger tinged Abbot Hyuncheon's face. The ones called divine healers used the pinnacle of acupuncture, but the effect was merely momentary. Even with our Shaolin's great restoration pills, we couldn't heal the senior brother. And now, you say you might be able to treat him. Even faced with the Shaolin leader's anger-tinged question, Mujin responded with a calm expression. Firstly, it goes without saying that I cannot restore Grandmaster Hyunguang's internal energy to its former state, nor can I completely heal his body as it was in the past. However, I might be able to treat him to at least become mobile. Saying so, Mujin turned his head toward the Arhut faction leader, Hyunsong. Master Uncle, you must have heard, Master Uncle Biob Gang also had a bad knee, didn't he? Are you saying the method you used on Biob Gang could also work on the senior brother? What are you talking about, Arhut faction leader? Prompted by Abbot Hyuncheon's question, Hyunsong began to explain the events that had taken place in the Arhut faction. Having seen the results of the entrance examination, Hyunsong had already planned to spread Mujin's training methods throughout Shaolin. He explained to Abbot Hyun Cheon what had happened in the Arhut faction. He described how Mu Jin had treated Biob Gang's knee and how the external energy levels of the new disciples have been raised with Mu Jin's training methods. Is what you say truly factual? Hasn't it been sufficiently proven with today's entrance examination? Abbot, a training method that could develop muscles and bones. If this story were true, it would be a training method that could significantly advance Shaolin's level. Who in the martial world would not want to develop their physique? Countless clans and families had searched for ways to develop their physique in the direction they desired. Mysterious sorceries, techniques using acupuncture and herbal decoctions, or even the horrifying and ignorant method of forcibly twisting and aligning the bones of children whose physiques had not yet fully developed. However, all such attempts, without exception, either failed to produce the desired results or led to severe side effects. But Mu Jin's method was different. Unlike methods that had appeared in the martial world, which attempted to change muscles and bones instantly, his required one's own consistent effort. In the end, with time and effort, one could safely change their physique. And judging by the results of today's entrance examination, the training method indeed seems credible. However, the immediate concern was not advancing Shaolin with that training method. So, can you really heal senior brother Hyungwang's body with that training method? Abbot Hyun Cheon, with a skeptical expression, posed the question, to which Mu Jin calmly replied, "Since the condition is much worse than Master Uncle Biob Gang's knee, it is impossible to heal with just my training method. Therefore, certain conditions are necessary." What are the conditions? If it means curing the senior brother, Shaolin will do whatever it takes. This was Abbot Hyun Cheon's sincere sentiment. Even if it meant not recovering the internal energy as Mu Jin indicated, or if it only made moving around possible. For the hero Hyungwang, who saved Shaolin, Abbot Hyun Cheon was willing to uproot the very foundations of Shaolin if necessary. If it required great restoration pills, they would be provided, and if his own sacrifice was needed, he would willingly cut off an arm, just as the second-generation Shaolin leader, Hai Jie, did in the past. However, the conditions Mu Jin requested were quite different from what Abbot Hyun Cheon had anticipated. Do you perhaps have martial arts in Shaolin that use extreme yang energy, or martial arts that handle thunder energy? Naturally, both Abbot Hyun Cheon and Hyun Song were filled with confusion at this request. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After a short time had passed, 2 monks came looking for the abbot's office. One was a middle-aged monk with a physique as sturdy as that of the Guardian Kings, and the other was an elderly monk whose face was etched with obstinacy. "Come in." Head of Jurisdiction Department, Senior Disciple Haidam. The man resembling the Guardian King was Haidam, who had taken Mu Gung as his junior disciple, and the stern-looking elder was none other than Biob Gong, who oversaw the Jurisdiction Department. After Abbot Hyun Cheon casually welcomed the two to the office, he turned to Mu Jin. "The head of Jurisdiction Department is practicing one of the 72 consummate arts of our Shaolin, the Vajra Divine General. This is the martial art using thunder energy that you mentioned, Mu Jin. The Vajra Divine Palm, inspired by Sakra Divanam Indra, a deity from Hinduism known for controlling lightning and is one of the Tridevi, showcases its formidable power and lethal capabilities among Shaolin martial arts. And the head of the Jurisdiction Department, Biob Gong, who has mastered the Vajra Divine Palm to its extreme, is charged with the role of punishing Shaolin disciples who have committed sins alongside external evil practitioners. If he's the head of the Jurisdiction Department, would he be Master Uncle Biob Gang's master? When Biob Gang was considered a strong candidate for the position of the head of the Jurisdiction Department upon taking an elder's role, it was natural that Biob Gang's master belonged to the Jurisdiction Department, and hence Biob Gang's Grandmaster. Mu Jin recalled overhearing that the Grandmaster was the current head of the Jurisdiction Department. As Mu Jin was recalling this, Abbot Hyun Cheon briefly introduced Haidam. And this is Haidam, the leader of one of the 108 Arhats, who is practicing the Tathagata Palm using extreme yang energy. Introduced by Abbot Hyun Cheon to Mu Jin, Biob Gong and Haidam looked at Mujin with curiosity. They had been called to the abbot's office at this late hour for what they assumed must be an important matter. Yet why were they being introduced to this young disciple? However, their confusion was soon addressed by Abbot Hyun Cheon's following words. Head of the jurisdiction department and Haidam, listen well. This young one has a method to treat senior brother Hyung Wang. Is that really true? Though their reaction was not overtly surprised, those familiar with the typically stoic Haidam and the obstinate Biob Gong could understand the significance of their expressions. Addressing them, Hyun Song reiterated the information he had shared with Abbot Hyun Cheon. And to treat senior brother Hyung Wang, the martial arts you two have mastered are needed, as Mujin has mentioned. If my martial arts can assist senior brother Hyung Wang, I am more than willing to help. Haidam's face remained expressionless as he responded, but internally, he felt a slight discomfort. You're the one who treated Biob Gang's knee. On the other hand, Biob Gong, who was Biob Gang's grandmaster, spoke with a hint of friendliness, uncharacteristic for him. Then, tell us what needs to be done. Prompted by Biob Gong's question, Mujin immediately extended his arm towards Biob Gong and opened his mouth. Master Uncle, head of the jurisdiction department, would it be possible for you to apply the Vajra Divine Palm on my arm with its power greatly weakened? What on earth are you talking about? If he didn't want his arm burned by thunder energy, why would he make such a ludicrous request? Biob Gong had assumed that, by calling upon him, who handles thunder energy, and Haidam, who deals with extreme yang energy, they were going to perform a procedure to unclog blocked meridians. A process involving burning away the waste clogging the meridians with thunder and yang energy. However, regardless of Biob Gong's surprise, Mujin continued calmly. Is it impossible? I don't mean for my arm to be burned or torn by the thunder energy, but to use the Vajra Divine Palm at a very minimal level. Just enough for a very fine flow of thunder energy. Provoked by Mujin's challenging words, Biob Gong slightly furrowed his brow and stepped forward. How dare a third-class disciple insult a grandmaster? Biob Gong then pushed his palms towards Mujin's right arm and operated his internal energy according to the essence of the Vajra Divine Palm, using only the minimal internal energy required by Mujin's condition. Zing-zing. Instead of necrotizing or burning, Mujin's arm started to spasm under the transmitted thunder energy. In fact, Biob Gong was somewhat accustomed to adjusting the power to subdue Shaolin disciples who had sinned or external evil practitioners without killing them. How is it? Naturally, he asked with a confident tone. Are you trying to kill Senior Grandmaster Hyung Wang? Mujin quickly withdrew his spasming arm and exclaimed in disbelief. Using such powerful force will not be bearable for Senior Grandmaster Hyung Wang, who has grown frail. You need to reduce the power to less than half of what you just used. If that's impossible, please let me know now. I will look for another method. Although Mujin spoke as if he was considering his opponent, to Biob Gong, who had been practicing martial arts for nearly 50 years, it felt like a stronger provocation. Cough. I can do it. There is no need to push yourself. This is about Senior Grandmaster Hyung Wang's safety and treatment. I can do it. Biob Gong, after shouting loudly, took a deep breath to compose himself and then began to focus inward. He needed to use the Vajra Divine Palm with much weaker force than before. He started to extract a very small portion of his substantial internal energy residing in his Danjian. The internal energy pulled out by Biob Gong circulated through his meridians like a thin thread, following the pathway dictated by the technique. Zing-zing. A very faint current of electricity flowed through Mujin's arm, which was touching Biob Gong's palm. How is it? Biob Gong asked with a tone full of confidence, and Mujin nodded his head in response. Not bad at all. This level of power is just right for the treatment. This level? Yes, Master Uncle, head of the jurisdiction department. From the 1st to the 5th level, if you can continuously emit a fine amount of electricity with the same strength at each level, it will be of great help in treating Senior Grandmaster Hyung Wang. Feeling the electric current in his arm, Mujin spoke with a satisfied expression. In these terribly inadequate conditions, proper physical therapy or rehabilitation was nearly impossible. Master Uncle Biob Gang was still young and had some muscles around his knee, so it was enough to perform close-range spear technique and acupressure. But Hyungwang's case was different. Proper physical therapy equipment was needed to treat Hyungwang. However, in these inadequate conditions, there was no way to obtain such equipment. Therefore, Mujin had invited a master to perform the role of equipment instead. The role Mujin expected from Biob Gong was that of a device always found in modern physical therapy rooms. It was an electrical stimulation therapy machine. Hyungwang 3. An electrical stimulation therapy device. No. Hyungwang furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you truly saying that sending thunder energy to senior brother Hyungwang can cure him? Such a small amount of energy will not be able to burn off the waste accumulated in the meridians. It is not the meridians where the thunder energy will be sent." Monk, head of jurisdiction department, Hyungwang, as well as everyone else in the headmaster's office, wore a look of confusion. However, Mujin, whether they understood or not, wrapped his extended right arm with his left hand and spoke. "The muscle inside the skin. I will send thunder energy to stimulate that muscle." "Are you talking about stimulating the muscle?" "That's right. When a very slight electric current is passed through the muscle, it has the effect of promoting metabolism within the muscle and circulation of the blood, and it is also effective in increasing muscle contractility and the size of muscle fibers." Mujin explained the efficacy of the electrical stimulation therapy device as simply as possible so that the people of this world could understand. The reason Mujin knew such knowledge was simple. Mujin had obtained a national certification as a physical therapist and a private certification as a rehabilitation masseur while working as a fitness trainer. Back when he was forced to retire from the military and had to heal his completely broken body. Shocked by the exorbitant cost of physical therapy and rehabilitation treatment, as well as Pilates, he started studying the three in order to save money. After that, he delved into various exercises such as yoga and fitness to fix his body, and eventually became a fitness trainer, even becoming proficient in nutrition. In particular, learning physical and manual therapy along with rehabilitation massage was a great help in his fitness trainer career. 11:57 p.m. At first, when he became a trainer, he would provide acupressure massages as a service concept after every 1-hour PT session. He would relax the muscles worked out that day with acupressure methods learned from rehabilitation massage, which proved to be quite effective. So many of the members who had OT with Choi Kang-hyuk signed up for PT as new members. In addition, having a physical therapist license and a rehabilitation massage certification allowed him to work as a rehabilitation specialist trainer at a large fitness center. Even when he first opened his own gym and became a boss, he would take on the role of rehab specialist trainer to save on labor costs. I used to attend night school at a vocational college to get my license as a physical therapist. I was really young back then. In particular, to become a licensed physical therapist, which is a nationally recognized certification, one had to graduate from a department of physical therapy to take the examination. Although Choi Kang-hyuk had already learned the theories to some extent through the internet and books, he attended night college while working as a fitness trainer to obtain the license. Well, even though he wasn't someone who could make an electrical shock device from scratch or knew the ins and outs of its operating principles, since he was a vocational college graduate from a department of physical therapy, at least he remembered how to use it and its efficacy. Of course, all that was Mujin's own affair. Are you saying that by sending electricity through the muscles, you can achieve such effects? Hyungwang, having been turned into an electrical stimulation therapy device, looked at Mujin with a skeptical expression. Too weak a stimulation has no effect, and on the contrary, too strong a stimulation can be a burden. That's why I wanted to divide it into 5 stages to provide the appropriate stimulation for the patient. And if you truly cannot trust my treatment method, then I will give up on the treatment. Facing those who looked at him skeptically, Mujin answered confidently. From the stories he had heard and the glimpse he had seen in the training yard, he knew that senior brother Hyungwang's physical condition was quite serious. Trying to heal such a body without an electrical stimulation therapy device or any other equipment was like trying to smash a rock with an egg. He judged that it was better to step back here than to take the blame for any potential failure. As Mujin took a firm stand, everyone in the headmaster's office looked at him with various expressions. 12:08 a.m. Hyun Song, who already fully supported Mujin, was filled with belief, while Abbot Hyun Cheon looked desperate. Senior brother Haidam was invariably stoic, and Hyun Gong was skeptical. Cough. Then, how much time is needed for your treatment to be effective? I would need to examine Senior Master Uncle Hyun Wang's body directly to determine the specifics, but if we proceed for about a month, the effects should start to become apparent. Upon Mujin's reply, Hyun Gong nodded as if he had made up his mind and said, "Then, for the next month, we will follow your instructions. However, if there is still no improvement in senior brother after a month, you will be held accountable for insulting the masters. Do you understand?" Hyun Gong, with a solemn face befitting the title of head of jurisdiction department, issued a warning to Mujin. "In that case, we should first increase the accuracy of the electrical stimulation therapy device. No, the precision of the Vajra Divine General, shouldn't we?" Mujin casually took the warning in stride. "Let's try once more. When I channel the thunder energy through my arm as the Vajra Divine General, you must direct it precisely to the muscle area I indicate with my finger." That should not be difficult. As Mujin pointed to the central area of his forearm muscle with the index finger of his left hand, Hyun Gong wrapped his hands around the indicated spot. And, true to the skills of a master, he sent thunder energy to the exact muscle area Mujin had pointed to with the same level of power he had called this stage just a moment ago. But why was it? "What are you doing now, monk? Head of jurisdiction department?" Mujin asked with a puzzled expression. "You need to keep sending thunder energy to the same area with the same power, at least a dozen times for it to be effective. Not just once, but continuously?" "Yes." Hearing Mujin's response, Hyun Gong once again unraveled the internal energy situated in his danjian like a thin thread and unfolded the Vajra Divine General with the minimum necessary power. He continued sending electric shocks to Mujin's arm for a short while. Before long, a slight sweat began to form on Hyun Gong's forehead. It wasn't because the minute amount of internal energy was running out, but rather the concentration required to continuously handle the same amount of energy was wearing on him. However, befitting a master who had trained in the Vajra Divine General for decades, Hyun Gong successfully maintained the same level of power for the duration of a dozen times. "You truly are the monk, head of jurisdiction department." Mujin enthusiastically gave a thumbs up to Hyun Gong. "This stage is sufficient, and now we should create first, third, fourth, and fifth stages. The first stage will be about 70% of the current power, and for the third stage, you will add 30% to the current power, gradually adjusting the power for each stage." 12:10 a.m. Hyun Gong, with sweat dripping down his forehead, did not show it on the outside, but he laughed to himself on the inside. Perhaps this could greatly aid my training. The meticulous exertion of handling the same level of internal energy continuously was already consuming a significant amount of mental strength. And now he was to adjust the delicate amount of internal energy over several stages. Unintentionally, Hyun Gong found himself training while also treating senior brother Hyun Wang. "I must also teach this to Haichin and Biob Gang." Hyun Gong, having decided to teach the new training method to his disciples and junior generations, was deep in thought about the new training method. No, the healing technique, when Mujin turned his head to look at Haidam. "Then, while the monk, head of jurisdiction department practices, I will now explain the role for senior brother Haidam." At Mujin's words, Haidam nodded slightly and stepped forward with his large frame. Then, suddenly directing the extreme yang energy filled to Thagata palm towards Mujin's forearm, Mujin exclaimed in shock, "What are you doing?" "Senior brother Haidam, there's no need to physically touch the arm." Mujin, who almost suffered a severe burn on his arm, urgently explained Haidam's role. "Firstly, senior brother Haidam, unlike the monk, head of jurisdiction department, You do not need to minimize your power. Just emit the extreme yang energy, keeping it close to your palm, as if the sun is hanging in the sky. Following Mujin's requirements, Haidam pulled up his internal energy further to display a proper Tathagata palm. Naturally, the extreme yang energy gathered in his palm, emitting a blazing aura. Do not shoot it out, just keep it formed near your palm. However, the difference from usual was in the final execution. Instead of emitting the extreme yang energy towards an enemy, it had to be kept formed near the palm. Moving his forearm back and forth towards that palm that glowed like a small sun, Mujin found the perfect distance where he could just feel the warmth. This seems just right. Pleased with finding the right distance where the heat was gently felt, Mujin nodded in satisfaction. Following the electrical stimulation therapy device Hyungong, the role given to Haidam was that of an infrared therapy device, or an infrared lamp. Senior brother Haidam, like the monk, head of jurisdiction department, you just need to maintain the current state for a dozen times. 12:17 a.m. After explaining Haidam's role, Mujin then explained the efficacy of the infrared lamp, anticipating that someone would ask about it anyway. By radiating such hot energy onto the skin, it provides a thermal effect that relaxes muscle tension and promotes blood circulation. Additionally, the light emanating from the sun can penetrate the epidermis, offering disinfection and sterilization effects on muscles and joints. In this era, the concept of infrared rays that are invisible to the eye did not exist, so Mujin had to simplify his explanation. Therefore, by creating a heat similar to the sun and focusing it on the treatment area, you can see significant effects. With a simple acknowledgement at Mujin's explanation, Haidam concentrated on his internal energy. Concentrating the energy of the Tathagata palm without unleashing it and keeping it condensed in his palm was not that difficult for Haidam. However, like Hyungong, maintaining the same level of energy for the period of a dozen times was not easy for him either. As the time span of a dozen times passed, sweat poured down Haidam's forehead just as it had on Hyungong's. Asterisk. After checking the states of the electrical stimulation therapy device and the infrared lamp, Mujin soon returned to the Arhut faction. In the headmaster's office, where Mujin had been sent off, the four monks were still conversing. What do you all think? At the question from Abbot Hyuncheon, Hyungong replied, "We will have to observe for a month to see if this method truly has an effect on senior brother's treatment. However, aside from the treatment, it seems it will be greatly beneficial to both me and senior disciple Haidam." To Hyungong's response, the other three monks nodded in agreement. "I never thought that we would use the Vajra Divine General and the Tathagata Palm in such a way. Yes, it is certainly a skill that must be taught to the young disciples who will learn the Vajra Divine General and the Tathagata Palm. Not only the Vajra Divine General and the Tathagata Palm, but this also applies to most of our Shaolin martial arts that handle the extreme yang energy. Shaolin martial arts mostly involve the use of yang energy that contains the power to vanquish evil. Among them, especially the martial arts that wield the strong forces of fire energy and metal energy are predominant. 12:26 a.m. It is a well-known saying in the martial world that those who practice martial arts dealing with extreme yang energy or fire energy tend to have explosive personalities due to the influence of their internal energy on their disposition. In fact, Shaolin was no different in this regard. That's why they also practiced martial arts that combine metal energy with fire energy. The aim was to wrap and control the fierce fire energy with metal energy. In essence, the Shaolin monks were forcibly suppressing their explosive tempers and rage with iron-like patience. Indeed, because of practicing such martial arts, many Shaolin disciples were very stubborn or inflexible, uncharacteristic of a monk. The internal heat of anger that surged within them day after day had made them too rigid over time. On the other hand, if the fire energy was stronger than the metal energy, they might end up like Haiguan, belonging to the Demon Extermination Squad, or even become fallen monks pursued by the jurisdiction department for breaking their precepts. The conclusion was that a perfect harmony between the two energies was essential, but this was no easy task, even for seasoned monks with decades of practice. We had always thought this to be just another form of asceticism left by our predecessors, but I never knew there would be such a solution. Amitabha. We may have been too rigid in our ways. Amitabha. The goal of Buddhists is enlightenment, and to become a Buddha means to cast off all worldly desires and troubles. The Shaolin monks, who were Buddhists before they were martial artists, viewed the characteristics of Shaolin martial arts as a form of asceticism. Yet, thanks to Mujin's healing methods, they realized a new direction. There was no need to suppress fire energy by incessantly chanting sutras day and night. Instead, they could simply train in martial arts. Instead of fully exerting martial arts, they could practice using a minimal amount of internal energy repeatedly with the same power as they had just done, or like holding concentrated energy in the palm without releasing it. In doing so, they could cultivate patience along with practicing the use of martial arts and internal energy. Before tomorrow's treatment of senior brother, I should return to my quarters and practice a little. Since we will be using it directly on senior brother's body, we must be thoroughly prepared. 12:34 a.m. I will do the same, Abbot. Hyun-gong and Haidam rose to their feet and said so. And once we have a good grasp of it, we will teach this method to our disciples and junior generations. Once the practice is firmly established, we should teach it to the other disciples as well. It seems that it will be very helpful, even if it's not just for the Vajra Divine General and the Tathagatapam. I will do so, Senior Brother Abbot. After saluting Abbot Hyun-cheon, Hyun-gong and Haidam left the headmaster's office. Although it was not Mujin's intention, Shaolin seemed to be on the verge of mass-producing electrical stimulation therapy devices and infrared lamps. Asterisk. The next day, what brings the abbot here? Hyun-gwang, taking rest in his own quarters, looked bewildered at the visitors. It was only natural for Mujin, who would become his great-granddisciple, to come to him. But why had Abbot Hyun-cheon come along with Mujin? And why was Hyun-sung, the Arhut faction leader, with them as well? To Hyun-gwang's question, Abbot Hyun-cheon stepped forward to answer. Actually, this young man might be able to heal senior brother's body to some extent, so we came together. What do you mean? Mujin, the child he had chosen as a disciple for Biab-jeon, was now suddenly going to heal him? What was this all about? Responding to Hyun-gwang's confusion, Hyun-sung and Hyun-cheon recounted the events that had taken place at the Arhut faction and the discussion with Mujin the night before. Then, may I start the examination? After the explanation, Mujin stepped forward to ask. He was ready, and it was time to start the treatment. Hyun-gwang 4. Today we will first examine the lower leg and the ankle. Mujin said, as he placed a towel, which he had prepared beforehand, over Hyun-gwang's calf. It was a towel that had been made warm by soaking it in hot water and then wringing out the water. As the warmth of the damp towel slightly eased the muscle tension in the calf, Mujin carefully placed his hand on top of the towel. If it hurts, please don't hesitate to tell me right away. Saying so, Mujin slowly moved his hand, checking the condition of Hyun-gwang's muscles through acupressure. Crazy. It's even worse than I thought. How long had he been bearing weight to have almost no remaining muscles in his calf, and the condition of the few remaining muscles, ligaments, tendons, or cartilage was the worst? Master Uncle, it's okay to make a sound if it hurts. Having faintly realized the condition with just a few acupressures, Mujin, like Biab-gang, noticed that Hyun-gwang was also enduring pain and groans, so he reduced the intensity as much as possible. This Shaolin Temple. Is self-harm a hobby? I can't understand why they all don't show their pain. Mujin inwardly clicked his tongue lightly, but contrary to his inner thoughts, he continued to do his best to apply acupressure to Hyun-gwang's lower body. Now that the body has been somewhat loosened up, we will proceed with the actual treatment. Mujin, having finished the acupressure, spoke to Hyun-gwang in a calm tone. Then, to correct the twisted joints and muscles found during the acupressure, Mujin lifted Hyun-gwang's right leg and began moving it around. He had begun manual therapy. Because direct manual therapy could strain the muscles and joints of a severe case, Mujin had started by warming the body with a warm towel and loosening tension with acupressure before beginning manual therapy. 12:54 a.m. After treating both legs alternately for about a moment, Mu-jin continued to move and rotate Hyun-gwang's legs and ankles. This time, the treatment was not manual therapy, but close-range spear technique. Now, I will move your right leg over to the left side. Keep your back flat on the floor, and just slightly turn your head to the right. After addressing the skeletal issues with manual therapy, Mu-jin used the close-range spear technique to gradually relax the tightly knotted muscles. However, the condition of Hyun-gwang's body, which had deteriorated over decades, was worse than even that of Mu-gong. It was as if, even though he was not a loyal subject, but a Buddhist practitioner, there was a determination not to bend, but to rather break. Thus, Mu-jin continued with acupressure, manual therapy, and the close-range spear technique. For nearly half an hour, Mu-jin's treatment went on. Naturally, beads of sweat formed on Mu-jin's forehead. Mu-jin had been training his body for over a year and 10 months. Naturally, a little help with acupressure or the close-range spear technique wouldn't be too much for him. But Hyun-gwang's body was currently in such a deteriorated state that handling it was akin to working with glass art. A little too much force could cause it to shatter. Just as Abbot Hyun-cheon had done, Mu-jin also had to meticulously manage not just strength but also endurance, which inevitably wore him down. Despite this, there was no sign of annoyance or fatigue on Mu-jin's face. Instead, there was a kind of earnestness in his eyes. It wasn't that he expected to gain anything from treating Hyun-gwang. Hyun-gwang, receiving the treatment, occasionally caught Mu-jin's gaze and couldn't help but be deep in thought. What kind of inner turmoil does this young disciple have to look so sorrowful? Apart from having lost his martial skills, he was also a highly devout monk. Moreover, having lived beyond 70 and 80 years, one could vaguely discern a person's character just by looking at their face and eyes. It was because of Mu-jin's gaze and expression that Hyun-gwang accepted his treatment. In fact, Hyun-gwang's current neglected state was a choice he had made himself. 12:57 a.m. He was a hero of Shaolin and, at the same time, the most promising talent from Shaolin. Naturally, the Biab-gong faction and Biab-jeon faction, who had survived the war with the demon cult and returned alive, did everything they could to save Hyun-gwang. They fed him the Great Restoration pills, the best elixir of Shaolin, and invited the most renowned healers from the vast Central Plains, known as divine healers. However, the Great Restoration pills had no effect on his body, with its shattered danjian, and the divine healer's acupuncture provided only temporary relief. In a few days, his condition would revert to one where he could hardly walk. To cure Hyun-gwang, the Biab-gong faction and Biab-jeon faction invited all sorts of people to Shaolin, chasing rumors that floated around the Central Plains. Among them, most were charlatans, and there were also treatments that, though effective, were close to inhumane necromancy. Therefore, Hyun-gwang voluntarily refused treatment. It was because he did not want the little wealth that Shaolin had, not accumulated through righteousness and fairness, to be squandered because of him. Above all, he dreaded that Shaolin might accept unethical methods in the name of goodwill to heal him. Indeed, humans tend to accept unjust means more easily when the ends are deemed good, because they can justify it as being for the sake of justice. For this reason, Hyun-gwang had thought that perhaps Mu-jin had similar motives. If he, a hero of Shaolin, were to be healed, Mu-jin's name and influence in Shaolin would skyrocket instantly. However, there was no trace of corrupt desire in Mu-jin's eyes. Instead, what resided there was the gaze of a physician treating a patient. No, it went even further, blending some unknown sadness and a sense of duty. While Hyun-gwang pondered the true intentions behind Mu-jin's gaze. Focused on the treatment, Mu-jin, unaware of the expression he was wearing, calmly got up. That concludes the treatment I will conduct today. Should I then call those two? Yes, Abbot. Creak. Not long after their conversation ended, the door to the chamber opened, and Hyun-gong and Haidam entered. Like the simulated practice they had done the night before, infrared treatment and electrical stimulation therapy followed. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That night, having become a disciple of Biab-jeon, Mujin moved his belongings from the Arhut faction to the pavilion where Hyungwang lived. Typically, even if one becomes a disciple and lives in the master's or patriarch's pavilion, they use separate rooms. However, in Hyungwang's case, because he was immobile, Biab-jeon shared a room with him to take care of him. Mujin, having become a disciple of Biab-jeon, found himself in no different situation. Thus, Mujin, now sharing a room with Biab-jeon and Hyungwang, was dreaming for the first time in a while. "Grandfather, I will definitely heal you." 12:59 a.m. He. This old man is done for. Go inside and rest. Even in his dreams, Mujin was diligently massaging an elderly man's calf. But why? Even in the dream, Mujin was Mujin, but the person whose calves he was massaging wasn't Hyungwang. The elderly man who appeared in the dream was none other than Choi Kang-hyuk's paternal grandfather. "Grandfather, just trust me. I've studied so much to heal you," Mujin shouted confidently, but this wasn't true. Choi Kang-hyuk had only started studying physical therapy, rehabilitation, and exercise after being forcefully discharged from the military. And tragically, his paternal grandfather had passed away when he was in high school. For Mujin, or rather, Choi Kang-hyuk, the two most sorrowful experiences of his life weren't his forced discharge from the military, the crisis at the gym due to COVID-19, or even the hair loss caused by stress. It was when the only family he had known since his earliest memories, his paternal grandparents, passed away. At the time of his grandfather's death, he was just a student and couldn't do anything. He had watched his grandfather struggle to walk in his final years, but all he could do was offer a shoulder to lean on or occasionally massage him without any proper training. The sense of helplessness he felt then was why he gave up on college and considered getting a job. To at least protect his grandmother, he wanted a stable job in the civil service, and feeling that he was more suited to physical work, he chose to be a professional soldier. The problem was that, still influenced by his high school bravado, he chose to join the Special Forces, thinking it would be a glamorous career. Yet, when he joined the Special Forces at 20 and started receiving his salary, he was quite happy. He felt a sense of duty to protect his country and fulfillment from supporting his precious grandmother. However, due to the nature of Special Forces operations and training, he was often away from home, and, around 2 years after he was promoted to Staff Sergeant, his grandmother suddenly passed away. The state, according to its regulations, granted him a mere 2 nights and 3 days of leave because it was his grandparent, not a parent. Even with added annual leave for a total of 4 nights and 5 days, it was grossly insufficient for a 25-year-old who had lost all his family to regain his composure. Upon returning to the unit after 4 nights and 5 days, he was assigned a top-secret mission, during which Choi Kang-hyuk sustained serious injuries. He had nearly lost his life on that mission, having not fully recovered mentally. 1:04 a.m. And today, perhaps because he treated an elderly body, memories long buried in his dreams resurfaced. Therefore, Mujin, or rather Choi Kang-hyuk, strove to repay, if only a speck, the debt of gratitude he owed for the treatment he couldn't provide then, the care he should have repaid over a lifetime, but had not been able to do at all. "Grandfather, does it feel good?" Our Kang-hyuk has healing hands indeed. Oh, how can our puppy not rest because of his grandfather? At being with grandfather like this is my way of resting. As a child, he had been a reticent grandchild, but as he aged, he utilized his increased sociability to earnestly apply acupressure to his grandfather's calf. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. While Mujin was deep in a dream, meeting his paternal grandfather after a long time. He, awakened from sleep, Hyungwang and Biab-jeon were looking at Mujin, who was asleep beside them. "Grandfather, I will heal you. How much I have studied." They had woken up due to Mujin's sleep-talking, which had been ongoing for a little while. "What should we do, Master Uncle?" "Just leave him be." To wake the already uncomfortable Master Uncle from his sleep would be a terrible thing, but the victims, Hyungwang and Biab-jeon, showed no sign of complaint. "No, far from showing discomfort. They looked at Mu Jin with a compassionate expression. So that was it. Ba. Hyung Wang recalled the treatment he received from Mu Jin today. The acupressure, manual therapy, and close-range spear technique. The unidentified sorrow, desperation, and sense of duty that had filled Mu Jin's eyes as he performed various treatments that Hyung Wang had never seen or heard of. Choi Kang-hyuk himself might not be aware, but those experiences of helplessness from his youth had deeply embedded a sense of indebtedness in his mind. That's why he always did his best to teach and treat the elderly who came to the gym with physical difficulties. And now, at this moment, Hyung Wang understood why Mu Jin, without any ill intentions, had so earnestly treated him, and how Mu Jin, at such a young age, had come to acquire such diverse knowledge. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next day, the treatment for Hyung Wang continued without fail. Yesterday, Mu Jin focused on the area below the knee, the calves, and ankles. Today, he was treating the front and back of the thighs and the pelvic area. After a while of acupressure and manual therapy on Hyung Wang's body, perhaps because of the dream he had last night, 1:07 a.m. Grandfather, please let me know if you feel uncomfortable. Without realizing it, Mu Jin used the word grandfather instead of master uncle. Oh my, what kind of language is that? How dare you call master uncle grandfather? Abba Hyun Cheon and Hyun Song, who were watching the treatment, scolded him with stern expressions. Ha ha ha. It's all right, Abbott. For some reason, Hyung Wang, the one who had been addressed incorrectly, simply showed a benevolent smile. Then, Hyung Wang, who stopped Abbott Hyun Cheon and Hyun Song, turned to look at Mu Jin. Mu Jin, from now on, it's all right if you call this old monk grandfather. Feel free to treat me comfortably. Ha ha ha. Looking at Hyung Wang's benevolent smile, Mu Jin thought to himself, what's gotten into this grandfather? Mu Jin didn't understand why he was suddenly being so familiar. Still, it was polite to follow along with the wishes of an elder. Yes, grandfather. As Mu Jin used the term grandfather with a somewhat awkward tone, different from before. Oh my. Ha ha ha. It's fine, Abbott. The stern voice of Hyun Cheon and the kind voice of Hyung Wang were heard simultaneously. Can't we just focus on the treatment? Mu Jin was left wondering what they expected of him. Immediately after Hyung Wang's treatment was finished, around evening time, Hyung Wang, who was resting after the treatment, began speaking in a gentle tone. Mu Jin, could you show me the martial arts you demonstrated at the entrance examination? Yes, master. Ha. It's all right to call me grandfather comfortably. Understood, grandfather. Mu Jin replied awkwardly. As is often the case with human nature, they readily find solutions and offer advice for others' issues, but struggle to understand their own. Similarly, Mu Jin was not fully aware of the sense of indebtedness he felt towards his grandparents that resided deep within his psyche. Moreover, every time he used the term grandfather, it made him feel even more awkward as it overlaid with the image of his own grandfather when he looked at Hyung Wang. Understanding Mu Jin's feelings, Hyung Wang nodded his head with an affectionate smile. Since we need to move, let's step outside. No sooner had Hyung Wang spoken than Biob John, always quick to assist as his habit, moved to help, but Mu Jin was quicker. You have been busy taking care of the elder since morning, master, so please feel free to rest. I will carry the elder. Biob Jian, who was about to get up, looked at Hyung Wang with an embarrassed expression, and when Hyung Wang nodded happily, Biob Jian conceded his turn to Mu Jin. After carrying Hyung Wang on his back and walking out the door with Biob Jian, Mu Jin placed Hyung Wang on a large front porch and took his position in the courtyard. After taking a light, deep breath, he began to demonstrate the martial arts he had conceived one after another. The punches, palms, hands, kicks, and finger techniques released by Mu Jin. Every move burst with a powerful explosive sound. Ha! Truly excellent. That is so, master. 1:17 a.m. Hyung Wang and Biob Jian looked on contentedly for a moment. After Mu Jin finished his demonstration, Hyung Wang spoke in a low voice. Mu Jin, yes, grandfather. While your current martial arts are sufficiently excellent, if you continue to enhance its power, you will reach a point where you can no longer sustain it with external energy alone. Therefore, how about you try learning the Vajra fist from now? The Vajra fist? Mu Jin asked back, and Hyungwang nodded and continued to explain. Yes, as you can see from a name, Vajra fist, like the Shao Hong Quan you've learned, is based on the Diamond Sutra. There are many key points that connect to Shao Hong Quan, which will make it much easier to reinforce the martial arts you've created. Additionally, among the key points of the Vajra fist, there are those specifically for controlling the mighty power of the Vajra fist. Therefore, while learning the forms and key points of Vajra fist, it would be beneficial to focus particularly on understanding the key points of the initial 3 seconds, 6 seconds, and 8 seconds. For the initial 3 seconds, as it is said, all conditioned phenomena are like a dream, illusion, bubble, shadow, like dew or lightning, and should thus be viewed. Starting from the key points of the initial 3 seconds of the Vajra fist, Hyungwang explained each key point and added how they could be integrated with Mu Jin's martial arts. However, this is just an explanation of the key points. To truly incorporate these key points into your martial arts, constant effort will be necessary. Thank you, grandfather. Mu Jin bowed deeply, his face filled with emotion, paying his respects to Hyungwang. For Mu Jin, who had fallen into the world of martial arts novels, this was the first time someone had so clearly pointed him in the right direction. No, it was not just after he fell into the world of martial arts novels, but after he lost his grandparents and was forcibly discharged from the military, thrown into the world. For over a decade, Mu Jin had to grow strong on his own. Therefore, for a brief moment, the image of Hyungwang overlapped with that of his own grandfather in Mu Jin's eyes. He remembered the time when his grandfather taught him how to ride a bicycle, and when he held his small hand and walked with him to elementary school despite his sore knees, to show him the way. The memories of his grandfather trying to fill the role of his parents. With a whoosh, feeling like his vision was becoming blurry, Mu Jin shook his head vigorously. It felt like he was unnecessarily falling into sentimentality just because he was inside a novel. 1:26 a.m. Rather than indulging in sentimentality, Mu Jin, who preferred to work towards seeing the end of the novel, tried out the key points Hyungwang had just explained, swinging his fists a few times. Grandfather, am I doing this right? However, why was it that the word grandfather that came out of his mouth now felt a bit more natural? Haha, you're doing well. Hyungwang and Biob Jian watched with contentment. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Mu Jin's treatment continued. Hyungwang's body was severely deteriorated, and the entire body needed treatment. However, treating the entire deteriorated body at once could put too much strain on it. So, Mu Jin, as if setting a routine for exercise, divided the body into 4 major sections and proceeded with the treatment in 4-day cycles. One day was dedicated to treating from the calves to the feet. Another day for the knees to the thighs. One day for the pelvis and back. The last day was for the shoulders and arms. It was only natural to perform electrotherapy and heat therapy with the help of Hyungong and Haidam. However, Mu Jin's original role was not that of a physician, but rather, he was the 3rd greatest disciple of Shaolin. Master, grandfather, I'll be going out today as well. Apart from his treatment duties, he still had to make daily visits to the Arhut faction. Go and return at your ease. While I'm around, there's no need to worry about the Grandmaster. Go and return comfortably. Leaving behind the farewells of Hyungwang and Biob Jian, Mu Jin headed towards the Arhut faction with light steps. As Mu Jin arrived at the entrance of the Arhut faction, Biob Gang, who was standing there, welcomed him. Mu Jin, Master Uncle Hyunsong is looking for you. Let's go to the faction leaders' hall together. Thinking it might be related to grandfather Hyungwang, Mu Jin followed Biob Gang to the faction leaders' hall. However, the matter Hyunsong mentioned had nothing to do with Hyungwang. Thanks to the help of senior brother Bang Jian, additional budget has been allocated to the Arhut faction. In a few days, new training equipment will start arriving at the Arhut faction. Does that mean the equipment I use will also be updated? Mu Jin asked with an expression full of anticipation. It had been about a year and a half since the Arhut faction had introduced steel bars, steel pillars, and weight plates. Mujin had been wanting to use heavier weight plates or new training equipment for a while now. Seeing Mujin, who unusually showed a childlike smile, fitting his actual age, Hyun-sung added with a peculiar smile. Actually, the reason I called you to the faction leaders' hall was because of those new exercise machines. The budget was approved by Abbot Bangjian in recognition of your training methods. In other words, all physical training conducted in the Arhut faction will be replaced with your exercise methods going forward. 1:42 a.m. Does that mean you want me to teach my exercise methods to all the third-class disciples and novice disciples in the Arhut faction? Mujin's question was met with a shake of Hyun-sung's head. We can't be taking up your time like that every time. Plus, that would be too inefficient. Once the new equipment arrives, you just need to teach the use of the new equipment, along with the steel bars, steel pillars, and weight plates that were previously introduced to the second-class disciples of the Arhut faction only. Mujin had been acting as an instructor during his novice disciple period, training his peers for almost a year and a half. Naturally, the second-class disciples who had witnessed this scene had already mastered most of the bodyweight exercises and training movements using sandbags. Therefore, if they also learned how to use the new equipment, it would be entirely possible to pass on the training without Mujin. I think I can definitely help with that. As Mujin energetically responded, Hyun-sung handed him a stack of blank papers. Then, please write down the necessary equipment for your exercise methods and the details here. Having gone through this process before when introducing steel bars and steel pillars, Mujin dipped the brush in ink and swiftly began sketching out the exercise equipment. New training equipment was coming in, even the ones he wanted, briefly maneuvering the brush with his bulging biceps. Something popped into Mujin's head, causing him to pause and look at Hyun-sung, Arhut faction leader. If possible, may I also place an order for exercise equipment to be used somewhere other than the Arhut faction? What do you mean by somewhere else? I was thinking of ordering equipment for grandfather to use. By grandfather, are you referring to Abbot Hyungwang? Hyun-sung furrowed his brow slightly at Mujin's words. It wasn't just due to the informal speech. Given that it was a matter concerning Abbot Hyungwang, it wasn't something that could be easily dismissed. More importantly, given that Abbot is still not fully recovered, wouldn't strenuous exercise potentially worsen his condition? He was apprehensive that premature exercise might exacerbate Hyungwang's condition before the treatment could take full effect. It's not for immediate use. I'm thinking of equipment that can be used after at least a month has passed and he is able to move on his own. Also, the equipment for grandfather is not for training, but for therapeutic purposes. They're structurally different. The equipment Mujin intended to custom order was apparatus commonly used in Pilates. In modern times, Pilates was oddly often considered an exercise primarily for women's fitness, with many Pilates centers even restricting men's entry. However, Pilates was originally developed for rehabilitation of war prisoners and injured soldiers during World War I. For Hyungwang, it was said to be an ideal form of exercise. If it's for the treatment of Abbot Hyungwang, I doubt the Treasury will refuse it. Proceed as you wish. As Hyun-sung gave his consent, Mujin began to sketch out Pilates equipment on paper. But can these be made in this era? The tools commonly used in Pilates, such as foam rollers, resistance bands, Pilates arcs, and reformers, were mostly made from materials like rubber, styrofoam, or plastic. Realizing this, Mujin added amendments to his drawings. 1:49 a.m. Well, springs should be feasible. They're made by twisting metal like dragon whiskers, after all, and instead of plastic or styrofoam, if we use metal for the framework and cover it with thick leather. The raw materials Mujin sketched for the Pilates equipment began to transform into materials available in this era. The only issue seemed to be that compared to health equipment, the cost might skyrocket. Well, that's not my concern. To Mujin, Hyungwang's health was more important than the Shaolin's financial burden. After concluding his meeting with Hyun-sung, the first to greet Mujin upon his arrival at the Arhut faction training grounds was the trio he had been with since his novice disciple days. Mu Jin, you're here. Brother, today you're by dash bit late, aren't you? Cheerfully greeted by Mu Yol with his ever-bright demeanor, the somewhat sullen Mu Gung and Mu Jiang, who still hadn't completely overcome his stutter, Mu Jin simply waved his hand in response. How have things been lately? Although they still spent mornings together, in the evenings, they were each busy spending time with their respective masters, so they hadn't been able to gather. Naturally, Mu Jin's question was about how well they were getting along with their masters. It's fun, sigh. The trio displayed a rather peculiar set of reactions. Bright and cheerful Mu Yol was one thing, and Mu Jiang, who always seemed gloomy except when lost in his own world, was another, but even Mu Gung was letting out a deep sigh from his Danjian. With a puzzled look, Mu Jin asked Mu Gung, "Why? Is there a problem?" This was the same person who seemed like he was on cloud nine when he became a third-class disciple and was chosen as a successor by Haidam. Just feeling a bit suffocated. Mu Gung's reply, laden with complicated emotions, brought the image of Haidam to Mu Jin's mind. Tisk, hang in there. Recalling the dreadfully serious demeanor of Haidam, Mu Jin clicked his tongue lightly, offering sincere consolation. Even though Mu Jin had met Haidam several times while treating grandfather Hyungwang, he barely remembered Haidam speaking at length. The thought of spending every day in the same quarters with such a person was suffocating just to imagine. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, somewhere within the vast Shaolin scripture halls, in a certain pavilion, there sat a middle-aged monk, heaving a sigh similar to Mu Gung's. But it was not Haidam, Mu Gung's master. It was Hai Geology, the current successor of the Shaolin Five Fists. With deep furrows on his brow, he was thinking of Mu Yol, who had become his successor. To think he could be that ignorant. Indeed, Hai Geology was just now realizing that he had been completely taken in by Mu Yol.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.